We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London and the Surrey live stream. Lovely to have you with us on this second day of the LV County Championship game between Surrey and Leicestershire. And Surrey this morning have a new ball due in 3.4 overs time, and Leicestershire starting today on 215 for 3. As you can hear, it's a peaceful morning as always here in South London. The workmen are in, already started on one oval square, but a very interesting day of cricket yesterday. You were describing it as chess, you were saying the pieces were being moved into place on the board from a Leicestershire point of view. 215 for 3, the standout performance yesterday from Sam Evans, his first 100 for Leicestershire, and a magnificent effort, if at times nerve-wracking, to get to his 100 from 227 deliveries with 12 fours. Richard Ray is alongside me. I think on the Surrey live stream in a moment we may be seeing a few of the highlights of Sam Evans' innings yesterday. But Richard, what a performance that was from Sam Evans. But as I say, we were nervous, weren't we, at the end of play yesterday?
Yeah, I suspect we were probably more nervous than he was in those last few deliveries, but it was a really battling innings, and goodness me, he had an examination at the hands of the Surrey attack, particularly Jamie Overton. They decided he had a little bit of a weakness against the short ball, and they were determined to exploit it, but he battled through as a brave innings as well as a very good one.
It was, and for those watching on the Surrey live stream, you'll be seeing a few of the shots from Sam Evans yesterday. And yeah, well, they did test him with the short ball and he got through it. And that marvellous moment for him where he picked up that single off Amar Verdi to go through to his 100 late last night. Here it is on the Surrey live stream. There's that moment we're describing now, just a little push into the covers and through he went for the 100, and sheer relief, I would have thought, as much as anything for him. But Richard, what a moment for the young man. And we were saying he would have slept well anyway, but he'd slept much better knowing that he went to bed last night with that first 100 under his belt for Leicestershire. Yeah,
absolutely. And of course, a local boy, a Leicester boy. And there was another Leicester boy at the wicket with him at the time. So that's always a nice feeling for the club when a player comes through the academy and starts the long process of fulfilling promise. It's the investment that's gone into him over the years, and Is that the start of a fruitful return for the Foxes? They very much hope so. But he's got another job to do this morning, and a big old job to do this morning.
Well, absolutely. Where are we with this game? I spoke to Jordan Clark last night, and I think sort of the opinion from a Surrey point of view was what we were saying up here, really, is that Leicestershire never got away from Surrey, and they were under 3 and over for most of the day. So really, from a Surrey perspective, with that new ball round the corner, they'll still be harbouring hopes, possibly, of Leicestershire all out for 300.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they do, they'll be in the box seat. If Leicestershire, we talked to Hassan Azad at the end of play yesterday, and he was talking about 400 plus on this track first up to be sort of firmly in the game, and that's what they have to be thinking in terms of Leicestershire. So the game was sort of began to be set up yesterday, but that's all. No side has a advantage. Perhaps Leicester just very slightly with their noses in front, but remember, Surrey supporters, Leicestershire do have something of a long tail, so a couple of early breakthroughs and this whole game will take on a very different feel very early. One thing we can tell you is that it is bright sunshine, and there are not going to be, fingers crossed anyway, towards the end of the day, who knows, but certainly not in the early stages, any issues with the light as we had yesterday.
Yeah, and the Surrey players are out there in the middle with umpires Lloyd and Pollard. Of course, we did lose, as Richard's saying, quite a bit of yesterday, but as Richard just said, the weather today much better, much nicer. Fingers crossed we get through the day unscathed weather and light-wise, and Messrs Evans and Hill are making their way out into the middle. Evans 100 not out, Hill 20 not out. Azad yesterday 55 from him, and Evans and Azad putting on 130 for the first wicket. Azad was the first to go, caught by Dunn off Overton for 55, then did and caught down the leg side of Jordan Clark, his 100th first class wicket for 14, and Ackerman LBW to Jordan Clark for 15. So all set, underway, ready to go here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London, and it will be Jamie Overton. He's got 4 balls left of this over to go. We came off last night, so 4 balls left for Jamie Overton of the over from last night, and there's some banging there on the crane. I think they're just continuing to dismantle the crane this morning, away there to our left hand side. And Jamie Overton has got 2 slips and a gully in there for him, and he's coming in over the wicket to Evans on 100, and Evans' first ball of the morning is just back of a length and he's in behind it, so they're going to try him again. It looks straight away with a shorter delivery. So yeah, that new ball due, of course, over 80, and that's the 3rd delivery of this, the 77th over. 2:15 for 3. Turns again does Jamie Overton. Comes striding towards us from that pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket to Evans, who's driving crisply out into the offside, and fielding done by Mark Stoneman. Moving round to his left. And we've got blue sky above us, some broken cloud. And in the sun it's not too bad actually. Not too bad at all. Overton gets the ball back in his hands once more. Hashim Amla stood up there at mid-on under his white floppy sun hat. As over the wicket comes Overton to Evans, and Evans covers up to a good length delivery. Plays it a little as if it straightened on him. And there is no run as the fielding done up there at mid-off by Jordan Clark. Very pleased to get his 100th first class wicket yesterday was Jordan Clark. And a late old finish last night. Sort of, we weren't out the ground until around about 8 o'clock last night. As over the wicket once more comes Overton, and it's first runs, is it, of the day? Nope. Evans up on his toes, helps that off his hip, down into the leg side, and it rolls straight in there to Matthew Dunn. So end of our first over of the day. I think it'll be Amar Verdi to get us started from this, the Vauxhall end of the ground. Was into the attack fairly early yesterday, was Amar Verdi. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us up here in the commentary box should you so wish, at Rich M. Ray at @BackenAcross, and of course, would you like to have your tweet on the Surrey live stream? That's the question, if you would, at Surrey Cricket on the Twitter. So Amar Verdi, 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 25 yesterday. Tidy figures from Amar Verdi yesterday. And into the attack to get us started this morning on this second day. We've got 108 overs today. So it's 108 overs today. So it's a long old day on this second day here at the Kia Oval. Just looked up at that board and seen that. 108 overs today. And Amar Verdi has the ball in his hands. And will come over the wicket to the right-handed Hill on 20. He's got a slip and a leg slip in there as Amar Verdi for Hill. That's Verdi, little skip, and over the wicket he comes. It's short first delivery, and it's turned leg side by Hill, and he will get a single, and that will be the first run of the day. So Hill moves on to 21. These two came together with the score on 176. So the partnership worth 40. And Sam Evans on to strike for the first time to the Surrey off spinner, Amar Verdi. Already Burns in there at first slip as over the wicket comes Verdi. That's very short. Oh, it's tucked leg side in the air and just hits the hands of Jamie Smith in there at short leg. It's not really a chance. He's not in there for that, Jamie Smith, but it was uppish from Evans. It just hit the fielder in there at short leg. As over the wicket once more comes Verdi. Tosses this one up, and Evans is forward and just pushing this one into the leg side. Ollie Pope wanders across there to do the fielding. In there at a short straight mid wicket. We've got some guests today for you up here in the commentary box. As in over the wicket once more is Amar Verdi, and this one's turned into the leg side once again by Evans. It hits Jamie Smith once more in there at short leg. Kemar Roach is already going through his warm-up routine for obviously when that new ball becomes available. So fairly deep at mid-off as Evans is forward once again and pushes this one down into the leg side. It's picked up by Ollie Pope once more. Noisy old day. As I say, I think that they're dismantling the crane again, so there's definitely a grinder out today somewhere as Birdie's in. Evans turning this one off middle and leg neatly and tidily out towards deep mid wicket. He'll take a single as the throw comes in from Mark Stoneman. End of the over from Verdi. A single for Evans, 101 to him, 21 to Hill. Richard Ray is back after doing his first update for BBC Radio Leicester, and Leicestershire are 217 for 3.
Yeah, you just feel that momentary sort of pause while we get to the new ball pitch. Well, Leicester will be pleased, I think, to see it getting a little bit of a baking. Might just dry it out a little bit. Callum Parkinson, the left arm spinner, we'll hope it will dry out a little bit. Ackerman with his off spin. If the Foxes are to put Surrey under pressure, you feel it will come through the spinners if they can find a little bit of turn. No obvious turn as yet. Overton then to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump. Little nibble from Sam Evans, drawn into the shot. Lucky not to get the edge. Overton informs him, I suspect, that he was lucky not to get the edge.
I think it's probably. Are we picking up where we left off yesterday? Do we? It'll be something
Yes.
along those lines, won't it? We're doing this again, are we? But look, we said it this morning, didn't we, when we came on air? He had his moments, Sam Evans, but he's still there on 101. That's the key thing.
Absolutely. All you need to do is gesture at the scoreboard. He waits with bat raised as Overton goes in, bowls to him. He just drops it out into the offside, behind square on the offside, and he's going to pick up a comfortable single as Verdi comes in from deep backward point, picks up, gets his throw away, and Evans adds that single to his score. He moves on to 102 not out. He's absolutely got to start again, essentially, from Leicester's point of view. If he can just see off the new ball, or at least get a good few overs into it, then perhaps the middle order and tail can take advantage. But it's a big ask. Overton in to Hill, slightly short, dropped out into the offside. There's hesitation. Hill's going to have to hurry. If the throw hits, he's gone. He missed the throw from Smith, I think it is. And yes, it is Smith. Well, Hill was 3 or 4 yards short, probably there. There was hesitation. He dropped it out towards point. Evans decided to come. Hill wasn't sure. Eventually they both went, but it was only eventually. Evans made his ground comfortably. Hill was a long way short had that throw hit, and Smith had time to steady himself.
Well, it's a big opportunity that early on this morning, isn't it? Big opportunity to get rid of Hill. It was a right old mix-up.
He had all 3 stumps to aim at. In goes Overton and bowls a bouncer, and Evans just leans forward and away from the path of the ball. He can deal with those sort of bouncers. It's the slightly more difficult to deal with kind that he struggles with, the ones that are up around neck area, top of the chest, sort of chin area. And who can blame him, really? But that's part of the job of opening the batting. Overton turns, casting a long, deep shadow in the bright London sun. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, steered by Evans comfortably enough off the back foot down to Verdi at that deep backward point position, and the single is taken. So it's sort of pitch where you feel every opportunity you almost need to take as the fielding side, because you might not get too many.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anything that comes your way, you've got to grab with both hands. We saw that yesterday. The only chance that went down yesterday was a really tough one to Rory Burns, actually, off Evans on 42, off Matthew Dunn. That's an opportunity this morning to run Hill out.
Hill on strike now as Overton goes in. He looks to turn it down to fine leg, has turned it down to fine leg. How much bat did he get on it? Plenty of bat, according to umpire Graham Lloyd. A nice little tickle down to fine leg. There is a long leg, couldn't get across it. Fairly scooted across the outfield. The outfield at the Upton Steel County Ground is like ice at the moment. It really is very, very fast, and you get value for money, and you get value for money for your shots here as well.
Yeah, that fairly flew down to fine leg. Kemar Roach was down there and didn't have a hope of getting round to that. And nicely tucked away by Hill, neatly and tidily. 26 he moves on to, and the partnership worth 48 now. And I think actually last night, the key thing from those two last night was Ackerman went in the 61st over, and they batted together basically for 15 overs last night, which was key. As Amar Verdi is in over the wicket to Evans, and Amar Verdi on the hip of Evans, and allows Evans just to turn that one out to Mark Stoneman at deep mid-wicket. They'll take the single. That'll be one more to the total. Evans is on to 104, and Hill comes back onto strike on 26.
If there is a criticism of Evans, there aren't many after the way he played yesterday, that the ability to hit the field, though, when he was just pushing the ball around, was marked. He's finding the gaps better this morning.
Absolutely. Well, he'll be very confident this morning as Hill turns this one down into the leg side again. That's going to run away for 4, is it? No. Good bit of work down there at deep backward square, and they will pick up a couple. Jordan Clark down there. Good chase and slide from Jordan Clark, but it's sort of Hill woken up this morning, I suppose, with 100 under his belt, which he didn't yesterday morning when he woke up, wherever Leicestershire is staying. So he'll feel very confident, and he's got used to his surroundings now. And I suppose in a way, it's a day to enjoy. The sun's shining. He's done the hard work as Verdi is in, and Hill is again turning this off the stumps into the leg side, and the 50 partnership came up with those couple of runs, so that it now moves on to 52. Very good partnership this between Messrs Hill and Evans, and it's 228 for 3. But yeah, you've got to start again, but actually it's always rather nice, I suppose, starting again with 100 to your name. Sort of bonus time, isn't it? As in over the wicket again comes Verdi. Tosses this one up, and Evans is driving. It was upish. It might run away for 4. Hashim Amla's giving chase, and it's beaten Hashim Amla eventually over the boundary rope and away for 4. But He wasn't completely in control.
No, it wasn't
Sam
entirely
Evans?
convincing, was it? But again, perhaps a little indication that he's looking to be positive this morning, or perhaps just looking to take advantage before the new ball.
Long old chase that for Hashim Amla. And now he comes back again. The problem for Hashim Amla there was he was always in the race. That was the problem.
Yes.
But the ball eventually beat him over the line. But he was always in the race. As Amal Verdi is in over the wicket, and this one's turned leg side by Evans. He moves on to, stays on 108. But yes, the old metal grinder being used today on the building site, so that might be with us for most of the day, I think, as Verdi's in and forward goes Evans, pushes this one back up the pitch. There is no run now. New ball becomes available for Surrey. 2:32 for 3. It was a little bit like the hors d'oeuvre, that, and now the main course starts. Hill 29, Evans is on 108.
I have the scoreboard up on the Quick Info site on my computer, and it's taken to describing incidents rather than just saying what happened. So that Amla chase is described as a weary chase, but his effort to drag the ball back is half-hearted, which is a little harsh. One feels. I think it's just his body language as much as anything.
I also think, to be fair to him, he was giving it as much as he could.
That's what I mean.
But it may not be quite as quick as he used to be. Actually,
It does seem a slightly harsh judgment. Overton then, has he actually got the new ball in his hand yet?
Yes.
In he goes and bowls outside of Stumps, just drops his bat on it, Hill, and it just trickles towards backward point. There is a little bit of a gap there, and Smith has to come up from gully, so Hill has taken a single.
Yeah, I missed the signal, but on the scoreboard to our right, it's got a very good line that says age of ball, and it's 0.1.
So it has.
And I think Overton was absolutely livid there that Hill nicked a single off that first delivery.
He does have Evans to bowl at though now, with that nice new shiny hard ball. In he goes and bowls to Evans, very full though, and just outside off Stumps, steered by Evans calmly enough out to Verdi down on the backward point boundary, jogs the single. Pleased with that. Just keeping his score ticking over. He's moved on to 109. But always, it was very convenient and obliging of him to finish on exactly 100. We can quickly add what he scored today as a consequence. 9 to him. Hill, equally nice round number. He was on 20 at the start of the day, so he's added 10. He'll be keen to go on as well here. We haven't really mentioned him so much. He waits as Overton comes in, bowls to him. He's up on his toes, dropping it down towards Silly Point, an exploratory step or two down the pitch. Overton's cross with himself this morning.
Yeah.
Just not quite happening for him. The rhythm isn't quite there. His body language is a bit... He's hopping up and down like a frog at the moment, which is an interesting form of exercise. Perhaps he's just getting the overs yesterday out of his legs a little bit. Kicks his feet out as well as he walks back to the end of his mark. He's trying to loosen up. In he comes. Bowls, Hill drives, thick outside edge. It's in the air for a few feet, and Overton raises his eyes to the heavens. Amla Verdi is again the field. He's been in the game plenty this morning down there at backward point, but again, Leicestershire pick up a single. Hill on to 31. Leicestershire 235 for 3. Partnership ticks up to 59.
Yeah, just this morning, he looks not frustrated, but he's trying so hard here, Jamie Overton.
Turns. Has the ball in two hands at first, and he comes in and bowls full, and Evans drives for 4. No great flourish, no great follow-through. He's an unfussy player, Sam Evans, but it was a bit of a half volley from Overton. As I say, didn't need to put too much weight into the shot. He knows now he gets full value if he gets it past the fielder. And Overton immediately turned when he saw the ball leaving the bat and started stalking angrily back to his mark. Evans picks up 4, moves on to 113. Scoring reasonably freely so far this morning. the Foxes. 2 slips and a gully behind Evans as Overton is in, bowls to him. That's a better straighter length delivery. And it's played back to the bowler, who hurls it to the wicket keeper deliberately, fairly gently, but a sideways on throw that would have sort of gone over the head of Evans. Just a reminder, no more than that from Jamie Overton. End of the over. And he stalks off rather, a little bit still not entirely happy with life, Jamie Overton. 239 for 3, the Leicestershire score. Hill has 31 and Evans has moved on to 113.
Yeah, and Kemar Roach coming into the attack from the Vauxhall end. So Kemar Roach obviously takes the new ball from this Vauxhall end. Yeah, just look, Jamie Overton there just looks as if he's trying so hard. And I think at the moment it's just that case of I've got the new ball and I'm being given this opportunity with the new ball, and just looks like he's trying possibly a bit too hard. As Kemar Roach is in from the Vauxhall end, and he's looking for the Yorker first up to Hill, who's taking this off his toes and drilling it off the front foot up towards Amar Verdi at mid-off. And Jamie Overton stood in there at the moment, second slip with his hands on his hips. Rory Burns is captain next to him.
Yeah, he looks like he's ticking a bit, doesn't he?
He does. Well, he's all action, isn't he, Jamie Overton, in everything he does. Roach, wearing number 66, runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Hill, and he's on a length, and Hill is forward, pushing this one away into the offside. So a nice steady start this morning for Leicestershire. No huge alarms apart from that run-out chance. And 24 Hill and Evans have added.
Well, we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? It's a sort of pitch. I think you said that you sometimes feel that it's going to have to be an absolute jaffer of a delivery, or the batsman gets himself out, and they nearly did.
Roach is in once again. And this one, a little bit of shape back in, I think. And Hill, nicely played, just punches this off the front foot up towards mid-on. So I was saying we might have some guests today. So Phil Walker from Wisden is going to pop over in the morning. Then Chevy Green, the director of the ACE programme, is going to join me at lunchtime to talk about the ACE programme. Then I think Hugh Turberville from the Cricketers is going to join yourself, Mr. Ray, for a bit of an natter this afternoon. And Daniel Norcross, I think, is somewhere nearby. So well, I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Norcross. As in over the wicket once again is Kemar Roach, and this is drilled again off the front foot by Hill up towards Amar Verdi at mid-off, and there's no run.
He's pitching it up, Roach. He's giving it a chance, isn't he, to swing. He's into his 19th over of the innings now. None for 46 for Kemar Roach. Jamie Overton, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 54.
I thought Kemar Roach bowled pretty well yesterday, just didn't take a wicket. I think, especially his first spell, he was pretty much on the money. As in over the wicket he comes once again to Hill, and that's on leg stump, and that's clipped away into the leg side. And Mark Stoneman does the fielding, tumbling away to his left-hand side.
It was Matt Dunn who had Sam Evans dropped at first slip, wasn't it? No.
Yes. Yeah, and it was the one chance that Surrey had created to that point. They hadn't actually created a point, chance up to that point, or a point up to that chance. As right arm over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach, and Hill is forward and pushing out towards cover. There is no run as Matthew Dunn does the field, maiden over. And the other thing there is from Kemar Roach, and again it's that whole sort of experienced test match cricketer thing, is Hill had to play every single one of those deliveries. Didn't get a ball to let go. So Kemar Roach, that was what he did yesterday morning. Now, on other surfaces, on other days, the fact you're doing that will create chances, but it just didn't. That didn't happen yesterday. 239 for 3, and Leicestershire will just, as you said, Richard, basically their first port of call will be get through the first hour this morning, then see where you are.
Absolutely. Overton to continue from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully go down as he comes in and bowls to Evans as an appeal for leg before, but Overton's was a little bit delayed there. It was all a little bit unconvincing. It looks straightish. I have to have a look at the replay. Might have been an inside edge, but there was a heartbeat before he went up.
Yeah, it was sort of after the Lord Mayor's show, wasn't it, that appeal?
A little bit.
In fact, actually, to be fair, Folkes was a bit like that as well. Half-hearted, then suddenly into the sort of end of the opera from them folks behind the stumps.
Overton bowls, that's onto the hip of Evans. It's turned towards square leg. He has a little bit of ground to make up from between mid-wicket and square leg, just the one fielder trying to cover that entire area, and this time there isn't hesitation. Hill calls Evans through for a single. Evans moves on to 114, 240 for 3. And whether Mark can manage a replay of that leg before shout.
I think he's on the phone at the moment. He's got an awful lot going on.
He has.
He's got a lot of buttons to, as I said yesterday, if he presses the wrong one, that's how a bridge opens. There's so much technology behind us. Can land the space shuttle with that thing.
In comes Overton to Hill. Nice and straight on off stump, but Hill, back leg goes back into the crease, leans forward into the defensive press. Out onto the onside, picked up by Amler, and there is no run. Our crane is getting shorter and shorter. We managed to miss it losing its entire arm yesterday. Just looked up and suddenly it was a tower instead of a crane, a sort of piece of scaffolding, and now the scaffolding is about 3/4 height. Steadily coming down. It's not revealing any great view behind it, it's got to be said, but away it goes. Overton is in down the leg side, tries to flick it on its way. Lewis Hill, Graham Hill, that's Formula One. Graham Hill.
Gone back to your other sport.
Damon Hill.
Ray.
There's a fair few of them. Didn't get anything on it though, Lewis, on that occasion, taken by folks unfussily behind the stumps.
Yeah, I don't know a huge amount about cranes, but it looks like they're taking the sort of driving cabin down today, doesn't it? Where the driver sits.
Yeah, swaying in the breeze. Overton is in a bouncer, but it's too short. Far too short, really. Hill just leans away, and it actually bounces a second time, loops through to Folkes, and it hurt him a little bit. Didn't quite take it on the half volley. It bounced again and was beginning to rise off that second bounce when Folkes took it. But he's taken off his left gauntlet and shaking his left hand now. Occupational hazard for the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, their fingers are always taking an absolute battering, aren't they?
Still plenty of hands in pockets. When the sun goes behind one of the white clouds, it is still pretty chilly out there. Overton in to Hill outside off stump, looking to swing away, stays low, does perhaps shape a bit, and again bounces for a second time in front of Folkes, who forms the long barrier and makes the stop, but not enjoying life very much behind the stumps at the moment. End of the over, 240 for 3 singles off the over. Was it?
Yes, and all I would say is for Jamie Overton, he was frustrated anyway, but when he sees that delivery bounce a couple of foot in front of Ben Folkes with the new ball as well, it must be a bit like, this is hard work at the moment.
So 25 added by Leicestershire in the first 6. Well, it wasn't quite 6 because he had a couple of balls bowled yesterday, didn't he, when they took them off?
He had 4 to go today, didn't he, Jamie Overton, when we started. 240 for 3, but Leicestershire will be very happy with this first 25 minutes this morning. And Kemar Roach has the ball in his hands, getting ready to come over the wicket to the right-handed Evans on 114 and drives thick edge down towards third man. Now Jamie Smith comes all the way round from sweeping up on the cover boundary, and Evans picks up a couple more.
A couple of suggestions from Leicestershire listeners. If we can add another 100 to 150 today, that would be more than satisfactory, says Saffers Abroad Rugby.
Ooh.
I think there might even be, what would that be, getting close to 400, 150, but that, I think 400 will be the minimum, really. They need to
Roach is in to Evans, and Evans is forward, pushing into the offside. It beats the dive of Matthew Dunn at cover, and that will roll out towards Jamie Smith, who does the retrieval work, and Evans picks up another single, moves on to 117, 243 for 3.
Springsteen suggests that we have different sound levels.
Oh,
And
I think we're at the same
everybody
level
else
on
seems
the
to be.
mics.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll turn us up a little bit, maybe. There we are. We're on exactly the same now.
Fingers crossed. We're okay now.
Roach is in, and up on his toes goes Hill to a short length delivery, pushes this one out into the offside. Matthew Dunn comes round to his right to do the fielding.
Morning to Robert Coe. Can't believe I missed yesterday's play, he says with eyebrows raised. Come on, County, let's kick on.
Well, there you are. Today is a day for kicking on, indeed. That's exactly what Leicestershire will want to do. Kemar Roach still looking for his first Surrey wicket in his opening game for Surrey, of course, goes wider of the crease this time, and this is worked away by Hill out towards deep backward square. Jordan Clark does the fielding. Hill will take another single. He moves on to 32. Evans coming back on to strike on 117. 244 for 3. The partnership has moved on to 68. Just to say, again, long day today. 108 overs today. So we've got 101.2 overs left today. It's going to be a long old day today. As Kemar Roach is in over the wicket once again. Short one this time, and again it sort of flops into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and Evans lots of time just to sway inside that. Down on one knee. Evans could almost sort of wave it past him there.
Evans can really go big here. What did Graham Gooch used to call them? Daddy hundreds.
Yes, daddy hundreds.
If you're going to go past, make it a big one.
Yeah, there are batsmen that do that, aren't there? They just get very greedy. As in goes Kemar Roach. Oh, and slashed away down to the third man boundary rope by Evans. It was in the air.
Yeah.
Flashed hard at it, but 2 slips and a gully, and it's whistled off down to that third man boundary rope for 4 runs. And not exactly where Evans intended, but he picks up another boundary. He's on to 121, and Leicestershire are 2 runs away now from a second batting point at 248 for 3. Hill on 32, Evans on 121. Rich has got to nip next door and do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. A tweet coming in from the GHS Junior School Sports Department. Thanks to Mr. Collins and our Surrey cricket coaches, Catherine. Oh, I've lost it now. It was up there on the screen, but it's disappeared. Anyway, very nice there to hear on the Twitter. And Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end, getting ready to come in over the wicket to Hill on 32. The partnership worth 72. So Jamie Overton out the attack. Into the attack comes Matthew Dunn. Bowled all his overs from the Vauxhall end. He's into the attack from the pavilion end this morning. And Hill is turning this one down into the leg side, and that's picked up in there by Jamie Smith in there at short mid wicket. Will Jacks is out there at the moment, I think, because Jamie Overton nipped off. So I think Will Jacks is out there as well, doing 12th man duties for Surrey. Very nice day. Blue sky, broken clouds, sun's out, and Matthew Dunn is charging in over the wicket to Hill, and Hill's turning this one in front of square through the leg side. He will get a single, and that will move Hill on to 33 and take Leicestershire on to 249 for 3. Evans comes back on 121. And Marverdi all on his own down there at third man. Jamie Smith catching at a short mid-wicket position. Dunn runs towards us, comes over the wicket, and Evans is flashing this one down towards Marverdi, and they will take the single, and that will bring up the 250 for Leicestershire. So the 250 comes up for Leicestershire, and a second batting point for the visitors. 250 for 3 they are. That run rate on the scoreboard, 2.96 is the run rate. On the scoreboard, it did get above 3 on a couple of occasions yesterday. Matthew Dunn is over the wicket here, and Hill, nicely played again, just tucks it away into the leg side. Plenty of time just to get into line and then whip that leg side for Hill. He's on to 34. 250. 1 for 3. Rory Burns already signalling away to Ben Vokes. Those two trying to come up with some sort of plan of action here. Not a lot's happened yet. As here is Matthew Dunn, and Evans gets a short ball. Plenty of time again to get in behind this. Evans, he's actually sort of rehearsing, trying to angle that short ball down towards third man. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. Second batting bonus point.
Yes,
For the
indeed.
first time this season.
Yes, indeed. I was saying that I think Leicestershire a couple of times yesterday got above 3 on the old run rate. They're doing it exactly right again this morning. Matthew Dunn is over the wicket, and Evans pushes off that back foot once again, straight back up the pitch. Dunn does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. Leicestershire 251 for 3 then, here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Hill on 34, Evans on 122. Just that one run out chance this morning, the only moment of alarm. Partnership's worth 75.
Be interesting to see how close to the slips that little bit of a flash from Evans was against Roach in Roach's previous over. But again, it adds to the impression that Evans is just trying to be a little bit more positive, trying to score runs a little bit more quickly than they did yesterday, the Foxes. 36 they've added so far this morning. Roach is in then from the Vauxhall end and bowls onto the legs of Lewis. Hill likes it there. Hill clips it neatly away through mid-wicket. Going to be just a couple as the man at deep square runs across to deep mid-wicket. But Hill fine with that. He moves on to 36. Busy little player, Lewis Hill. Looking reasonably comfortable out there at the moment. Famous last words.
Well, as we were saying, he's got warm memories of this place as well.
Roach in again to Hill onto just outside off stump. Hill leans forward and plays with an angled bat down towards backward point, a sort of short third man. A long run round, or run towards the ball at any rate. From the fielder on the boundary means it's a comfortable single, but he does manage to make it so it is just a single. 256 for 3.
Yeah,
runs.
That's Will Jacks down there, who's on the field of play for Jamie Overton at the moment. Just so people watching and listening.
Roach in, bowls very straight, but Evans solidly forward, back down the pitch to the West Indian.
Will Jacks, hugely talented cricketer, of course. They're sort of, with the number 6 spot, there's one place up for grabs really in this Surrey batting top 6. And I suppose 3 of them are vying for it, in Smith, Laurie Evans, of course, and Mr. Jacks. It's Smith who's got that place in the side.
3 very talented players. In goes Roach and bowls again, very straight. Evans, all care and attention as he defends it out into the offside. Dunn picks up. No run. You heard the shout of no from Evans.
Will Jacks had a terrific 2020 campaign last year, as much with the ball as the bat, opening the bowling with his off-spin, and picked up a big bash contract off the back of that. So,
Kerr, as they say, ching.
yeah, well, absolutely. And great experience, I think, for him as well.
Good on him. In goes Roach. Bowls a little bit shorter this time. Evans goes back again. There is hesitation again. Evans is going to have to hurry. The throw hits him from Dunn this time. Dunn picked up. Again, these two are going to have to sort their running out. A couple of steps forward. Hill went through with the run. Evans eventually went through with the run. Scampered towards the non-striker's end. He was running between the fielder Dunn and the ball. Always the best thing to do. It didn't swerve to get in front of it, but as he reached out to make sure his bat was in, the ball thumped into his leg. So he would have probably made his ground anyway. However, unnecessary to take the risk, you would have thought. 2 short mid-wickets in now as Roach goes in and bowls to Hill, who drops it out into the offside. Again, there's hesitation, but again, they go through with a run, and this time they make their ground. Well, I was going to say reasonably comfortably, not reasonably comfortably at all, because Hill had to dive in, but Dunn, who picked up and could perhaps have underarmed the ball at the stumps, realised Hill was going to make his ground with the dive and didn't bother doing so. But at the moment, as they used to say of Boycott, when he used to score big, he gave sort of one chance to the slips or whatever, and then he could have been run out 98 times, and you do feel that's the way he's going to go. In goes Roach and bowls to Evans, who goes back and drops it out towards deep backward point, turns for the second. He's going to have to hurry. They make their ground. Hill makes his ground at the other end, and Mr. Church shakes his head in disbelief, and I'm with him rather, really. They're putting the fielders under pressure, and at the moment they're getting away with it, but why bother?
Well, the two things there is why bother, but as well, sort of from a Surrey point of view, absolute chaos out there at the moment, and Surrey's frustrations will start to grow already after 37 minutes of play this morning. And that was just chaos. That whole over was chaos.
It was. There was 3. Well, theoretically, run-out chances, I suppose. Or at least the fielders were under pressure. The batsmen would say there weren't 3 there at all. There was perhaps just the one from the very first one, and the other 2 were reasonably okay. But goodness me, they were having to scramble. Lads, chill out, says Jake on Twitter.
Well, I think everybody chill out, because that really was madness. As Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end is in over the wicket, and this one's pushed on the back foot in there towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Robert's very much looking forward to listening to the wonderful Chevy Green, who runs the ACE programme at Surrey Cricket, which his daughter, Robert's daughter, Natasha, a Leicestershire supporter, is part of.
Oh, well, there you are. That's great news. As over the wicket again comes Matthew Dunn, and this is punched off the back foot by Hill. He'll get a single out there towards Amar Verdi. Of course, the ACE programme, the brainchild of Ebony Rain for Brent, and they're doing wonderful things already there, and they're back now as well. I think speak to Chevy about this, but obviously it's been very tricky with COVID protocols and everything, but and Chevy is one of the nicest and most enthusiastic people you could ever wish to meet, so it'd be nice to speak to Chevy over the lunch break. As in over the wicket once again comes Matthew Dunn, and this is just turned into the leg side by Evans. He'll pick up another single. He moves on to 126, and Leicestershire move on to 262 for 3. You'll be able to hear that as well on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London during the lunch break, as well as the Surrey live stream, of course.
Well, Robert makes the point that it would be good to see it duplicated in Leicester, which has a large Afro-Caribbean community.
2 slips in there, and a short mid-wicket as Dunn is in to Hill. Good length ball, and Hill covers up, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
In fact, we ran an interview with Sir Clive Lloyd, who has just become a patron of the Leicester Caribbean Cricket Club.
Of course, Phil Simmons, wonderful career at Leicestershire.
I think he's many people's favourite overseas player, Leicestershire overseas player.
That team was terrific, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really good side.
Brilliant batsman.
Yeah.
Wicket-taking bowler. Good captain. That pitch, it was annoying folks in the last over. Been chased away now. It's learnt its lesson.
Aftab Habib. He'd have been in that team. He's a good player. As in over the wicket once again comes Matthew Dunn, turned into the leg side by Hill out towards deep backward square. Darren Maddy. Jeremy Snape, of course. 263 for 3. Alan Mullally. And very, very good side. Two slips and a no gully. I was about to say, sort of, you get into these phrases, don't you, when you do commentary? 2 slips and a gully. But there is no gully at all. It's a short mid-wicket, and Dunn is in to Evans. Short delivery, and Evans is ducking underneath this. I don't know if I missed it yesterday, but it just seems this morning Evans against the quicker men is possibly just crouching a little bit more this morning in his stance, just as the bowler hits the crease. I think he may just be bending those knees a little bit more, possibly something he's had to think about overnight. 263 for 3, and Kemar Roach to continue. So yes, but before Chevy, Editor-in-Chief, that's his official title, Phil Walker, coming over about 12:15 of Wisden, coming over. Plenty to talk about now the season's underway.
Roach still with those two shortish mid-wickets, comes in and bowls, and momentarily it's in the air as it's turned off his legs by Hill. It's stopped on the boundary, but not cleanly, and seeing that, Hill realises he can turn for the second. Does so, picks up 2 runs, moves on to 42. It's wonderfully quick, the electronic scoreboard here in Surrey. You just have to glance at it. It almost predicts the number of runs that'll be scored from the delivery as soon as it sees the shot. 265 now for 3. The partnership, at a good rate, has moved on to 89 now. Roach in again to Hill, who is forward on off stump. Runs coming very easily at the moment for the Foxes. He deflects it through backward point, and after the struggles they had yesterday in terms of the scoring rate, they'll be delighted, the Foxes, with the manner in which they're picking up runs this morning. Remember, they began the day on 215, so already 51 runs added.
Well, I was going to say,
in 42 minutes.
That run rate's up to 3.05 now.
Roach in to Evans on off stump, and again they've scored a lot of runs through that gap. Through backward point it goes. There is the fielder, but he's out deep on the boundary. The single is to be had. At the other end they were coming off Overton down to Verdi, and Roach is conceding runs there as well. I understand with the 2 mid wickets that trying something at least is Burns, who's deep in thought at almost second slip. He's the only slip, but he's standing quite wide there. Slightly dangerous. In goes Roach, bowls. Upon his toes is Hill, playing firmly to the wider of the 2 mid wickets, who's Matthew Dunn, who, having stopped the ball, deflected it slightly to his right, scrambles after it on hands and knees, gets to it to make sure there's no chance of a quick single. But that's about where Burns was standing when he wasn't able to take the solitary chance offered by Sam Evans off Matthew Dunn. It went between wicketkeeper and slip, and Burns stuck out his left hand, got plenty on it, wasn't able to hang on. In goes Roach and bowls onto the legs of Hill, who calmly turns it, goes back and calmly turns it down to deep square and jogs the single.
Yes, the most popular dismissal this morning, you would say, would be the run out.
For sure.
For what we've seen this morning. Other than that, these two haven't looked in too much bother, which will be a bit of a concern for Surrey. This new ball, again, slow pitch and not a lot happening.
268 now for 3. The partnership into the 90s. Roach is in, bowls on just outside off stump. Evans leans forward with that angle, back through, down backward point it goes, a little bit wider this time, so down towards third man. A little bit more work to do for the fielder, and Evans takes on the arm, beats it. It wasn't too much of a risk. They are quite quick, these two, as you would hope. 2 young men be. Well, Hilly 30, young to us, Hilly. He's still very quick though, very, very fit. Evans, of course, just 23. 270 for 3. Evans onto 129. Hill has 44. The partnership 94 now, and that run rate beginning, as Churchy says, to creep up. It's 3.07 now.
Yeah, Rory Burns and Kemar Roach having a long old chat there, because they're finding runs off his good balls at the moment, which will really frustrate Kemar Roach. There's nothing wrong with that delivery at all. Just pushed at it. Evans picked up 2 runs, so for Kemar Roach, a bit frustrating at the moment for Kemar Roach, and this field's spread now for Hills on 44, and it's Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end to him, and he's all across his stumps looking at whip leg side, but it's a half-hearted shout. I think it's more just excitement from Surrey. That's hit Hill, well, I think on his back thigh. Not that he's got a front thigh and a back. Well, I suppose he has really, but it's hit him on the back part of his leg, and that will have hurt. And he's just flexing his left leg at the moment.
Yeah, might just have gone between external pad and internal pad onto the skin.
Never much fun, that. It's done in once again, and this is punched up the ground. Oh, he's taking on Hashim Amla. Is he going to win? He is. And Hill nicks another single. So, again, he's just... I didn't think there was a run there, actually, but he's taken on Hashim Amla, and he's got through very safely, and he's on to 45, and it's 271 for 3.
I think we have to conclude it's a deliberate policy now. This is putting the fielders under pressure. They've taken a couple of very serious risks so far, but just in the last few overs, the running has got a bit better. Famous last words.
Evans waits again. It's done his into him, and forward he goes, pushes into the offside. There's definitely not a single there, because Mark Stoneman in his sunglasses came round to do the fielding. Surrey putting out a podcast every night, the Three Feathers podcast, Mr. A. First one went out last night from all good podcast providers, but at the end of it was me chatting to Mark Stoneman about his beard, which I wasn't quite expecting, but it was very, very nice to hear everybody's thoughts on beards last night on the podcast. As in over the wicket once again goes Matthew Dunn, and this is turned off his hip by Evans out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up another single. Evans moves on to 132, 72 for 3, and Hill comes back onto strike on 45.
Your own beard is relatively tonsured. Have you ever gone for the big look, the large beard look? Have you ever sported
I have a real... the only place I can grow a beard is sort of on my chin. I could go months, years without shaving and not get anything on the sides for some strange reason. Don't know why that is. Mr. Ray has done his in short ball, and Hill sways inside this, so I could try. I'd love to. But
so if you let it go, it'd be a sort of cat weasel type, would you?
Absolutely,
okay,
yeah,
right.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to have that ability, that skill. But I don't have that, sadly. Unless I sit, I think I'd have to sit overnight, just squeezing my cheeks really hard to try and get a beard to grow. Waits once again, does Hill on 45. Has done his in, and this is punched off the back foot by Hill, but he's through it very early, and it goes straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 272 for 3 then. Hill 45. Evans has 130. I think we're going to have a bit of a hand sanitisation break. Now this gives Rory Burns a chance to get his troops together and say, fellas, we've got to work something out here, because at the moment, once again, Hill and Evans, some slightly mad running between the wickets, but other than that, they've done a great job so far this morning, and the partnership is worth 96, and that run rate's creeping up, and it's 272 for 3.
45 now to Lewis Hill. Got in the second innings against Hampshire, made a very good 65 off 121 balls, hit 7 fours, having just picked up 3 in the first innings. That's where the damage was done for the Foxes, obviously last week, and determined not to repeat the error. Roach to continue now from the Vauxhall end. 66 on his back as he runs in and bowls very straight to Sam Evans, who's leaning forward, back close to pad, slightly angled bat, pushing just across the line of fraction as it goes out into the on side. Picked up by Smith, and there's no run.
Kemar Roach at the moment, in the back of his mind, must be thinking, this could be hard work.
Turns. In he goes, and bowls slightly short outside off stump. Evans goes back looking to force, might just have come back in a bit. He mistimed it horribly, however. It came off a thick inside edge, and again trickled out towards mid wicket.
He was through it so early again. Sort of almost this sort of, that sort of noisy almost, you feel. really did bang that one in there, did Kemar Roach, and he was through very, very early, was Evans.
No joy to be had from the track as far as Roach is concerned. He's in bowls. Fuller this time. Forward goes Evans, steering really rather than driving the ball out towards deep backward point. Timed it quite nicely though, so it went pretty much straight to the man out there at a decent rate of knots, and was only ever going to be not one of those occasions this morning when he can turn and think about putting the fielder under pressure. It was straight to him, just the single. He moves on to 131, 273 for 3. Roach in bowls, slightly short, Hill upon his toes, looking to force the ball. Can't get it past Verdi at mid-off. Now what we haven't said is, although it's his first century and obviously his highest score for Leicestershire, it wasn't his first class century. He did make a century for Loughborough. I should know exactly how much that was, but I'm pretty sure he's passed that.
I think I know. 114, I think it was from memory.
I was going to say about 114, 113, but yeah, he's well past that, so it is certainly his top first-class score now as Roach goes in and bowls, and Hill clips neatly away through the leg side, through mid-wicket for 4. He's been trying to do that, Lewis Hill has been picking out the fielder, didn't on that occasion. Sweet piece of timing. It was there to be clipped away, and clipped away it was. Hill moves on to 49, Leicestershire 277. For 3:52 minutes into the day, 62 runs added already this morning.
Yep, and nicely put away by Hill, and both these gentlemen are beginning to tick a bit now.
Roach in to Hill, who drives towards mid-off. Verdi tumbles away to his right. Thought that was going to be his 50. Good work by the off-spinner to get across there. He should have stopped it, but it's a no ball as well. So Roach is going to have to bowl it again. Unfortunately, the extra doesn't accrue to Hill's score. He remains on 49, 279 for 3.
Yeah, good innings this from Hill. It's funny, we were saying yesterday, certain grounds, batsmen love it. First time he's been back here since his 100, and he's now 49 not out.
Roach in again to him, and that is his 50 because it's on to the legs. It's not as full as the previous delivery. It doesn't work it through mid-wicket, has to work it out towards square leg where there is a fielder, but happy with the single. He acknowledges the shouts of congratulation from the seats in front of the Leicester dressing room, as Mark said, explained yesterday, and I saw 1 or 2 pictures of Sam Evans sitting in it. They're occupying the long room.
They are, and I think they used the committee room balcony as well, so it's quite nice up there. Nice view, nice sofas sat outside. I've been lucky enough to sort of been invited up there a couple of times for a cup of tea, and they're very nice sofas outside, so they'll be very comfy up there, the Leicestershire lads, watching their batsmen enjoy themselves out in the middle. The bowlers will be delighted.
Hill's 50's come off 96 balls and includes 5 fours.
Yeah, very good 50 as well. As here is Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end to Hill, and Hill pushes into the offside, and they're thinking about a single again, but then Hill sends back Evans with a handout as well there.
I think that's the first time they've not actually gone through with it, having hesitated.
Just a little look at the scores elsewhere. Hampshire are all out for 319 this morning against Middlesex down at the Ageas Bowl. Lancashire 301 for 9 against Northamptonshire. Matthew Dunn is into Hill, and Hill forces off the back foot straight down to Amar Verdi, third man, and they'll pick up another single, and one more to Hill. He moves on to 51. Yorkshire 379, Kent 24 for 1 in reply. That's only after 4 overs, so they're flying along. Sussex 134 for 1 against Glamorgan. Glamorgan all out for 285. Derbyshire all out for 390 this morning against Worcestershire. Matthew Dunn is into Evans, and Evans turns him through mid-wicket past a diving Jamie Overton. We'll get another couple here, Will Evans. He's on to 133, and Leicestershire move on to 283 for 3. Durham have had a good morning so far. 206 for 8 they are now. Essex all out for 96. A brilliant 100 from Scott Baldwin yesterday. 100 And when he was out, I think it was 143 was on the board. So the captain leading from the front there. That's a lead already of 110. As over the wicket comes Dunn. And Evans gets a short one, just sways inside. It plays that nicely. Just swayed inside that. Nottinghamshire 273 and Warwickshire 75 for 3. A worrying finger injury for Dom Sibley yesterday, I was reading this morning. Somerset 312, Gloucestershire 64 for 1. And that's all the scores from around the country. Sheffield Shield final as well. Out in Australia. And New South Wales against Queensland. Over the wicket comes Dunn, short one. And again, Evans is playing that much better today. So getting down on one knee and just letting that go over his head, and he wanders off towards square leg. I think I saw somewhere that, and I may have imagined it, dreamt it, I don't know, but there were queues round the ground for that Sheffield Shield final. So that's tremendous, isn't it? And yeah, terrific stuff. As over the wicket once again comes Dunn, and forward goes Evans. Thickish inside edge really on that, I think, and it rolls in towards mid-wicket and there's no run. So just a reminder, the editor-in-chief of Wisden Cricket, Phil Walker, coming up at around about 12:15. Then director of the ACE programme, Chevy Green, with us at lunchtime, and then the managing editor of the Cricketer magazine, Hugh Turbeville, after lunch. So we've got some guests today, which is rather nice. And Robert Coe, yes, Robert earlier, but there's that tweet about the ACE programme on the Surrey live stream, and I think we're going to get Amar Verdi into the attack.
Well, the ball is hard. The seam is still reasonably pronounced. Maybe just get one to turn. Morning, or evening, I should say, to Fango down in Melbourne. Describes Sam Evans' maiden Champo as a fantastic anniversary present. Remember, it was his wedding anniversary yesterday.
Yes, of course.
He says the runs make selection for the next match interesting. Would you break up an opening partnership that had just put on 100 plus? Who misses out? Brunty made much the same point, with tongue, I think, a little bit in cheek when he said selection problem ahoy. My own feeling, in fact we talked about it briefly this morning, myself and Mark, is that when Marcus Harris comes in, that Sam Evans would be the one to drop down the order. That is the logical thing you would have thought. Verdi is in, bowls, goes back, Hill, and cuts off just outside off stump. He's got it away through third man, and it's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. I think he was actually cutting off stump, which is always slightly risky. Our club, I remember, off spinner never cut before May, but that was in Yorkshire. He used to tell me. No, it was outside. Hill stepped back, but it was excuse me, a good couple of inches outside off stump. He wasn't cutting off the stumps at all.
Partnership's worth 111 now.
Hugely valuable runs as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Verdi is in again, straighter this time. Hill waits for it, plays it off the pitch, pushes it firmly to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're manoeuvring themselves very nicely this morning, Leicestershire. Very good first hour now. Tick round to midday now, and very good first hour.
Verdi tosses that one up, forward, respectfully goes Hill, getting almost to the pitch of it, pushing it back down.
The interesting thing is the way that Hill's played this morning has just allowed Evans to just continue merrily on his way.
Verdi bowls, drags his length back a little bit. Hill goes back and turns it firmly past short leg out to the man on the mid-wicket boundary, jogs a single. Second consecutive half-century then for Lewis Hill. As I mentioned, he scored 65 against Hampshire in the second innings last week. Verdi bowls Hill. Evans a couple of steps down the wicket. Gets more or less to the pitch of the ball and then defends it, but again, little signs of Evans increasing confidence. You would expect his confidence to increase at 133 not out, wouldn't you? But not afraid to use his feet. Verdi bowls, doesn't use his feet on that occasion other than to step forward, get to the pitch of the ball, defend it back down the pitch. It's the end of the over, 288 for 3. It's the top of the hour.
It is. So Mr. Ray has to nip next door to do his update for BBC Radio Leicester. Kemar Roach wants a jumper, so that's being brought out to him by Liam Plunkett. Matthew Dunn will continue down there from the pavilion end. Ben Folkes is putting on his Surrey cap and removing the helmet, because of course he's been wearing the crash helmet to stand up to Amar Verdi. And the right-handed Lewis Hill is getting ready to face up once again to Matthew Dunn. 288 for 3. Slip gully. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket catching for Dunn into Hill, and Hill's punching out towards Amar Verdi, sweeping on that third man boundary rope. He's got to come all the way around to do the retrieval work out at cover, and they'll pick up a couple more. So 2 more to the total, 2 more to Hill. He moves on to 58. Leicestershire moving on to 290 for 3. Waits again, does Hill. Matthew Dunn runs towards us, comes in over the wicket, short ball, and Hill lots of time just to pull this one with a roll of the wrists down to Kemar Roach. Those who are interested, the top of the crane where the cabin was is now disappeared. So they've taken the cabin off the top of the crane now. So, yes, gentlemen stood up there on the top of the crane, and that cabin has been lowered down to ground level. Dunn is in once more to Evans, who's flashing at this. That's going to beat gully. That's going to rush away down to the third man boundary rope for 4 more. Surrey have real problems here. And this is very good stuff from Hill and Evans again. And Evans, well, it was all along the floor, and it's flashed away past gully and has whistled off down to that third man boundary rope. And Evans moves on to 137 now. 295 for 3. Evans waits again on 137 as Dunn's into him. Full length delivery. It squirts down towards the gully region again as Ollie Pope does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. Leicestershire will be absolutely delighted with this morning. Started today 215 for 3, so they've added 80 now this morning. 80 in nearly 17 overs now. Dunn is in once again, and this is punched away by Evans down to Amar Verdi once again. Comes round to do the fielding. Down to our right hand side. Evans strolls another single. He moves on to 138. 296 for 3, so 4 runs away now from a third batting point. Leicestershire. That run rate now moving up to 3.19. So 3.19. Richard Bray's done his finger a bit of damage, putting his headphones in there. As this one's pushed leg side by Hill, and he's going to get a couple again. Surrey just cannot stop these 2 scoring runs at the moment. It's not like they're smacking the ball to the boundary, but they just keep picking up 1s and 2s and very happily ticking round. And 298 for 3. Hill has 61. Evans has 138 at the end of Matthew Dunn's over. And welcome back, Richard Bray.
They could not have asked for more from the first, 64 minutes of this morning's play. Leicestershire, not only not to lose an early wicket, but to score at the rate they have. Brilliant start to the second day as far as the visitors are concerned. Beautiful sunshine bathes the oval again. I don't know whether that hammering is getting rapidly smaller, isn't it? But I don't think it's to do with the crane. I'm not quite sure. They're not extracting bolts. Verdi is in. Past umpire Pollard tosses it up forward. Studiously is Sam Evans, almost down on one knee as he defends that one back down the pitch. Slip and short leg still in. Messrs Burns and Smith. I think that's Jamie Smith in at short leg. Verdi is in. He beats him on the outside. Has he taken the outside edge? Evans has gone. Verdi just pushed one past the outside edge. He played for turn. It didn't really turn. Oh, did he flick the bails off?
Bowled him. It's a nice
well, now, did he just play down the wrong line there? I thought it was for a catch behind. Let's have a look. See, it did turn a fraction, and it did bowl. And that was a brilliant piece of work by Amir Verdi. Well batted, Sam Evans, but, well, now that's quite interesting. There's a little bit there for Verdi. I thought it had just flicked the outside edge. In fact, it beat the outside edge, but flicked the outside edge of the off stump, knocked the bails off. Well played, Sam Evans. Well bowled, Amir Verdi.
Yeah, what a very fine innings that is from Evans. That's a lovely piece of bowling from Amir Verdi. And Evans making his way back, but what an effort from him. 138 very fine runs from Evans. Surrey will be relieved with that, because as we were saying, that they couldn't really keep a lid on the run scoring there, but now they've got an opportunity with Evans going. But very well batted, Sam Evans. 138 for him, 298 for 4. Fabulous partnership for that fourth wicket as well. But Surrey will be very relieved to be seeing the back of when Sam Evans made his way up the steps there into the long room. And nothing against Sam Evans, but as I say, the fielding side would have been relieved to see the back of Sam Evans there. 298 for 4, Leicestershire.
280 balls, 16 fours, 395 minutes. Sam Evans has reason to be quietly satisfied, I think, with his efforts this morning, but he was looking so comfortable in that first hour, much more so than yesterday, that there'll also be a little bit of an element of disappointment, I suspect. He didn't go on past 150. Harry Swindles misspelt on the scoreboard, I think. In goes Verdi and bowls 2. Swindles, the young wicketkeeper batsman, defends on the first ball. No, they've got it right. I thought it had the L first. It was a double L, but it isn't. Yeah. Verdi, lifted by that wicket, is in and bowls, tosses it up outside off stump, looking to drive Swindles, and does, but he just keeps control. Really doesn't really launch himself out. It ends up steering it straightish to Pope, who's there at extra cover, and there's no run. 298 for 4. Verdi is in, bowls onto off stump again. Forward goes Swindles, head right over the ball, defends the ball straight back down the wicket. Smith comes jogging to pick it up, picks it up around 3/4 of the way back down the track. Verdi bowls, back goes Swindles. As it was pushed through a little bit by Verdi. It was an interesting one. Good job, he got plenty of bat on that as he played it back down the pitch on the onside. Well bowled, Amir Verdi. Was that a wicket maiden in the end? They take a run off the first ball. Either way, very, very well bowled. He just opened the door a little bit for his side. 298 for 4.
Yeah, and it had to take a really good bit of bowling to get rid of Evans, and it is a really good bit of bowling. I think it's basically beaten him almost on the outside there,
yeah,
and just hit the top of the off stump. So it took a very canny piece of off-spin bowling that from Amir Verdi to get rid of Evans, because he played so well at Evans. Just for Donica on Twitter, and I missed this yesterday, Donica, I'm so worried. He said he hasn't slept all night, wondering how they're going to dismantle the crane that is dismantling the crane. Well, don't worry, Donica, because the other crane seems to be an extendable crane, so it sort of seems to be one of those that you don't have to dismantle it, it just goes up and down, and that's sort of lowering bits off the other crane. Jordan Clark is into the attack. Important things, those crane matters, as this one, ooh, across his stumps goes Hill, looking to flick down to the leg side. He's dropped his bat there, actually, has Hill. It's all a bit of a mess, that delivery. And there's no run. And Hill remains on 61. And Jordan Clark, a couple of wickets yesterday. But yes, basically they're dismantling bits of the crane, and then there's another big crane that sort of lowers those bits. But the other crane doing the lowering is an extendable crane. As Hill cuts off the toe end of his bat straight to Rory Burns at first slip. Now he could do that again if he tried all season. Looking to cut that and straight off the bottom of his bat, Hill. And Rory Burns doing the fielding, moving away to his right hand side. Phil Walker, editor-in-chief, is in the back of the box at the moment, which is very exciting. And stay till the end of this over, Mr. Ray. I've got a spare set of headies for Mr. Walker, as this one's turned leg side, and there is no run. So very good to have Mr. Walker here. I've got his own headphones for him, which I've fully sanitised as well, which is very exciting for him. In my special headphone bag for him. Gave them a bit of a polish this morning. I think your muffler's dropped off. That's the only concern, but don't worry about that. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This is whipped away off the stumps by Hill, out towards deep backward square. He's going to pick himself up a couple of runs here. Is Lewis Hill, so 2 more to him and 2 more to the Leicestershire total, having won the toss yesterday, and those 2 runs bring up the 300. So Leicestershire have a 3rd batting point as well. So there we are. That's announced round the ground, but a 3rd batting point for Leicestershire. 300 for 4 Leicestershire. So they're doing the right thing after winning the toss and batting. As Jordan Clark is in again, forward solidly goes Hill and pushes this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Oh, Hashim Amla practicing his leg breaks there. I think we'd have to be in very deep territory for Mr. Amla to take off his white floppy sun hat and start bowling his leggies. Down there, I think he's just keeping warm actually as much as anything down there at mid-on. As here comes Jordan Clark once again, and forward goes Hill. Wants a single again. Lewis Hill keeps you on your toes, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And there isn't a run there.
He usually takes a big step or two before saying no, which triggers his partner to take a step or two in return.
He does keep. We'll do one more over with Amar Verdi with you, Mr. Ray, and then we'll bring in Phil Walker, editor-in-chief of Wisdom. Lots to discuss with Mr. Walker. Now the season has started. The almanac coming out yesterday, of course. Darren Stevens, joyous. I was saying, and I did something with Andy Zaltzman last week, and well, he almost tempted Providence, saying if Stokes gets an injury, he wants Stevens in there. Well, now is it happening?
Bit of news about Stokes this morning.
Yeah, I saw that.
Surgery. Verdi is in, bowls, back goes Swindles, forces nicely off the back foot, finds the gap between cover and point, sat up quite nicely for him. Still nice and hard, this ball, but nicely played too by Harry Swindles. He too is in a bit of form with the bat. Swindles made 59 and 34 in the, well, it can only be described as a rout at the hands of Hampshire last week. But Swindles batted very gamely indeed against a very good attack led by Kyle Abbott and Mohammad Abbas. Verdi in to him, bowls, goes to him a little bit onto the pad, and there's an appeal for leg before, might just have hit him outside the line. He got forward, missed the ball as he looked to sort of flick it away to the leg side. Playing with fire, Swindles there a little bit. Worth a shout from Verdi. Turned down, in he goes and bowls very straight, and this time meets a straight bat from Harry Swindles.
He got himself in a bit of a tangle there, didn't he?
He did.
I think playing for turn, go with the turn, and there wasn't any. He sort of ended up getting his bat stuck on his boot, and he was just outside the line.
Just outside the line, yeah. Heart will have been in the mouth for a moment when the cry went up, however. Verdi is in and swindles forward. Thick inside edge past short leg along the ground past Smith, and no semblance of a chance. But again, Verdi causing problems with flight as much as anything. It's lovely stuff.
It's good to see, isn't it?
It is.
From Amar Verdi.
304 for 4 swindles, with just that one scoring shot for 4 earlier in the over. Verdi is in. Swindles is turning his wrists on one. It's in the air for a few feet. Well wide of short leg. It's through the mid-wicket area, just for a couple of feet. But you heard a little cry from Verdi. It's causing problems for Swindles at the moment. He's making him think. He goes in and bowls to Swindles. Fuller this time. Swindles looks to clip it away through the leg side. It's fielded, not particularly elegantly at mid-on, but fielded nonetheless successfully. End of the over. 304 for 4. Leicestershire. Lewis Hill has 63. Harry Swindles just 4.
Richard Ray, thank you, sir. Richard will be back with us. Well, you can have a break, old boy, till lunchtime, because I'm then speaking to Chevy Green at lunch. I think I'll need a break after lunch, Mr. Ray. So you keep those vocal cords well. What's the right word? Oiled is the word. I was going to use another word, but I thought it would probably get me thrown off air at the moment. So Phil Walker's joining us, which is an absolute joy, because I haven't seen the great man for a while due to many reasons. Most of them, what everyone's been going through, obviously. But let now. I've sanitisers. There's no run, as you've just seen on the live stream there, as Hill is punching that one from Dunn down towards backward point. Now you pop those on, old boy, and make sure you can hear. I think they're the other way round. This is live headphone talking. Now, are you hearing us all there, loud and clear? Everything happy? Right, here we are with Jordan Clark coming in over the wicket, and Hill is turning this one into the leg side. And it is a very good afternoon to the editor-in-chief of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Mr. Phil Walker. What an absolute joy to see you, old boy. You're looking, well, people are seeing you now on the Surrey live stream on commentator cam, and you'll be able to see for yourselves on that the great man is looking utterly resplendent.
Yeah, it's a bit up close and personal, that image, actually. I'm not entirely comfortable with that, but I'm sure you are.
Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket, and this one's turned away by Lewis Hill. Out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up 1, they'll pick up 2 as Jamie Smith gets round to do the fielding. Hill will move on to 65. 306 for 4. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm kind of oddly moved to be back here. I came in yesterday, obviously caught the first day of the season, first home game of the season anyway, and while it's obviously lacking a certain presence in the stadium, in the terraces and so on, it's nonetheless quite a moving experience, Mark, to be back here, and there's some semblance of normality to be returning.
Hill, now has he got inside edge on that? He must have done, I think. Yeah, looking to drive, little inside edge from Jordan Clark onto his front pad, and it rolls out towards cover, and there's no run. Absolutely, and you know, a county season last year was joyous because I think it was a miracle, really. This year, to actually have a bit of a pre-season and come in April and be in a county season, you're right, it just makes you feel a little bit normal, really. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark once again, and this is flashed away by Hill down towards Amar Verdi, and down there at sort of a deepish cover point, and one more to the total. 307 for 4. Because how has sort of the winter been and last summer been from a sort of magazine Wisden
getting straight into it, are we?
Well, I think people will be fascinated, actually, because everybody's sort of had to adapt to what's happened.
Well, I'm not giving away too many trade secrets to say that pretty much overnight there was a hit to the whole commercial side of the business, but there was across the whole of the game. And I think there was an appreciation that, you know, corners had to be cut and belts tightened and so on. But the flip side is that the magazine itself and the online content as well that runs alongside it, wisden.com, has actually been flourishing in the last 12 months.
Jordan Clark is in, and up on his toes goes Swindles and pushes this one out towards extra cover.
I guess in basic terms, Mark, that people were at home, people were shut down, and you need some kind of stimuli, right? So suddenly a good old-fashioned print magazine becomes a rather appealing option for people, and so we saw the numbers of subscribers skyrocket really, and obviously a lot of the shops were shut, so people would maybe buy the odd magazine, suddenly thinking, no, well, I'm going to commit to this because it's with the heaviest of hearts. It looks like we were in for the long haul, and so from a business perspective on that side of things, it actually played out quite well for us. But of course it was bittersweet because of the circumstances in which we were all forced to work.
Yeah, absolutely. And sort of just from a purely cricket writing point of view, as Amar Verdi comes in over the wicket, and forward comes Hill, playing this one down into the leg side. You know, tricky in that you could get to games last year, but it was, you know, it was all behind closed doors. There were bubbles left, right and centre. And sort of your entire way of operating from being a pure cricket writer changed as Amar Verdi is in, and this is punched off the back foot by Hill, apologies, out there to extra cover, and there's no run.
I was at Lord's for the final of the Bob Willis, the Essex-Somerset game, and that was as pleasurable a cricket match as I've been to probably since the 2017 Women's World Cup final, which was a legendary moment, of course.
Skipping in over the wicket comes Verdi, tosses this one up, driven by Hill, and well fielded at extra cover.
I was sitting with Shield Berry, you know, the great Shield Berry.
I was with him last week in Bristol with his patio heater.
Really?
Which he brought with him.
Oh, of course he did.
What a man.
Yeah, one of the all-timers is Shield, and he was saying similar things, that, you know, you only really appreciate what you've got when it's almost taken away from you.
Hill is forward and pushing this one straight back up the pitch, and Verdi's doing the fielding.
And, you know, the privilege to be there, really. Yeah. The privilege to, albeit in a, you know, pardon the pun, a sanitised scenario, and there was a false element to the experience, but it was also quite a pure experience as well, because you were able to fully get your teeth into a game of cricket.
All boundary here as Hill rocks back. That's a very good shot from Hill, and he's trusting the fact that there's no great pace or bounce to this pitch, so he's just rocking onto that back foot and cutting that away. And Hashim Amla's got a long way to go to retrieve that, but it's a pretty good length delivery that from Amar Verdi. But Hill, as I say, trusting the pace and the bounce of the pitch and quick hands, and he's on to 70 here. We were saying the last time these two met 6 years ago here,
I was
he
here.
got 100, Hill, because that was, we were saying that was the KP.
Yeah, of course.
But Hill got 100 here as well, so he's now on to 70. As Amar Verdi is in over the wicket once more, and a little bit of drift, I think, for Amar Verdi.
Yep.
That's turned by Hill into the leg side, and there's no run.
Tricky player to bowl to, Hill. This smallish, diminutive kind of player. Plays off the back foot against the spinners as well. And you've seen, I've just been in the box 5 or 6 minutes, and you've seen a couple of falls through the offside. And when you are bowling off breaks, slowish off breaks against a player like that, then if you just miss your length, if you miss your length by half a foot, really, then
like
they'll lean back, and obviously you get your full value here. It is looking gorgeous, I have to say, and rather flat, almost reassuringly flat. This track. Now, I spoke to Ricky Clark a couple of weeks ago, obviously in the midst of a few inter-squad games and so on, and he was saying it's an old school oval pitch, and they've been trying to get a few more runs into it, I think, in the last few years. And I think Big Lee, the legendary Big Lee, the head groundsman here, I think he's done the business. And while it might feel like a long slog at the moment, I think in the end it's good for the club, and I think it's good for the county game that we are hopefully, if last week's any reflection, we are seeing a few more runs around the game.
It's really interesting you say that. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this one is pushed by Swindles up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And look, we've done the serious bit straight off the bat there, and the most important thing is it is a joy to see you. It's a joy to see everybody. It's a joy to have cricket back, and it will be a joy when spectators come back and are in the ground to watch. And obviously you've probably become an absolute expert at Zoom, I would have thought, and doing all your interviews over the internet. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and flashing this one off the back foot is Swindles out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Rope and round comes Amar Verdi to do the fielding. You must have sort of spoken to an awful lot of people from your phone and laptop.
It's a strange sort of disconnected experience, isn't it? I did the debate show, the Mark Butcher's debate show on Sky last year towards the back end of the summer, and when you're doing live TV on Zoom, and you know, you're only ever concerned about the connection going and the cats in the front room, you know, chewing on my ankle and so on in your live TV. That was a twitchy moment, I would say.
Forward once again goes Hill, plays this one down into the leg side. And
you are fully geared up here, Mark, by the way, aren't you? This is impressive. You've got your Dettol cleansing surface wipes.
Yes,
over
so
there.
I've got my Dettol cleansing surface
Your
wipes.
pencil case, copy of the Cricketer, lovely.
Just to say on the BBC, other
of course.
sanitising wipes are available.
Do
These
apologise.
these ones are absolute belters. I've got my hand sanitiser there.
You've got your ham and cheese sarnie.
I've got my ham and
lunch.
cheese sandwich for lunch. Some apples as well to keep us going. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Oh, bowled him off the inside edge. Hill's gone back to cut. Inside edge. Back onto his stumps. It's a third wicket for Jordan Clark. It's a second one for Surrey today. Hill goes for 70. Leicestershire 312 for 5, and that's exactly what we were talking about with Hill in the previous over. Fairly good length ball. He likes to cut. He's gone from the crease with that thickish edge straight back onto his stumps, and Hill goes for 70. And Jordan Clark, a cricketer I have a huge amount of time for, picks up a third wicket, and it's 312 for 5, Phil Walker.
Just a tiny glimpse, you would say, now for Surrey. As we say, it is a flat one. This game will go 4 full days, you feel, and you know, 1 or 2 more before lunch, and suddenly 350 for 7 or 8, and it's game on again. It looked like a hard slog at certain points this morning, and certainly last night as well. I thought Sam Evans played beautifully actually for his 100. But yeah, this is going to be a good old-fashioned slog of a 4-day of this, and Surrey will be certainly looking forward to having a bat. I saw Rory Burns yesterday when he lost the toss, and you could see the air sucked out of his body because he knew, you know, that this is a pretty flat one at this stage. But of course, like all good oval tracks, it will turn towards the back end.
Yeah, and also the other thing is to sort of remember what happened here in 2015. Now, whether anyone from Surrey is going to score 355 not out, I don't know. But we were saying the amazing thing about that game is what we all completely forgot, and I did genuinely forget, was Surrey chasing 218 in 21 overs.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Jason Roy and Stephen Davis going.
It was Stephen Davis,
nuts.
wasn't it?
Yeah, Davis got
Davis.
100. We're just seeing again the replay of this one, and just chopping the ball back onto his stumps, Lewis Hill, and going for 70. So Ben Mike is out there in the middle. So Ben Mike, right-hander, and facing up to Jordan Clark. So yeah, absolutely. And the reason is because, and I'm being asked this question an awful lot, this new format, it's the county issue for Wisdom Cricket Monthly, so you're the perfect man to have about Championship cricket this summer, the 3 groups.
Yep.
First 10 games, top 2 from each group go into Division 1. And then whoever wins that is the county champions, and the top 2 go through to the Bob Willis Trophy final. I really like it.
So do I.
I really like it. And there's a number of reasons I really like it, most of which are my normal, strange, silly reasons. having a man of knowledge is good here. As Jordan Clark is in. Oh, a Mike. Now, what's that hit? It's a bouncer, and he's just ducked straight into that. Oh, he didn't look comfy with that at all. And that ballooned in the air, and it's hit. Well, he's taking something off the pitch at the moment that wasn't even on the pitch. What he spotted there, I don't know, but cool, that I think it hit him on the shoulder. It's a good quick ball that from nowhere from Jordan Clark.
Yeah, and he does have that. He bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he? He's a big lad, Jordan Clark, and Ben Mike's got to rub the sleep out of his eyes a little bit. You know, he's got a job to do here, and he's barely picked his bat up before that one's clanged into him.
Jordan Clark is into and goes full of length this time.
Better.
Nicely played by Ben Mike. So, I really like it. But your thoughts on this 3 groups? And I like the fact that you've still got a Lord showpiece. And I like the fact that at the beginning of the season, every county has once again got a chance to be the county champions.
I like it too, Mark. And we've been writing about this for a little while, really, and it was interesting speaking to people last year. Obviously, it was cobbled together somewhat due to the circumstances, but there was a lot of support for it around the game initially. Speaking to CEOs, captains from a range of clubs, it's been interesting that there is a clear divide between the big clubs, the have clubs, the moneyed clubs, the clubs that are used to playing Division 1 cricket, and the clubs that are rather ensconced in Division 2, and there is a definite division between the two in terms of attitude and
Verdi.
Attitude and commitment to it. And overall, I think it's absolutely the right thing for the 18 club model. You know, if we believe in that, then we have to believe that at the start of a summer, all 18 have a puncher's chance of getting through to that.
Verdi's
that
in.
Super September, as they call it.
Well, absolutely. Verdi just giving that one a bit more air, and Swindles is pushing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, and the other thing I think 2 divisions has worked great, but it never hurts to mix it up a bit at times. As here is Verdi, and forward comes Swindles and pushes this one into the offside. There's no run.
I spoke to Ian Salisbury about this, who's head coach now, of course, at Sussex. This was at the end of last year, and he said that the game that they played here against Surrey, Jack Carson played a young spinner, Verdi played, plus Moriarty played for Surrey, and they dominated the game, these 3 young spinners.
Verdi's in again, and this one Swindles covers up, pushes back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Now, he made the point about Carson, that Carson probably wouldn't have played if they were going for promotion, or if they were fighting relegation, say, then he probably wouldn't have played. A 19-year-old off-break bowler from Ireland, and yet he played, and now he's part of their squad, ensconced in their first team squad now.
As forward once again goes the right-handed Swindles, turns this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He also made the point that young players coming through are going to be more prepared to hang around at these clubs, which are maybe seen as feeder clubs in certain respects, such as Leicestershire, let's be honest. But if you know that you can play here at the Oval against Surrey, then why would you necessarily look to be leaving?
Turns into the leg side Swindles, and we'll pick up a single out there to Jordan Clark. One more to Swindles, one more to the Leicestershire total. Phil Walker, editor-in-chief of Wisden Cricket Monthly, with us. 313 for 5. Absolutely. And this is making me feel better, because these are some of the points I've made, which is making me feel slightly better now. But that is, there is that whole thing about, and I get players going to other counties, and I would never ever go at any of them for doing it. They've got their reasons, and let's be honest as well, there's the whole England thing.
Yep.
There's the whole being seen in the shop window, isn't it? Now, this first round of games and this week's games, you look at the scores and you look at the players that have been scoring runs, and you think, well, hang on, they're all still in the shop window. And it might be players scoring runs who wouldn't have been in the shop window. As Jordan Clark is in from the pavilion end, and this is flipped leg side by Swindles, a little uppish. And one bounce there to Jamie Smith at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Just look at Sam Evans. Okay, starting off in his career, he's 23-year-old, I think, and he's got a pretty ordinary first-class record up to now. Turns up at the Oval, having not got many last week, in a pretty emphatic defeat that a few people were then reacting on the back of, well, should Leicestershire be playing against the so-called big boys, etc., etc. And he comes out here, strums a beautiful 100 at the Oval against a, not far off an international attack in terms of quality here and there.
Clark is in, and this is flashed off an outside edge by Swindles. That's a proper go at that. He's thrown everything at that at Swindles, and it's flown off the outside edge, and that's almost gone for 6 down to third man. He threw that much at it, and he's on to 10, and it's 317 for 5. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all. It's a good early season shot, that. You want to get into double figures, you want to get yourself going, throw the hands at it and hope for the best.
I just spotted the fox in the stand there where the ball went. In over the wicket is Jordan Clark, and this is flicked off a pad just past Ben Folkes' left mitt as he dived to his left, and this will be leg byes and 4 of them. 321 for 5, and Swindles here, even though that's off the pad, there's a bit of intent from Swindles here. Try and get that run rate up. Now those 2 wickets have fallen, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Absolutely. And you look at some of the, Scott Borthwick yesterday, and obviously gone back to Durham, goes down to Chelmsford against the champions. 100 out of 143, as in over the wicket once again, is Jordan Clark, and this is tucked off his hip by Swindles out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a couple more Swindles. He's on to 12, 3-2-3 for 5. Yeah,
Essex's first 2 games instructive, really, in the context of this conversation, because last week they put on a 400 and plenty. Wesley made a double 100, and yet Worcestershire came out, and most people were saying, oh, they'll get Harmered, you know, and Simon Harmer will do his thing. Well, Jake Libby batted for 11 hours and 21 minutes. 2 minutes shy of the longest innings of all time in Championship history, by the way.
Fantastic. There's short ball here from Jordan Clark, and this is pushed down into the gully by Swindles, which moves me on to my next point, Phil Walker.
Right.
Which also, thinking about this from sort of an international point of view, so you've got an 8-week block
Yep.
of red ball cricket where
Glory
players can
be.
concentrate on playing red ball cricket. And there, you've just said it there, Libby, that's a proper test match innings, that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the average necessarily to scream international honours, but he does occupy the crease hour after hour, and he loves it.
Jordan Clark's in again, short ball and up on his toes goes
Did you know
Swindles.
who the longest of all time is? He was 2 minutes shy of. I mean, if you don't, it would be a tricky one to pluck out.
It's not an
hand up at the back of the box.
Obvious one.
Sorry? Bang on, Jason Gallion.
Was it Jason Gallion? Wow.
Holds the longest ever championship innings. And Jake Libby was 2 minutes shy of it. You should have just changed your gloves, you know, had an eye on it, do another little change of gloves.
Jason Gallion.
Yeah.
There you go, the man who famously, didn't he, threw KP's
That's it.
kit bag off the balcony.
Yeah.
Also played for England, of course. But
it's quite a legacy, because it does go in that order, doesn't it?
it does. 3
Yeah.
3-2-3 for 5, and Ben Mike on strike here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester, to Amar Verdi with the sun shining, which is very pleasant, and Amar Verdi comes bouncing in over the wicket to Mike, and Mike is forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So there it is in front of us, the county issue. In a changed world, why we need the county game more than ever, by the great Mr. Hops. What a lovely quote that is on the front cover. As in over the wicket comes Amar Verdi and pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So what have we got in there this month, Mr. Walker?
Well, firstly, I shouldn't really say this, but this has been out for a couple of weeks now.
Okay.
So the upcoming issue was completed on Wednesday evening. But this one is still running strong, the county issue, and Hops's piece is majestic, as you would imagine, really. I mean, on the spine, discover it, nurture it, save it. County cricket has never been more vital. And it was a love letter, really, to the game by one of the great writers, really, of our time.
It's Verdi. In over the wicket he comes, and Mike just pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, so, you know, every county assessed and analysed, I suppose you would say. I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I have tried to get under the bonnet of the Oval Invincibles. What the hell is happening there?
In over the wicket once again comes Amar Verdi, and forward goes Mike and pushes.
Do you have a little bleep button?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. Look, I genuinely, and hands up, I'm actually intrigued by this.
Yeah.
I really am. I'm utterly intrigued to see what's under the bonnet, as you've put us. Here is Amar Verdi, and this is tucked away into the leg side by Mike, and it's his first run out there towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. 324 for 5. Mike's on to 1. Don't give too much away, because obviously you want people to read it. But what have you found under the bonnet? What can you tell us, Mr. Walker?
There is an undeniable tension there that can't be ignored.
Denied.
Yes, can't be ignored. Let's go with that. When it does get going in late July, Surrey will have 12 first teamers unavailable, with 8 of those players wearing
Oval Invincibles
shirts, turquoise.
Yes, indeed.
And a couple from Kent as well, of course. And while it's laudable to retain, I think, a local flavour and makes sense from a marketing perspective, it undoubtedly hits Surrey hard. Surrey is a working club and a business on its own terms.
Jordan Clark from the pavilion end is in, and up on his toes goes the right-handed Mike, looking to punch that through the offside, through it a bit early, and it actually just squirts straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
So we have this fascinating scenario where you have a club carrying the Oval name, or a franchise or a movement carrying the Oval name, playing at the Grand Old Ground, needing to be supported by the county club, but at the same time it's impacting on the county club's chances of progressing themselves.
As Jordan Clark is in again, and forward once more goes Mike.
And while being optimistic about the 100. The bigger picture is that it will hopefully, and at least this is how it's sold to us, it will future-proof the 18 club model and so on and so on. One can understand where the concerns come from when we are looking specifically about maintaining the status quo and maintaining the essence of the 18 club game, which of course is what we're all wedded to.
As Mike stands with that bat raised, and Jordan Clark is in, and he lets this one go outside his off stump.
Indisputably, though, the best thing about the 100, I think, is that they are now aligning the women's game alongside the men's, and so the first game of the whole shenanigans, let's say, begins here, as you know, I think maybe July the 21st, something like that, and it will be All Invincible Women, and they will get the whole show open, and that's significant symbolically, I think, but also in a real sense, in a practical sense. It aligns the two games together and gives them both a chance of flourishing, I think. And while there is an undeniable, there's a kind of slight little aggravation, I think, between the existing club and the new experiment, the new franchise, and how the two of them work in cahoots. I think we have to try and be optimistic. We have to try and be positive, because the consequences of it not working are grave. Let's not escape that.
That's absolutely right. And personally, as in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. This is whipped leg side by Mike out towards deep backward square, and on to 2 he goes, and 325 for 5. The way I look at it is, it's happening. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be very different. But there are some very, 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 very good cricketers out there in the middle. And let's see what happens. I'm
100%.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by it. I really am, genuinely intrigued by it. And actually, do you know what? It's exactly what you just said there with the women's game as well. I think getting the first game is huge, absolutely huge for the women's game. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This is punched away by Swindles out towards extra cover, and they'll pick up another single. One more to him. He's on to 13.
in all the the hand wringing stresses and anxieties around this thing, the thing I'm personally least concerned about is the product itself. I think the games themselves, if you have a penchant for 20 over cricket, then there's very little daylight between these two things, and the quality of talent on show speaks for itself. And I've spoken to CEOs around the county game who, when they saw the draft picks, there was a little lump in their throat, because they're thinking, right, well, okay, if we are looking to ensure our future, then the quality is so condensed now, the cream has really risen to the top, and while that makes it a more appealing and seductive product, it also brings its own threats to the existing status quo. So I can understand. It was put to me brilliantly by one CEO. I have no problem with the stone itself. My concern is when you drop it into the pool, the ripple effect that it may well cause, and I can understand that.
As here is Amar Verdi, and forward goes the right-handed Swindles into the leg. I like that analogy.
Yeah.
One I'd like even more is when you're on the beach and you throw it onto the sea, and how many times
I could never get the handle of that.
I used to love doing that.
The old Keith Arthurton underarm flick.
Absolutely. I would have found you down as very good at that. As in over the wicket once again comes Verdi, and this one's turned leg side.
Yeah, I'm just being falsely modest, Mark.
No, as always, 326 for 5. But no, I'm intrigued by the whole thing. I'm genuinely intrigued by the whole thing. And it's here and it's happening. I think we've got to be positive and give it a chance as well. Give it a chance, see what happens. The weather will play its part.
Yep.
As in over the wicket comes Verdi, and this is tucked away by Swindles behind square on the leg side, and there is no run.
There is also an added element to this, which is not often referred to, certainly not in the discourse around Twitter and so on, where it's understandably very much about the effect that it will have on the county game, and I understand that perspective. But this came from a chilling set of statistics that the ECB commissioned a few years ago, when they found that numbers of people interested in the game and playing the game were nosediving.
In comes Verdi, forward goes Swindles and pushes this one down.
If you think of the playing force in English cricket recreationally, we lost 8% of the playing force in 1 year. Now, if you extrapolate those numbers out over the course of 10, 15, 20 years, then you end up with a threadbare game at best. This is also a game that is struggling for money and struggling to survive on a practical level.
Birdie's in again. Forward comes Swindles,
and then
no rub.
And sorry, and then you hear about the data that came out of speaking to school kids as well, done in partnership with Chance to Shine, where you found that 3 out of 5 kids didn't name cricket in their top 10 sports. No, you don't have to like it, but you have to have an awareness of it.
Driving again is Swindles out towards extra cover, and there's no run. End of a tidy over from Verdi. 326 for 5.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely today, actually, Verdi. He is a fascinating off-break bowler to watch, and obviously there is a huge hole there for England if he could just push himself through for that. And you never know. He's certainly talented, and he spent the winter with England, so they know what he's about now. He's got a gorgeous action. He's bowled quite nicely this morning. But anyway, just briefly, they interviewed 2,000 children, and as I say, 3 out of 5, 60% of those kids did not name cricket in their top 10 sports when you're just asked to name a sport. Netball, basketball, football, whatever. Didn't even register, don't even know of its existence, 3 out of 5 kids. That is a chilling stat. Only 3% of these kids listed cricket as their favourite sport. Now, okay, football dominates, sure, but these figures terrified the ECB, and then compounded by the loss of recreational cricket as well, or the numbers falling in recreational cricket. They had to get radical, or they chose to get radical. Now, we can argue about the rights and wrongs of a 100-ball tournament.
Kemar Roach is into the attack from the pavilion end, and back into the attack he comes, into his 24th over now, and the first delivery, Ben Mike just turns leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, so we can argue about the whys and wherefores of the tournament itself, and we can make a legitimate case to have expanded the blast or repackaged the blast, but committing to expanding the game at all costs had to be the right move, because those figures were indisputably concerning.
As Kemar Roach is over the wicket to Mike, and length delivery, Mike again just pushes forward, and there's no run.
And I think in the whole shakedown around the 100, I think that element of it has got lost a little bit in the conversation. This inspiring generations thing from the ECB, it sounds a bit focus groupy, but this is the fight, right? The playground, if you like, has never been more cluttered with options for young people, and cricket, bless it, comes quite a long way down the list.
Kemar Roach is in once again, and this is turned
Lovely shot
up the ground by Ben Mikes. Well fielded by Hashim Amla, diving away to his right hand side. They'll pick up one more. Mike's on to 3, and Leicestershire move on to 327 for 5.
The kicker, it's also the greatest game ever invented, and as soon as you actually present that to somebody, they go, oh right, this is what all the fuss was about. But getting that key moment, getting that flash in front of somebody's eyes, and a young person falling for the game, they do, but they need to see it.
In over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and forward goes Swindles, pushes this one out towards extra cover.
Anyway,
so you're under the bonnet of that, but also, and I'll allow you to move on to this, but you've also done Surrey's greatest 11. With Alan Butcher?
Alan Butcher has picked it himself.
Quite right too.
So we get a legend from each club to select their own personal 11 running through the counties. And we went to Al Butcher for Surrey.
As in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and this is turned away off his toes by Swindles down towards fine leg, and they will pick up a single. 328 for 5. I have to say, the first thing I noticed was the 2 12th men, and I wasn't expecting them to do a lot of fielding. I couldn't see them sort of rushing on and off.
No.
With jumpers, or sort of, I'll have a blow there. Can you come on for 5 minutes?
Sylvester Clark and Sack Lane Mushtaq.
So that's 2 pretty good 12th men. So that shows the standard of this Surrey 11 as. In comes Kemar Roach. Mike's had a pull at this short ball, and it's hit him on the shoulder. And of course his first delivery from Jordan Clark hit him on the shoulder, so he's a little bit in the wars here. Ben Mike. End of the over. 328 for 5. Leicestershire. Ben Mike on 3 and Swindles on 14. So sort of run us through the the Al Butcher all-time great Surrey 11.
It's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I think that goes without saying. Bobby Abel didn't make the cut. Disappointed because he's a Southwark boy, and I live in Southwark. Southwark Park's my local park, and there's a blue plaque up there about Bobby Abel, the great Surrey cricketer. Made 340 odd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
and you just
But Al Butch didn't see him.
You look at his stats. So here we go.
But anyway, now obviously the master opens the batting. I think that goes without saying. Jack Hobbs, just for Surrey, 598 matches. That's just for Surrey across a mere 29-year career. 43,554 runs, 144 hundreds, and 86 wickets nipped in there.
The other thing,
just 144 hundreds just for Surrey.
But a lot of those came after he was 40 as
Yeah.
well. That was the other thing. So he got even better.
Yep.
His stats are absolutely ridiculous.
He made it around hundreds after his 40th birthday.
That's it, because I remember all of this with Ramprakash, you see.
One of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the century, of course, so little wonder that John Berry made the cut in Al's team.
Yeah.
Opening with Andrew Sandham.
Well, now, in over the wicket comes Verdi. As this is sorry, I turned into Henry Blofeld there. Swindles turns this one.
It was inevitable.
It's a short mid-wicket, and then there's no run. They've got two men catching at mid-wicket, a short leg and a slip. Do apologise to everybody.
Not a problem.
There. I don't quite know what happened. It's been a while. As waiting once again is Swindles on 14. As in over the wicket comes Verdi to him. Tosses this up. Swindles is using his feet. Just about getting to the pitch, and that I don't think Verdi will mind seeing that, because of course he has got the one that just goes on, and folks will be lurking behind those stumps. I'm just building up to Sandham's stats here. After this delivery, Mr. Walker, you just give us some Sandham stats. As waiting once again is Swindles on 14, as Verdi is over the wicket to him, and forward goes Swindles, and that's tucked away into the leg side. He should get a couple. He will get a couple. That'll take him on to 16, and Leicestershire on to 330 for 5.
A mere 83 hundreds from 525 matches. Rather overshadowed by the master, I would say, but an ideal opening partnership. Squat, solid, bats all day, and then became a coach at the club as well, a manager, coach at the club for many years afterwards. First man to score a Test triple century, Andrew Sandham.
In over the wicket again comes Verdi, and this is slapped really by Swindles out into the offside.
At 3, John Edrich, of course.
Of course.
Couldn't not, could you?
No, absolutely.
And skippering the side at number 4 has to be PBH.
Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it? It has
the
to
mythic
be.
Peter May.
It has to be. As in over the wicket again comes Verdi. Forward. Once more goes Swindles and pushes this one into the leg side, and there's no run. At 5. Interesting at 5.
And it was done in partly for style reasons, aesthetic reasons.
Right.
Al Butch wants somebody that he's going to watch all day batting at 5.
Okay, fair enough. As in over the wicket again is Verdi. Gives this one a bit of air, and driving again is Swindles, and there's no run. End of the over, 330 for 5, Leicestershire.
He says, there is a little artistic license in my selection, in that at number 5 I want someone to provide some style and beauty. And nobody did that better than Mark Ramprakash.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a man that could bat all day.
Yeah.
And the following day and the day after that as well.
Yeah, averaged over 100 twice in a full English summer for Surrey, which is right up there, isn't it?
Absolutely,
statistics.
Absolutely. And of course that sort of...
Do you know what he averaged for Surrey? Have a guess.
I'm going to say high 70s.
High 60s. 60,
high 60s.
68.
Yeah. Not bad, is it? Kemar Roach from the pavilion coming in over the wicket to Ben Mike. Oh, now is there a little bit of bat on that?
There must be.
There must be, because it's a big shout from behind the stumps for LBW. But the reason I thought there was bat in it was Kemar Roach was starting to try and take the catch. So I think bat onto pad, but it almost ballooned straight back to Kemar Roach. So they've picked up 3 wickets this morning. They're keeping Leicestershire within their sights at the moment.
Just about.
At 3.11 the run rate, as Kemar Roach is in once again, and Mike lets this one go outside his off stump. So Ramprakash is at 5. Ramprakash at 5. Who is at 6?
Well, the gaffer, of course, with the gloves, he's at 6.
Of course.
Now,
Of course.
this is where it gets slightly interesting because at 7 is Martin Bicknell, which he's going to be happy with 7.
He's gone up the order.
Because indeed,
he's gone up one in the order.
yeah, in the
start.
history of the club, he's gone up the order.
He's gone up the order 1.
Yeah, but Al Butch figured, I mean, he's only ever going to be coming in at 400 for 5 anyway.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Because you've got enough batting there, haven't you? As forward goes.
Shot.
Mike, that is a lovely shot. Straight down the ground. The on drive. In fact, that's going to rush away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Ben Mike. And maybe the shot of the morning, actually. He moves on to 7. And Leicestershire move on to 334 for 5. Yeah, so Bicknell over 1,000 first-class wickets.
Yep, 1,026 wickets at 24s, 44 5-wicket hauls. And what, 4 test matches for England?
1,000th was Matthew Dennington.
Is that right?
Yes.
Solid work.
In over the wicket once again goes Mike, pushing this one straight back up the pitch. I'm trying to remember who the first one was, because I did say to him that would be a great title for your autobiography, From to Dennington. But I remember it was Dennington was definitely, I think, the 1,000th first class for Bicknell. So Bicknell gets in there at 7, at 8.
Well, at 8 and 9 are the spin twins,
Laker and
Lock. And remarkably similar records for Surrey.
Both very good records as driving. Outside is off stump is Ben Mike, and he'll pick up another single. He moves on to 8, 335 for 5.
Al Butch, in his elegant, understated way. Laker and Lock, both vastly different characters, did not get on especially well and competed furiously against one another. But it certainly brought the best out of both of them. They both averaged 17 and a bit for their wickets over 14 years and 17 years, Laker and Lock respectively.
How many wickets between? Well, give us both their wicket numbers. As Roach is in short one. That's pretty well played by Swindles. He's swayed inside. It's not the tallest of men, but he's ended up down on his knees, rolling off towards square leg. But he played that pretty well. Bit of Caribbean cricket there from Kemar, Roach and Swindles, and it's the end of the over, 335 for 5.
Got to say, pleased to see that from Kemar. Obviously he's feeling his way back, but 0 for 85 is not what he'd have been hoping for yesterday morning. So it's good to see him getting a bit of needle into his game. I think it's probably necessary at this stage. 335 for 5. But anyway, yeah, just on the spinners very briefly. Laker and Lock, 1,395 wickets at 17s, Jim Laker, and 1,173 for Tony Lock. So
we're nearly up to
obscene.
2,500 wickets between them.
Yeah,
which is not bad, is it?
Not bad, is it?
Let's be honest. But your 2 spinners.
8 championships in a row, of course, with those 2 wheeling away under PBH's captaincy.
As Verdi continues from the Vauxhall end, and this one's turned by Ben Mike up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So there we go. So who's in at 10?
10 is the great Alec Bedser, of course, had to be.
Absolutely. Had to be, didn't it? Had to be. It's a heck of a team, this.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
As in over the wicket comes Verdi once again. That's quicker, and this is pushed by Ben Mike back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And then finally, in at 11, Tom Richardson, the great Tom Richardson, who played in the final decade of the 19th century and took a mere 1,775 wickets, again at 17s.
Good, isn't it? As Verdi's in and forward goes Ben Mike and pops this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And then, as I say, Sack Lane and Sylvester Clark as 12th men.
Indeed.
There's some runs in there and some wickets, isn't there?
Which is what you're looking for in a cricket team.
You've got a nice balance there from Al Butcher. Is he coaching the side? Here is Amar Verdi, and forward goes the right-handed Ben Mike, pushes this one out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I would imagine he'll be a backseat driver in this lot.
I think you just let them do what they want, really, wouldn't you? You might do it sort of at the end of another 2-day victory. You might offer up to do the press afterwards. In over the wicket once again comes Verdi. Oh, now then, looking to flick off his pads there was Mike. I think going down the leg side, but he almost kicked that away. And he remains on 8, 335 for 5. Well, that's a terrific Al Butcher Surrey Great 11 there in this month's Wisden Cricket Monthly. And well, the new one just around the corner as well, which is now you can give us a soupçon of that as forward goes. Mike pushes this. I've extended
Where did
my
that come from? That was
vocabulary
gorgeous.
during lockdown. I've been reading the dictionary. 3:35 for 5, but just a little preview for us, Mr. Walker, if you're allowed to.
Yeah, sure. Front cover story is Dan Lawrence. So
yes.
Yeah, I know. Maybe a bit of
Really
Regency bias here
as well.
I went down to Chelmsford and interviewed him.
How pleased were you during the winter?
I was nervous actually watching him because I'm invested in this boy. I think if he does crack it, then what a great story. You think so?
Yeah, I think he will crack it. And do you know the innings where I thought he'll crack this? Was that final test against India?
Yeah.
That's where Sri Lanka was lovely. It was a lovely first innings as Kemar Roach is in, and this is pulled
Lovely shot.
off the hip by Swindles behind square on the leg side, and that rushes off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Swindles on to 20 and 339 for 5. And I hope I'm right with this because he's a lovely player to watch, Dan Lawrence. But I watched most of that last innings against the spinners with England in pieces, and I just thought, on this, to bat like that in this situation as well, he's very impressive.
Yeah, he's got a nice way about him, and he doesn't take anything too seriously, which is a mark of modern young players as well. I think they're encouraged to enjoy it and to embrace the experience.
Yes. Roach, his first wicket for Surrey is an absolute perler because he has knocked Swindles' middle stump out the ground, and Swindles goes for 20 and 339 for 6, and that is the perfect first wicket for Kemar Roach in the middle stump, out the ground, plucked out the ground by Kemar Roach, and Swindles goes, and Surrey have had a pretty good morning actually. Now they picked up 4 and Leicestershire 339 for 6. But Phil Walker, if you sign Kemar Roach, that's the sort of wicket you're visualising for his first one, isn't it?
Yeah, and we said it in the previous over that he was ramping it up a little bit. Frustration was getting to him a little bit, and sometimes a good thing in a quick as well. When they're hauling 0 for 80 odd around with them, you want to see that little bit of needle in there, and that was a jaffer. I mean, he barely picked his bat up and the middle pole was cartwheeling. It's good to see. Excellent signing, because he's a wholehearted cricketer, Kemar Roach. He's been round the block, he's had his injury problems. He's not quite as sharp as he once was, but he's certainly sharp enough, and it's a very canny signing, I think, to have him on board. And Surrey know what they're doing with their quicks. You know, it was interesting to see Matt Dunn get a game here as well, and they have the luxury, I suppose, of being able to rest 1 or 2. Reece Topley bowled well last week, and
that's a good story. That's one to keep an eye on. That's
indeed,
definitely one to keep an eye on. And Liam Plunkett out there doing the drinks duties at the moment. But just quickly with Dan Lawrence again. Yeah, look, and with me, I make some wild predictions with cricket, but I just think watching him and the way he batted in that said to me, this is a guy who adapts incredibly quickly and learns very quickly as well, which can only hold him in terrific stead. And there is an opportunity for him there, definitely, with England. So Parkinson, the new batsman, as Kemar Roach is into him, and it's a short one first up to say good afternoon, or it's nearly lunchtime, and Parkinson is hopping underneath this one. So Kemar just slipped himself into probably 5th gear now, I would say, which is good to see. 339 for 6. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, he is a fascinating character because, as I say, he's relatively laid back and he's not afraid to enjoy the good things in life, but he works hard and he has a really clear and there's real clarity in the way that he goes about his game.
As in comes Kemar Roach again and forward.
And although he was reluctant to go into the technical detail of how he played Patel and Ashwin in that last test, when I sort of twisted his arm a bit to go into it, it was fascinating to listen to, and there was a real understanding of the job in hand. And he is a smart boy. He shouldn't be underestimated just because he's a bit of a cheeky chappy and he's got these wrists. I mean, he knows the game, and he grew up on the outfield of Chingford CC. His dad obviously famously is the groundsman there, and so he's immersed in the game limitlessly from a very early age.
Roach it again, and Parkinson is pushing this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
All the fun of the fair in the magazine as ever, but a little interview with Ricky Clark in there, of course, because it's
testimonial year as well.
Testimonial year, and so we went to him and we asked him for his 5 all-time favourite Surrey players that he's played with over the 20 years. I'm not going to tell you what they are because it comes out next week. But he told me a stunningly good story about Saqlain Mushtaq's genius and cheekiness as well.
Very
You're going to have to go and buy it to
Look
get
forward to that. As Kemar Roach in once more. And Yorker shout for LBW. And maybe a bit of bat on that actually from Parkinson. But it's a very, very good over this from Kemar Roach. And of course lunch 1:15 today, isn't it? 3:39 for 6. So we've got an extra 10 minutes for this here, Phil Walker. This
Lovely.
Excellent. Mike on 8. Parkinson yet to get off the mark. Just if you're joining us for the first time today, the story of the day so far is that Phil Walker, the editor-in-chief of Worcester Cricket Monthly, is alongside us. But also, the wickets to have fallen today. Evans bowled by Verdi for 138, and then Hill bowled by Clark for 70. And as I was just saying there, Swindles bowled by Kemar Roach as well. So, yeah, 3 today for Surrey as Verdi is in, and this one's pushed back up the pitch by the right-handed Mike, and there is no run. So yeah, that is a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, I would say so.
Teeing it up.
The Ricky Clark interview is a part of a new section.
As in the air, this from Mike just over short mid-wicket, who hung in the air there, did Mark Stoneman, but that's away for 4. They were uppish from Ben Mike, but that's whistled off to the boundary rope, and he's on to 12, and Leicestershire 343 for 6.
Yeah, as I say, the Ricky Clark piece is a part of a new county-wide section, so we're going to feature all 18 throughout the summer and bring as many stories to you as we can from the 18 counties. And it's a conscious decision in this year of all years,
yeah,
really.
Well, you summed it up perfectly. This is the year for domestic cricket in many ways. Here goes Ben Mike. He swung Amar Verdi into the leg side for 6. I'm not quite sure it's ended up where he wanted it to. He was sort of aiming more straight down the ground, but it's ended up going into the JM Finn stand over a wideish mid-wicket, but it's 6 runs. Nothing wrong with that from Ben Mike. He's on to 18, and Leicestershire 349 for 6 are a run away from what would be a 4th batting point, and of course they have 3 balls in which to get there, because at the end of this over that will be 110, and that'll be bonus point time. So that's what Mike's up to here. He's trying to get them through to that 350 as quick as he can. He's done it. Well done, Ben Mike, nicely done. Just tucks this one out towards deep mid-wicket and he will get a single, and that'll take Ben Mike on to 19, and the 350 comes up for Leicestershire. So he's done that very well. It's good thinking, that, from Ben Mike.
Very good game sense and good commentary sense as well there, Mark. Well spotted.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Walker. You'd hope after all these years I might get one thing right. As in over the wicket comes Verdi, and forward goes Parkinson. This is where I found out they've extended it to 120 overs this year. No, I'm joking. 350.
I liked it when the clock ticked over to 1 o'clock and you were halfway towards your ham and cheese sardine. Oh, right.
Well, I've got Chevy Green coming up at lunchtime. As in over the wicket once again comes Verdi and covering up.
I saw Chevy this morning. Him and Ebony were in the office.
I saw you with your ace cap. Now those are terrific caps.
I'm not sure a man of my years can quite pull it off, but I gave it a go nonetheless.
I did say to Chevy that I would like us to get tickets for Wimbledon and sit behind Novak Djokovic with our ace caps on, to see if we could get on the telly.
Very good, very good.
But no, they've done a wonderful job with the ace programme, so we're talking to Chevy about that during the lunch break as well.
Ebony had been at Dan Norcross's birthday do last night, so she was slightly worse for wear, I think it's fair to say, but nonetheless we came up with a few nice ideas to try and hasten the charity's profile and bring it along.
Excellent. Yeah, I think we may be seeing a bit of Norcross later, actually. 350 for 6, and here is Kemar Roach coming in over the wicket to Ben Mike, and Mike is turning this one into the leg side out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, and that will move Ben Mike on to 20, 351 for 6. Here's a question for you, Phil Walker. What do you... I know we've talked about the domestic game this summer, but I'm going, what floats your boat more, the World T20 I know what your answer's going to be, but people will be interested in this. Or an Ashes series in Australia. And now I know what your answer's going to be, but there's a lot of talk about the World T20, isn't there? And you know where the priorities are for England. Is it the World T20? Is it the Ashes? As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, short one, and Parkinson is ducking underneath this. But I know exactly what your answer's going to be.
Just very briefly, Roach is bowling sharp here, isn't he? This is good signs, I think. Now he's getting rhythm back. He's getting into his work, and this is good signs for the future for Surrey fans, I would say. But yeah, look, you know what my answer is. I don't even need to spell it out. But the wider question is how we do balance the requirements and the demands on these multi-format cricketers, and I think what we saw over the winter was maybe a necessary evil, but it didn't sit comfortably with me, I have to say. And when a player is rested for test matches to be playing in a domestic tournament,
another short one from Kemar Roach, and Parkinson just lets that one go over his head this time.
These IPL bound lads no one questions why they would want to take that road and take that experience and that dollar. Nonetheless, I did feel like a line had been crossed that should never have been crossed there, I have to say that. And while I adore watching 20-over cricket, and people who denigrate it aren't interested in the game as far as I'm concerned. That said, certain games should be ring-fenced as too precious, too sacrosanct, and an India Test series is one of them.
As this is whipped leg side by Parkinson out towards deep mid-wicket, and they're going to come back for two, and Parkinson is off the mark with a couple, and Ben Folkes has almost fallen over the stumps, and it's all happening for 2 runs. 353 for 6.
This has been really stirring stuff to see Leicestershire play like this.
It's been brilliant.
And again, if this was Surrey 3-5-3 for 6 against Leicestershire, then people will be carping a bit and saying, well, should this really? Well, this is proving our point here again about the egalitarian nature of having a tournament where all 18 can go ahead and win it. I mean, Gloucester beat Surrey last week. Durham are comfortably beating Essex at the moment, incidentally.
Absolutely. As Kemar Roach is in once again. And Parkinson has gone. Short ball. He's trying to take that off his nose. And that has flown to first slip. And this is terrific stuff from Kemar Roach. He has gone to 5th gear.
Yeah.
And Parkinson's trying to get off that. He's saying, get away from me, get away from me. He's got nowhere to go. It's just a really good, quick ball, that, from Kemar Roach. And it's a good catch from Jamie Overton, and I think that might be lunch with that wicket, because the players are making their way off. 353 for 7. Kemar Roach with a couple of quick wickets. Parkinson gone for 2. Ben Mike is 20 not out with the sun shining. So yeah, Phil Walker, final thing then. So you're looking forward to the Ashes? As am I, my friend.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
I tell you what, I think England has the battery of quicks and the depth in their quick bowling to have a run at them this winter. Again, it's one of my wild predictions that will probably come back to bite me, but that's how I see it. And there are obviously some holes in the top 6 that need to be filled, and they need to address 1 or 2 areas, I think. But I think they're building a squad now of 18, 19 players that they can trust, and that they can have a real tilt at it.
No, and whatever. It's an Ashes series in Australia, my friend, and that.
You say that. I've seen 3, and the best from an English perspective so far was Cook batting for 2 days at Melbourne in a drab draw. I've seen, aside from that, humiliation everywhere I've gone. I've never seen England even get close to competing in Australia. So while an Ashes series and the spectacle trumps everything, I wouldn't mind seeing England actually nick one. Considering I've been now going for the last 15 years and still haven't actually had that beer at the end of a 5-day and say I've seen England win in Australia. So it would be nice to break that duck for me, But it's a huge year, isn't it?
It's a massive year of cricket. It really is.
I just saw myself on the big screen.
You look magnificent, my friend. There you are. You can wave.
What a strange experience that is.
You can actually wave to yourself there, which is neat. There you are. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely?
Something like that.
Mr. Phil Walker, God bless you, my friend. It's an absolute joy. Forget the cricket. It's a joy to
see
you with a screen between us. But it is wonderful. And I know I saw that the old wrist is in a cast. Poor chap.
Your friend and mine, Vish.
Oh yes.
Nobbled me at football last Friday, or 2 Fridays ago. Yeah.
I bet it was a dirty challenge, wasn't it?
He said he got all the ball.
Off the ball.
He got
challenge.
some of the ball.
Off the ball.
Some of the ball.
He's probably mentioned it on one of his 73 podcasts.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Over various sports. But absolute joy to see you, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Fascinating stuff as always. I'm staying here, although I'm hoping
forever.
I'm hoping for a VT at some point before Chevy because I really need the toilet. But that is a technical point that nobody else needs to worry about here.
Right,
Walker,
sure.
Especially your good stuff. So, Phil Walker, thank you, my friend, and we'll see you again throughout the summer, no doubt.
Magic.
I've got to clean up your headphones as well, actually, for Mr. Green. So,
Sure.
Phil Walker, editor-in-chief of Wisden, just editor-in-chief. I'm not even going to mention the Wisden Cricket Monthly, but no, absolute joy. Yes, please. I would very much like a copy of that. Thank you very much indeed. And do you know what we haven't done in all of that, and I'm proud of us? We haven't mentioned Darren Stevens. Well done us. Well done us. Well done us. That is a very, very fine effort, that, over 50 minutes of chat. So thank you to Phil Walker. Now, in a moment's time, here on the Surrey live stream, and if you want to stay with us on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Leicester, you are of course most welcome. The director of the ACE programme, Chevy Green, is going to join me, but I think on the Surrey live stream now, before we start our chat with Chevy, and I'm cleaning up his headphones and sanitising everything for him as well before he joins us, I think on the Surrey live stream now we're just going to see a little VT about the ACE programme.
There's not many black faces in cricket, in general, really.
The numbers are not coming through at the grassroots all the way through to the international. It's dropped by 75% over the last 20 years.
I don't think young black British kids have enough role models in England to want to play cricket.
How are you going to get into it? If you're not seeing it, why are you going to pick up the bat and play?
It's important now more than ever we come together to drive change.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity.
Partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000.
And 25 young cricketers have been given scholarships by the ACE programme.
It'll be good to see you play.
Showing these black communities that cricket is a sport that you can play and you can be part of, and it can be fun, and it's part of our culture.
I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's an amazing initiative, and hopefully we can play our part in getting as many kids to get involved in our sport.
I get him, boy! You're not meant to say that, man!
I found out through an email that I got this scholarship. I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house.
It's a talent ID programme, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level.
We've actually seen some players that have some potential.
On one player in particular who's been seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. That wouldn't have happened without this programme.
I definitely want to play for England, go down under and fight in the Ashes. I think that is the best part of cricket for me.
I just want to be the best I can be. Go all the way.
I want to push hard and work hard for it.
Hopefully play for England one day and represent our country.
So they get every performance opportunity to make it.
So we're going to start with the schools programme, just going to schools. You know what? Let's have some cricket.
Young people need role models in sports and need to see people who are doing it at the highest level. So it's great when people with that experience could come along and share their knowledge with the young people.
Here we go, first ball. Yeah! There you go.
As only 3 full-time head coaches in the history of county cricket have been of an African Caribbean background.
Right, okay, you have a real good understanding.
Kids do kind of look up to people who they look like, and we need more black coaches.
Just as importantly, can we help them off the field? Can we develop their personal skills, their character, everything? I think it's all a big package.
We don't really need to know the reasons behind you being late. I'm personally not interested.
I never had a female coach when I was growing up, and that would have been really inspirational for me.
We want to get more girls playing and enjoying and loving the game and realising what it can do for them.
One thing I hear a lot from other girls is that cricket's a boys' sport, and they don't know there's an opportunity for them to actually play women's cricket.
Visibility is so important. You really can't be what you can't see.
If I could see someone do that, of course I would think, oh, well, if she can do it, I can do it.
For other girls playing cricket, just focus on what you want, your goal, not what anyone else worries about.
And that's what we're here for. We're just trying to create opportunities, change people's lives.
Black talent is always there. It's about how you bring it out.
If we come together and work together, we could see accelerated change.
There's not many.
Well, a very warm welcome back, and there a wonderful video about the ACE programme, and alongside me is the ACE programme's director, Chevy Green. We were just chatting about that video, Chevy.
Yeah.
And it's terrific video, and every time that's played, I should think you sit there and think, wow, we've achieved an awful lot in a very short space of time.
Yeah, no, very, very proud of it, and it just brings together what the whole program's about, Mark, and it's just fantastic that it covers from, it's got the academy scholars in there, it's got women and girls, it's got schools, it touches on all areas of the game that we want to work on, and it's surprising that, you know, it's literally been a year since we had our first kind of open day, and we had our first training session, you know, after all these lockdowns, just Wednesday gone, this week, and that was probably the 8th time I've seen some of those young people, just because of how things have been. But it's great. It was great to have them, you know, being enthusiastic, and we'll have more content like that coming out as the program grows, and just showing what we're doing.
Absolutely. But before we get into our chat, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is here. Just lean forward because he wants to get his jacket.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's absolutely fine. I could see him there. I think he wants to go get some fresh air, and it's cold out there. So
it's a bit nippy. It's a bit nippy out there. It is a bit nippy.
There's you in your ACE t-shirt, and it's absolutely freezing.
Well, no, we always got to, you know, promote the brand.
No,
you know, where
you're doing it very well, my friend.
You're doing it.
Now, look, let's go back, because as I say, everything's happened very, very quickly. So, ACE programme, the brainchild of Ebony Rainford.
Yeah.
And Ebony's somewhere in the ground today.
She is. She's in our ACE office, just literally across the way. Where you see the English tea shop, that is where our office is.
Superb.
So she's in the building.
Well, if she's listening or watching, good afternoon to you. I was actually chatting with Ebony only last Friday night on something else. So looking at her drum kit and her bonsai tree in her front room, which seems to have Christmas lights on it for some bizarre reason. But yeah, so sort of just take us back to the start of all of this, Chevy, because it's fascinating. It really is.
Yeah, like you said, it started with I call her the first lady of ACE. So like she's technically my boss, but she doesn't like me calling her that. So she's happy with the first lady. We was in the Stewie's war room, in fact, actually.
The war room?
With the performance department, with GT and Benji and Greavesy, Spriggs and Harry, and we was all kind of just brought together with Ebbs. This was pre-Christmas around 2019 December, and I think Ebbs has been working on it a bit before. The African Caribbean Cricket Association was having some discussions with Richard Simile at the same time, and then it all got brought together and said, all right, well, let's try and do it, you know, because she may be listening. I'll be honest, you know, at first we had a bit of a, you know, back and forth on what we felt was the vision for ACE.
Wait, so when you first heard about the vision, what was your sort of initial thoughts then?
I was excited, but I was very skeptical, because I'm someone who's been, I was in and out of the Surrey system as a kid, and I saw many other young black cricketers, friends of mine, and even my brother as well, who was in and out of it for various different reasons, and I didn't have the trust that the game would be so receptive, and but you know, you take a step back. That was just my initial feelings. You take a step back and you think what the power can do, and that's why I always say to people, it's bigger than me, it's bigger than Ebony, it's bigger than the staff, it's bigger than the current scholars. It means so much to re-engage and re-embrace the black community for cricket, because you know, for many years you hear, oh, black kids don't like cricket, and that always used to annoy me, because that's not true. You know, because if other sports can find black talent, why can't cricket? You know, there's many different sports that black people play, and it's just providing the right opportunities for them. So yeah, I was skeptical at first, and just being, you know, excited along the journey, you know, with Ebbs, and you know, we chat often. I probably speak to Ebony more than I speak to anyone else these days, and we bounce ideas off each other. We don't always agree, which is good, because we see things differently, but we always come to the right decision of what's right for the community, what's right for the people, what's right for our scholars on the programme.
So from that initial chat in a war room, across the
way,
we're sat here in the JM Fin stand. The war room's over there in the pavilion here at the Kia Oval. Sort of what were the sort of first steps? Because it's the concept in itself is brilliant, and the fact that you've done what you've done in a couple of years is outstanding. But it's all very well and good having a concept. Of
course,
you've got to make it happen. So how did you go about making it happen?
So at the time we kind of had our thoughts, then we met back up together probably about a couple of weeks afterwards in the committee room, and we had the marketing team with us, and it was just around how we're going to market it, because we're not sure how we're going to get to engage the young people. So I knew a lot of young black cricketers on some of the programs I worked at in my previous role at Surrey. Then we had schools and just word of mouth and different promotions.
Just explain to everybody your previous role at Surrey as well.
My previous role. Yeah, I was cricket participation manager at Surrey, and so I was responsible for diverse communities, women and girls, and disability cricket across the Surrey and South London. So but I started off as a community coach. So I started off as a coach, development officer, then cricket participation manager. Now, luckily and thankfully, even in the pandemic, director of ACE. So it's great. But yeah, we just tried to get and find the young people, spread it, and then we had 100 people turn up for the open days in March,
which was amazing. Amazing. But yeah, give us an idea of. So you work with the brilliant marketing team at Surrey, obviously, and you've got a lot of backup here, and
definitely,
we all know what sort of club Surrey are. But how did you go from that to getting 100 turning up in March from scratch, basically?
As you mentioned, the support we have from the county club here is fantastic. Even the small things that people might not even consider, they go out the way, and the support from Richard and Andrew and the finance team, HR team, down to the marketing team, to everyone that is around here that supports ACE is unbelievable. And just having, like I said, even though we're independent, having that attachment to the club and that support, takes a lot of pressure off our shoulders. But from there we had a marketing campaign, we had a video, Ebony did a promotional video, we had Tude, Alex Tude, he came on and he did a few talks and a bit of promotion with him as well, as a Surrey cricket legend, and that, for me, he's a family friend, so that was like even better, and we just promoted it. We had flyers done, we promoted it out as far and wide as we could, and we just had our fingers crossed and waited to see. So we knew that some people would be turning up, because I had direct links to some people who were like, no, you got to be there, you got to be there. The African Caribbean Cricket Association was saying to the young people they knew, you've got to be there. So there was some, but we didn't. I wasn't expecting over the 2 days 100 youngsters.
Well, look, before we get on to that and them 200 youngsters turning up for those 2 days, just explain to everybody what the aim of the ACE program is, because you've had your initial meetings, you've got your vision.
Yeah.
What is the vision and what is the aim of the ACE program?
It's just to get more young black and black Caribbean and black African and not even just black, but African and Caribbean people, playing the game of cricket. There's been such a history of this country. There's been a history of, even at this ground, you could go back many years of, who's grovelling now to the link to the West Indies, and there's an attachment there, and for whatever reasons, partly within the black community and partly within cricket itself, there was a neglect, from a professional standpoint, to go from 75% down to now 1%. That's onus on the game itself as well within the community, and from a recreational, we're sitting at even just below 1%. So for us, it's just trying to re-engage that, and but we know we're going to bring other ethnicities and communities along the way. Like our development and community hubs are open to all ethnicities, all genders. So we've got 4 sessions starting in a couple of weeks' time across Lambeth, and we've got 4 sessions in Croydon, and in those areas that's open to all ethnicities, and the power of that is we'll be bringing everyone along the journey of ACE. The only difference for us at ACE is for our academy at the moment is African and Caribbean heritage.
Yep.
That's the only difference. But in terms of our schools program or our community program, it's open to everyone, and luckily we've been able to launch in Birmingham, which is great. So there's more community over there that in that part of the world that's going to get it, and we're just wanting to expand. We've got a lot of good interest from other parts of the counties and the country.
Would it be too simplistic to say creating the opportunity as well? That's what you are creating.
That is the key thing.
That's the key thing.
Yeah. That's the key thing. It's creating opportunity, one, just to play the game, but creating it at all levels. So it's creating it from a participation, just playing, and then creating it from a performance. You know, we've had one young man who got to through the program, got to play for the Surrey under-18s at the back end of the season. We've got some other players who we know that we can create those opportunities again. But opportunities within clubs, and even for coaches, new coaches. You know, I had an exciting call with the ECB this morning around some coach education stuff. We're getting more coaches involved and more tutors involved into the game, diversifying that for more, you know, black men and women to get involved into cricket. So, yeah, we just want cricket to really be a game for all. We think cricket can reflect society. I don't know how much it reflects it at the moment, but through ACE we want to play our part in doing that, and there's no reason why it shouldn't.
Right. So those 2 days, March. Come on, be honest. How many kids did you think were going? And how much of a surprise was it when they turned up?
I've said it on and off cameras before. You know, I was surprised, very surprised. You know, I knew what talented kids that I kind of was making come. I didn't expect there to be 100. And we never really. The great thing about it was we went into those 2 days looking for 16 players, and we ended up taking 24.
Okay, so you were looking for 16 players to come on to the ACE program.
Yeah, as a start.
As a starting point.
Start, yeah.
And you ended up with 24.
After 2 days, after 2 days of trials, we ended up with 24 players. So that just showed you, it was like, well, there was enough talent there that we had to extend it. We was like, we can't whittle it down to 16. It was like, well, can we take 24?
And for all of you, that must have been a sort of, not light bulb moment, but hang on, just a second. We knew there was talent out there, but there is an awful lot.
Yeah, no, there is, and we'll be having open days in early June, during that kind of May-June half term, one in London and one in Birmingham. And people ask me, are you capping it again? And I'm like, no, I just open to see if you're talented and you're good enough, you're in our age range, let's see how we can help. You know, I don't want to put a number in it. As long as we can facilitate it group-wise, you know, then let's go, let's do it. There's no reason stopping us. So the more players we can find, more young boys and girls out there, then who knows, we'll get them playing for Surrey one day, Leicester one day. You know, one of our scholars, she's a massive Leicester fan, so she's happy. She might not be happy with some of the Wickets. So Natasha, if you are, I know you're on holiday, so Natasha, if you are watching the stream and listening, and your dad, then Leicester started off well, but Surrey's coming back with Kemar Roach.
There you go. You see, Kemar, absolutely. but so you've got your 24 now. The structure for you, you've mentioned academy and you've mentioned your schools and your community.
Yeah.
Could you just explain to everybody what that structure is? Because you've got your academy, but you want to open it up to everybody.
Yeah. So if we took a pathway of let's say a young boy or girl who attends one of our Lambeth community sessions, they could start there. They could, we'll find them at school. So let's go from school. We'll go to school. So there's a young boy or girl in school. We see a bit of talent. We invite them to one of our community hubs, and then from their community hubs, if they're improving, then they can graduate into our academy as well. So that's kind of the pathway that we're setting from a child's journey. And
age starts?
So ages 10 to 18.
Okay,
so let's
start at 10.
You know, starts at 10. So because that's year 5. So we're focused on year 5 and year 6 in the schools first, and year 7 and 8 with a girls focus in secondary schools. But you know, let's take a 10-year-old boy or girl. We find them. They could be on our program, go through from a school to community to our academy. They could be within our program, and within 8 years they could be playing professional cricket on a rookie contract anywhere. So that's the idea of what we want to try and do.
Well, it's and obviously it's working already. Now the thing is, with anything like the ACE program, and obviously now official charity as well, which is absolutely terrific, but you need the right coaches, you need the right staff, you're the director, Just to explain to us, coaching-wise, who you're using, and as you said, you want to create opportunities as well for coaches, and you want to create opportunities for people working with the ACE program. So again, just sort of coaching-wise and staff-wise, how does the ACE program work?
Yeah, so we've aligned our program to, because it's a talent ID program, aligned it to the performance departments at the respective counties. So our head coach on our ACE London academy is Jeremy Greaves, who's one of the performance managers here. So it's great to have him. I think he's finished or on his way to finishing his level 4. He's been a fantastic coach for many years. So having him and his knowledge from the performance side of things is huge. And then supporting him, we've now got two full-time coaches who both have experience from a schools element, but also on a performance element, who's been doing bits and bobs in the Surrey stuff before. So that's fantastic. So shout out Shamar and Anito as our full-time coaches, and then we've got support from other people as well. Simon Jackson is a young up-and-coming coach. He was involved in the MCCYC program. Lauren Honor Jaffa, she's from Essex. She's currently doing her level 3 at the moment, but she's actually UK women's third. She's third in the country as UK's strongest woman. So we've got her along the program too. And unfortunately for him, I've got my brother who's just recently come involved into the program. So he's got a master's in sports psychology and is level 3 coach, and he's just coming on a different angle around just talking to the guys about the mental side. For his first session with us this week, and having a long time off, just speaking to the guys about their mental state, being at home for this period. So just trying to cover all bases, for our staff and our team.
Interesting you mentioned that, because you mentioned that you were in that war room with Gareth Townsend and Matthew Sprigo, and the academy here very, very well. And you do it brilliantly, don't you?
Yeah.
So how much of that have you sort of tapped into as well, the way that the academy, Surrey Academy?
We're trying to tap into it as much as we can. We actually had a really good meeting last week, just talking about aligning how we keep aligning our programs, trial opportunities, or what stages is are, and Jeremy's the key cog to that.
Wow.
We're having Jeremy as our head coach, and he sits in that department. It makes that transition and those conversations a lot easier. And they've been brilliant. GT and Benji and Spriggs. Greavesy, Harry from the admin side, Catherine from even booking the venues for us, and from the women and girls side of stuff. Their support has been huge, and they've been helping us shape how we want to do our sessions and things, and just having that connectivity is massive. But no pressure on Jeremy. He's the key person to get our ACE kids into the Surrey performance setup.
Great man, great man. Now you mentioned March. I've got to ask you about this.
Yeah.
March. You've got your 24, and then we get locked down, and we all know what's been going on. How hard has that been? Because like with anything, when you've got something new, you just want to crack on, don't you? And you're up, you're running, you've got your momentum, you've got your players, and then suddenly
it was
lockdown.
It was a massive challenge, because you do all this enthusiasm. We had a little marketing and media campaign. We had the open days. We saw 100 kids. We selected 24. There's all this hype, and then we were in the national lockdown. And then even from our own, because at that time I wasn't director then. I was still doing my role with Surrey in the foundation, and the performance had their things, and there was people going on furlough. There was loads of different stuff happening, and along that way there wasn't really even much communication even to the ACE kids at the time, and just across the whole face of cricket there wasn't much communication at all. It was just a complete lockdown and shutdown. And I have to thank the parents and the scholars for their understanding of the situation. They had their own issues going on with their respective families, and it was a really weird situation to be in. So we had that lockdown, and then we actually got back out to do some sessions here at the Oval, and then we played some games at LSC played a game at LSE, and we played a mixed academy game here, and you know, so the summer was very disrupted. Very disruptive.
But how important was it for? And we've all said, genuinely looking back at last summer now, it was a miracle we got cricket. It really was. From a professional point of view and a recreational point of view. But for you guys, how crucial was it that you did get back and you did get some games and you did get some training sessions in and you did get your 24 back and into the program?
Yeah, it was massively important because, you know, like I said, even at the time, which we learnt from, you know, since then with these the 2 other lockdowns, we did learn from it. Just keeping that communication angles was so important, and we didn't really do enough of that. So actually bringing them back in for training, you know, and then playing some games was great. Just to see them again and feel like, because you've been selected on a program, you're not really hearing much, don't really know what's going on, and then you're seeing stuff. Because even over that period, we were still able to release some content that Sky picked up and all these different things.
What
was
I
working behind the
did
scenes with
brilliantly,
England.
And obviously you were doing all of this, and Ebony is a tour de force. Absolute tour de force on this.
She doesn't stop.
No, absolutely,
she doesn't stop.
Unbelievable. But of course, I saw it all. You got a lot of press coverage, didn't you, as well, which was massive, because it kept it slap bang in the public eye, didn't it? Even though you hadn't had a lot of cricket, it still kept the ACE program there, didn't it? So that was crucial, wasn't it?
No, it was, and we were still able to do little bits in here, and we filmed quite a bit of different content, whether it was for Sky, whether it was for VCB, whether it was for ourselves, and it just kept things fresh. And I guess when a big part of last summer was not only the COVID with the Black Lives Matter stuff that was going on with George Floyd and everything else, there was a lot of focus on, well, what are people doing, I guess, for black people? What has cricket done for black people? And, you know, there's a lot of players coming out sharing their experiences of racism, and, you know, it was quite a heightened point. So I guess for a lot of people it was on another side, we was able, with our program, we highlighted the problem. We provided a solution, and then within that we showed a bit of brief success. So it was always a good news story to show what we want to do, but we know we've got a long way to go. And like I said, for me, we've had a lot of media coverage and a lot of good stuff, and I just want to you know, back it up.
Well, no, it's not because you will back it up, and I know it's going to be hugely successful, but you must just want to get on with it. Is that the right phrase? You've done all of that. You've done all the media. It works. We've seen it works. But because of the pandemic, you've had a real start.
I can't wait. So even just, we had our first session back on Wednesday, and it was great to see the young scholars coming in, and we've given them out some kit and just seeing their faces with that. And we've got our schools program starting next week, like I said, in London and Birmingham. So our coaches will be out delivering in the schools. The community hubs start the week after. Our sessions will be running now pretty much every Wednesday till the end of the year, and I'm just excited to actually see it happening, because, you know, you get excited. Lockdown, you plan some other things, there was another lockdown, we have some sessions, and then there was a third lockdown, and now we're here again. So, you know, it's been a crazy up and down year, but within the year we've had some great moments and some brief successes, and just looking forward to pushing on.
How, you mentioned it, first training session this week. How good was it to be back, and how good was it to have your scholars, and how good was it for them to see you guys as well?
Yeah, it was great. You know, it was great just to see them. You know, I've seen them a lot over Zoom. We've been having a regular Zoom.
How good are you at Zoom now, Trevor?
Yeah, I'm good.
I think everyone's good. Do you have a background? Do you have a?
No. I just keep it wherever I am. You know, but we spoke. Ebbs and I have spoke about, you know, if we can, you know, if this stuff continues more, we'll get some ace banners in the background. And
although,
make it
to be
fair,
cool. My friend,
I know. I always try to keep on brand where I can. So yeah, no, it was fantastic just to see them again. There was a bit of rust, rustiness, but that's expected. Some of them have had done some stuff with their clubs, others don't even have clubs or had that opportunity yet. So for some of them it was their first experience back playing cricket. So there was a bit of rust, but it was good just to see them, talk to them, you know, catch up briefly in between little moments. I don't necessarily heavily get involved in the physical side of the coaching sessions as I not necessarily I wouldn't like to. I just don't want to be the director and the head coach or coach. I don't want to step on anyone's toes. So, but I know a lot of the players. I've got a good relationship with a lot of them and some of their parents now over this time where there's a lot more communication over Zoom and emails and WhatsApps. So yeah, it's just good to see where some of their heads were at and just really see how they're doing. And it was great. And I'm just looking forward to the next weeks and months of just actually having a full season to do something. To actually play.
Well, give us an idea then of what that full season will look like.
Yeah, so we'll have regular, in terms for our academy, we'll have regular training sessions, and we'll have some matches. We've got some fixtures planned July and August. We've got a residential camp that we're trying to plan as well, which is amazing. So we're just trying to piece all these things together.
That's a great a residential camp.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So we're looking to take away. Unfortunately, it won't be everyone. No. But we'll be looking to take away 15 players for a residential camp, like a four-day camp where we can, really up the ante, I guess, of what we want to try and do in the summer. So that will be, that's planned for at the moment provisionally for middle of July. Which is I just can't wait. Playing the games as well and just supporting the players because. The ones that are at clubs, seeing how they get on with themselves, and getting whatever tips we can get from their coaches, working with them to see where they need to improve, and for some of the older ones, if they're currently in their club's second team, what can we do to get them in to their first team? And for the other players, if they're on that verge of the county trials, what do we need to get them to do? And like a friend of ours, both Arthur Godsdale, he used to play for Middlesex.
Yeah, well, I've got
a
huge interest because of Arthur.
Yeah,
really.
No, good kid, very good kid. Very, very good kid. And we just want to try and help, someone like him, a little bit older, but reached out to us very early.
That's the interesting point for me. So we've mentioned the 10 to 18.
Yeah.
Taking Arthur as an example, 22, 23 now. Arthur,
yeah.
Was on Middlesex's books, then got released. He's sticking in there somehow, bless him.
Yeah.
And still doing his training. Still, I think he's going to play some minor counties.
Yeah, he's doing some stuff with South Wilts.
Absolutely, but he's with. And so if you get somebody like him. As well, part of your sort of remit is to get another opportunity for somebody like Arthur.
100%. So the thing again, COVID didn't just disrupt the current academy scholars. Luckily through the relationships that we do have, like a place like here at Surrey and other places, he would have had opportunities to do some net bowling. Would have got to bowl at some of the second team here, first team here, and in those moments you never know where those opportunities come. I saw one youngster going back a couple of years. He was just on my community program, played in like a T20 competition for me. He ended up bowling at a couple of the Surrey players. I won't say which ones. He was a bowler and he ended up bowling at some of the bowlers, and they was like, oh, this kid's alright, and he got a game. He only played one game, but if you play well in that one game, who knows what can happen. And I just think there's so many opportunities where it just takes one opportunity, one moment for these young individuals to get a chance. It's just about them grasping it. And for someone like Arthur, not just helping him with the playing side, we want him to become a professional again, get signed somewhere, but he's spoken widely about becoming a coach, so trying to support him on that coaching journey as well. He's very intelligent. He's doing his masters and stuff like that at uni, and very, very pleasant young man, and those are the young people that we want to kind of help. There's been a few others that have been in the current setup at counties who face some on the field and off the field racism, who want some support, so we're kind of calling that a bit of our ACE elite.
Right.
And providing them with some mentoring and supporting them and their families, and but they was still part of our Zooms over this period, and we'll be supporting them because the ones that are in the game, if they need our support, we want to make sure that they stay in the game and they go to the next level. So it's good. It's good.
You're doing
can't wait.
It's magnificent. Sort of a final question for you, because I can see the players getting ready to come back out after lunch. Look, for anybody who's listening in on BBC Radio Leicester or BBC Radio London, or is watching on the live stream, and they want to get in touch with you and they want to go and find information about the ACE programme, where do they go?
You can Google the ACE programme, will be one of the first names up there, but on Instagram, at ACE programme, on our website aceprogramme.com. Email info@aceprogram.com as well. So nice, it's great. And Church, I do have a present for you, because I remember you mentioned
so exciting.
Last time we spoke, we did mention about you saying when Wimbledon, the ace, you wanted the ace hat. So a present to you.
You know, genuinely, everybody, this to me, and I saw Phil Walker with one earlier, and I was so jealous. And I'm going to try and put it on sort of on my top of my headphones at the moment. There, I can't really put it on properly, but I've just got visions of Chevy and I at Wimbledon sat like this with Djokovic just bombing aces down as well. Maybe I'll wear it differently, because I do look like I'm about to be escorted off the premises. But listen, Chevy, what you're doing is absolutely outstanding. The ACE program, it's creating opportunities, and that is so important. And with what you're doing in Ebony, and for anybody who's listening in, you know, if you are interested, then I'll have a word and we'll get those details stuck up on the Surrey Cricket Twitter feed again for you at some point today. But so good to see you, and thank you, my friend, for the cap. I will wear this with a huge amount of pride, my friend.
No, thank you just
very much
helping spread the word.
Well, absolutely. You come and join us again throughout the summer, my friend.
Definitely.
You're more than welcome. More than welcome. Chevy Green, they're the director of the ACE program. Absolutely terrific to see, Chevy, and the players are making their way back out into the middle, and Chevy's going to nip off and get some well-deserved lunch now, so he's going to go and get himself some lunch. And Leicestershire making their way back out into the middle at 353 for 7, and 4 wickets for Surrey this morning. Sort of got themselves back into it as the session wore on, and Kemar Roach sort of cranking it up a couple of gears, and a couple of quick wickets for him. Swindles bowled his middle stump out the ground for 20, and then Parkinson caught by Jamie Overton for 2. Before that, Sam Evans, a wonderful 138 bowled by Amar Verdi, and then Lewis Hill drag one on from Jordan Clark on 70. Leicestershire still in a very good position, don't get me wrong, but Richard Ray just sort of balances everything up a touch with those wickets.
Well, we talked about this as a little bit of a possibility. 138 runs in the sessions, but 4 wickets, and Surrey can still have ambitions of bowling Leicestershire out for, 370, 380, really, down to the bowlers. And Chris Wright, who has been a number 11 really throughout most of his first-class career, coming in at number 9 for Leicestershire, Dieter Klein and Gavin Griffiths, the 2 remaining wickets to come, the 2 remaining batters to come. Wright can be an adhesive player, but he's got a job to do here as Roach goes in and bowls to him. He's right behind that one, up on his toes, dropping it out into the offside, and that is the end of the Roach over. A successful over. That was a good ball to get. Parkinson just rose a little bit on him, and he couldn't keep it down. Sharp catch by Overton into the breadbasket, but still got to be hung on to.
Yeah, Phil Walker spotted it. He just suddenly went, he's gone up a gear here, and all of a sudden, his first. I was saying, when you sign the West Indian opening bowler, the sort of wicket you visualise is the middle stump cartwheeling out the ground, and his first one
was a cracker, wasn't it?
An absolute belter, and then to get rid of Parkinson as well, just on the stroke of lunch. So yes, Amar Verdi will continue from the Vauxhall end. I've asked Mr. Hugh Turbeville to come and join at about 2:10, Richard, so you can have a chat with Hugh Turbeville. But I'll sort of hover for when you need to nip off at 2:30 for your update.
Bless you, you've done a sterling job so far this morning. You must be starving as well. But it has been brilliant stuff to listen to, that is for sure.
Well, Chevy, what they're doing on the ACE programme is absolutely brilliant. It really is. 353 for 7, and Amar Verdi bouncing in over the wicket. And the first ball after lunch is an outside edge from Mike, and it's caught by Rory Burns at slip, and it's a sharp catch from Rory Burns, and Mike has played for turn, and it's the one that just goes on with the arm. And Amar Verdi, his first delivery after lunch, he's played for some turn, it's gone straight on, outside edge, sharp catch from Rory Burns, and suddenly 353 for 8 now, Leicestershire. And Ben Mike goes for 20.
Well, he hit out well to get Leicestershire to their 4th batting bonus point, but this has become a little bit of a procession for the Foxes, from What was it? 298 for 3 to 353 for 8. So 55 wickets. 55 wickets. 55 runs. It feels that way a little bit. But 5 wickets. 55 for 5.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Amar Verdi straight away after lunch. As you said, Ben Mike did a terrific job getting Leicestershire to that fourth batting bonus point in the final over of the 110. But Surrey now will think, hang on, just a sec, we've done all right here.
They certainly have,
because
yeah.
at as you were saying, at 298 for 3, not a lot was happening. The only sort of thought of a wicket really was a run out, the way that Evans and Hill had run between the wickets at times this morning. But then Amar Verdi bowls Evans. I think the Hill wicket was crucial. I think him chopping on to Jordan Clark at that point on 70, and then Swindles bowled by Roach for 20, Parkinson caught by Overton off Roach for 2, and now Mike caught by Burns at first slip off the bowling of Amar Verdi.
I think Surrey would be, to have Leicestershire taste 370 all out, they'd be absolutely delighted with that.
Well, Klein is the new batsman. Right-hander, and it's down the leg side. He's trying to whip this away a bit. He's missed out possibly there, first ball.
It can be a little bit dangerous, Klein, as a batsman, because although, well, he'll go for it, as you've seen, from the start, but he could get a quick 20 or 30. He could be out for nothing.
Birdie's in, and he's forward, and just prodding this one straight back up the pitch. Well, a quick 20 here, be spot on from a Leicestershire point of view. But yeah, interesting this, and we've still got after this over 73 overs today.
Oh yeah, a lot of cricket left.
Huge amount just today. As Verdi is in, and this is turned by Klein into the leg side, and there is no run as that's picked up by Mark Stummy. But yeah, great to have Phil Walker and great to have Chevy as well, and as I say, Hugh Turbeville, fingers crossed, joining Mr. Ray at around about 2:10. He is, as this is swung straight into the shins of short leg by Klein. Blimey, is it that hard? I don't think Jamie Smith knew an awful lot about that. That's why they wear a lot of padding, because that would have hurt.
Mid-wicket goes straight back to deep mid-wicket wisely. They've seen now how he's going to play.
There's a group of Leicestershire players watching from deep mid-wicket. They might be in trouble here if Klein gets hold of that sweep shot as Verdi's into him, and now bowled him through his legs. He's looked to pull. It's the quicker, flatter one. It's gone straight through his legs and hit the off stump, and that's a good bit of bowling again from Amar Verdi, because he knew what Klein wanted to do, so he's just skidded that one through, and all of a sudden it's 353 for 9. He's absolutely done him with pace there. Nice bowling.
It was. That's absolute quality bowling. Verdi's done brilliantly on a pitch that isn't really giving him too much help at all. Just skidded that one through. He went back, Klein, tried to sort of whip it away, pull it away on the leg side, and unfortunately from Leicestershire's point of view, the procession continues. 353 for 9, 6 wickets for 55 runs in the last sort of hour, essentially, if you take out the lunch period, because Hill and Evans, about 12:15ish when the first wicket of the day fell. And in terms of play, not very long ago, really. Not so very long ago. 353. Hassan Azad, when we spoke to him last night, was talking in terms of 400, 450, and that's what you feel would be a par score on the track. And Surrey we're delighted about this, because they can be thinking with their batting lineup, where we can score 500, 450, 500, and really put Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure.
They've done this very well, Surrey, because there were moments this morning, obviously, where they were frustrated, and that's understandable. But I think this is why you sign Kemar Roach. Suddenly, he slipped up a gear, and got those 2 quick wickets, and now Amar Verdi with a couple of quick wickets. But the key one for me, really, was Hill, and thick inside edge back onto his stumps as Kemar Roach is in. Oh dear, short ball, and Wright has just ducked into this. Now, is he okay? That's hit him straight on the arm. He's got an arm guard. He's ducked straight into that, and I think that's hit him. Even with the arm guard on, that's hurt Chris Wright, and that's the last thing Leicestershire want to see. He's got the gloves off pretty quickly, but yeah, that he's just taken off the arm guard. I think it's hit him on the elbow. And he'll have a horrible golf ball there in a minute. Will Chris Wright? He's okay. He's putting the arm guard back on, but he's ducked into that. And as I say, I think it's just smacked him straight on the elbow, poor lad. And he wanders off towards square leg. He'll have that pins and needles feeling, I think, at the moment. In his hand, will Chris Wright. Does some gardening and then settles himself down over his back once more as Kemar Roach is into him. Another short one, and he's just trying to get inside this. Is Chris Wright. This is very good from Kemar Roach. As I say, it was Phil Walker who spotted it. Phil just saying, oh, he's gone up a gear here. And it was lively. And from a captain's point of view, Rory Burns will be delighted with this from Kemar Roach. Just looking ahead as well. That's why these blokes are so sought after. As here is Kemar Roach again, and Wright is pulling a short ball. And we'll get a single. I think he's bottom edged that onto his thigh. Is he going to come back for two? I thought he'd settled for one here, but he's coming back for the second. I thought Griffiths might end up facing Kemar Roach, but he's decided against that. Middlesex, I've just seen the Middlesex score down at the Aegeus Bowl. Middlesex are 41 for 7. 41 for 7, Middlesex. Down there at the Aegeus Bowl. Mohammed Abbas, 6 for 11, Leicestershire listeners. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and covering up is Chris Wright to a good length ball. So Leicestershire listeners, you'll know all about Mr. Abbas. He's taken 6 of those 7. And Middlesex 41 for 7. Hampshire 319. So it's a rather good start that for Hampshire. Oh, someone's doing some drilling. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Wright will get a single. Just punches this one up towards mid-on, and Hashim Amla comes round to his right to do the fielding. So Griffiths comes on to strike for the first time here. But if you've just joined us after lunch, Surrey picked up 2 wickets straight away, both to Amar Verdi in his first over after lunch. Ben Mike caught by Rory Burns for 20, and then bowling Dieter Klein with it was a lovely bit of bowling. If you see it again, you'll see he's bowled him basically through his legs. And clever bit of bowling that from Amar Verdi. Gareth Griffiths waits for his first delivery. Kemar Roach is into him, and he's covering up Gavin Griffiths and pushing this one out towards extra cover. And there's no run. It's the end of the Kemar Roach over. Griffiths yet to get off the mark. Gavin Griffiths, and Chris Wright has 356 for 9. As you can see there on the Surrey live stream, if you're watching on that, there's the scorecard. Amar Verdi will continue from the Vauxhall end of the ground. So having a quick chat with Ollie Pope there. So Verdi now has 3 for 63. Kemar Roach 2 for 95 for Kemar Roach. Jordan Clark has picked up 3 very important wickets. And Jordan Clark, actually outstanding figures from Jordan Clark now. 20 overs, no mains, 3 for 52 for Jordan Clark. As Amar Verdi is over the wicket, and Chris Wright is forward and pushing down into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short leg. And there is no run. Any runs now valuable for Leicestershire. Tell you what, Evans is 138. It's looking even better. A little paddle sweep here from Chris Wright. Nicely played. Down towards fine leg. I think he'll probably be happier against Amar Verdi at the moment. He picks up a couple more. He moves on to 5 and 358 for 9. But yes, welcome back, Richard Bray. Evans is 138 of 280 balls. Is now looking even better, isn't it?
It is. It's also putting into context some of the sort of batting that's gone on since a little bit.
Here is Verdi, tosses this one up and right, squirts off a thickish edge, outside edge. He'll get a couple here, I would have thought. Yes, he will. Kemar Roach goes back to do the retrieval work, and they will pick up a couple more runs.
But it's also highlighting the quality, the high quality of the bowling, both by Roach and Verdi, which is one of the big differences in a way between the sort of divisions, or the divisions as they were in the...
Tossed up by Verdi, and this is tucked away by right out towards deep backward square. Yeah, I think the thing I've always noticed in Division 1 was against the really good sides in Division 1, you had no let-up.
Yeah.
There was no, you know, 2 openers, you got through them, then first change comes on. And then another quick comes on, and then a quality spinner comes on. And you've got nowhere to go, really, in Division 1. Griffiths waits for Amar Verdi, and Verdi is in, and Griffiths is forward and pushes this one straight back up the pitch to Amar Verdi.
Verdi with so little to work with has bowled beautifully, really, today. But Roach has just seen a little gap and roared through it.
Verdi's in again, and forward goes Griffiths. Well, this is good from Amar Verdi. This is exactly what he spoke about in all his pre-season interviews. End of the over, 361 for 9. He's been away with England the whole winter, but his thing is, I've got to be able to take wickets and do a job for my captain on any surface, and that's exactly what he's done here. He did a bit of it in Bristol, actually, to be fair to him. He gave Rory Burns a bit of control at one stage where he had none whatsoever, and here, you know, his figures are excellent. 25 overs now, 8 maidens, I think that is, 3 for 68 on a pitch that's offering him nothing, really.
Yeah. Roach looking to end the Leicestershire first innings. In he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Wright, who is solidly forward. It's a slightly odd the way he holds his head when he plays pretty much every shot, Chris Wright. It's almost looking sideways out of his eyes. He keeps his head pointing, almost his nose is still pointing towards point, if that makes sense. He doesn't turn his head, and so he's got 2 eyes on the ball. He sort of looks sideways, and but he leaves it sideways when he plays his shots, by and large. It's a curious style. In goes Roach and bowls to him. He's looking for a pull, doesn't get anything on it, almost a hook, and it's not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Folkes. Again, strangely, it dies down into the gloves, hurts his hand rather as he tried to take it, and it trickled a few feet behind him. Burns picked up the pieces, and no extras accrued.
It was mighty close to being 5 there, because it just trickled past the helmet.
I was going to say, it was close to it, wasn't it? The short legs helmet. There is a short leg, so it's in case they needed 2 close fielders. In roars Roach, and he's pulled around the corner nicely by Wright. Good work again by Amar Verdi, down on the running round from long leg to fine leg, makes the stop, and consequently just the single. Wright moves on to 9, 362 for 9.
I've been so deep in conversation.
You haven't eaten anything.
No, it's not that. Have you seen Mohammed Abbas's figures?
Yes.
I was saying to Leicestershire listeners, you'll know exactly what he's up to down there at the Ageas Bowl.
Has he got any? He had 5 last time I looked. 6 now, is it?
6 for 11 off 9 overs. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 11 with Middlesex 43 for 7.
That sounds like Bassi. Of fond memory. I think he was basically frozen into submission, not submission, but frozen into immobility at Leicester last week. In goes Roach, bowls fullish to Griffiths, who's solidly behind it. Leicester's bowlers have been working hard on their batting over the winter. They know how important their role could be to chisel out extra runs, put together little partnerships here and there, frustrate the opposition even more so against teams of this quality. And if these two can drag the score up to 370, 380, be all valuable stuff. As long as they don't get hurt in the process, they'll be opening the bowling soon. In goes Roach and bowls. Griffiths drives through the offside for 4. Nice shot. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but he played it nicely. Head over the ball, angled bat, found the gap, 4 runs.
Kemar Roach on the up. Lovely. Straight through cover.
Next one might not be quite such a, not a friendly delivery. It wasn't a friendly delivery, but this one I think might be a fraction shorter. We'll see.
I have to say, and Leicestershire played them last week, of course, Hampshire, but Abbott and Abbas, there aren't too many better opening partnerships across the championship.
Oh, in goes Roach and bowls. It's a fuller delivery on off stump. It wasn't the short ball that Griffiths might have been expecting. Tried to push it through onto off stump, but Griffiths got behind it again, dropped it out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 366 for 9. So 4 batting bonus points for Leicestershire. Just the 2 bowling bonus points for Surrey, of course.
I'll do this over with you, Mr. Wren, and Hugh Turbeville is here.
Right, you are.
And you can discuss. Well, you've got the cricketer in front.
We've both got our cricketers, just to, and we both bought them without knowing Hugh was going to be here. So
magnificent
honest
pre-research from us for Mr. Turbeville. Ben Folkes is just getting a few running repairs. What will happen, Mr. Turbeville, is Richard will be with you till past. He's then got a nip next door, so I'll ask you a bit as well, and then he'll come back. And then he'll ask you a bit as well, because I've talked throughout the lunch break, old boy. I've just not stopped. No, I've had nobody with me. I've just sat here talking to myself as usual. So, but no, that'd be great to hear from Mr. Turbeville. And it's the cricketer. It's 100 years. And do you know what I found the other day? I was doing a clean out of the shed.
Did you find a rare first edition?
Well, no, but I found all my cricketers from years ago in a box, years and years and years, dating back to 1970, because my granddad had them, and then he subscribed. It was my Christmas present every year, was a subscription to the cricketer.
I was going to say a copy of the magazine.
Yeah,
it was a bit tight, was Grandad?
Well, yeah, there was that as well, but no. So that was my. So yes, I've got a very, very fond memory of the cricketer, of course. Amar Verdi it is, from the Vauxhall end, and forward goes right and pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Oh, it's a good present from Grandad, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. And so I was sort of looking back, and I've bored people with my love of Tim Robinson, but a lot of that came through my cricketer magazines. It's sweeping here is right down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a couple here, 2 more to the total, because imagine everybody this. There are your heroes overseas playing test matches, but it's not on the telly. The only place you can see it or hear it is on the radio. So you're imagining it all in your head, and then your cricketer magazine arrives, and you actually get to see pictures and read match reports. It was very important, and see facts. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's true. As forward once again goes right, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I did actually, a gentleman who works here, one of the greats of Surrey County Cricket, a director here now, Charlie Hodgson. His brother Tim used to open for Essex, and I remember watching him make 100 against Hampshire for the combined universities on CFAX. As forward goes right and pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Mr. Ray indicating there, the one that just goes on. He's got a bit of an undercutter here these days, as Amar Verdi. Comes in once again over the wicket, and down the pitch goes right. Gets something on this. I think it's boot. For a second I thought he'd stranded himself, but he managed to get a boot on it. Leg by is the signal, and that'll be 1 more to the total. But yes, I remember very fine 100 from T. Hodgson against Hampshire. Watched the whole thing on CFAX, and then unfortunately Matthew Hayden hit an even better 100, and Hampshire won that game. That's the way we used to do it. Watch it on CFAX. Here is Verdi. Oh, now, has there been a little bit of something on that? Because it wasn't taken cleanly by Ben Folkes. If there was, that is a collector's item. It really is. Again, it's the one that just went on with the arm from Amar Verdi. End of the over, 369 for 9. I'm going to leave you for a few minutes, and in a moment, Richard Ray will be joined by Hugh Turbeville.
He's not apologising, folks, so maybe there wasn't a little tickle on that from Griffiths through to the England wicketkeeper, of course, who is marching down to the Vauxhall end with a spare helmet, putting it in place. Burns directing traffic. They won't want to hang around, Surrey, in terms of breaking this last wicket partnership of the Foxes. And with that in mind, Jamie Overton is coming back to see if he can end it all quickly. 1 for 55, Jamie Overton at the moment, and he'd dearly love to pick up a second wicket for Surrey. He's got a short leg, he's got a slip, and he has a gully. In comes the former Somerset man and bowls to right, who looks to turn him off his legs, thumps into, I think, the thigh pad, trickles backward of square. Short leg gets across and makes a stop before right can pinch a leg by, and there is no run. 369 for 9 remains the score. Hugh is now established, I think, alongside. Just checking his messages and his former cricketers. Oh,
history.
Right, you are. Bit of history.
Timeline.
A bit of history, just refreshing his memory. In goes Overton and bowls, dug out rather, by right, who's a tall man, the tall right-hander, former Warwickshire, Essex. He's been around a little bit, Chris Wright, and managed to get behind that. Made 41 not out last week against a very good Hampshire side, so not an incapable batsman. You're not a Surrey man, are you, by any chance, Hugh? Another one.
I've seen most of my domestic cricket at Surrey, yeah.
Ah, okay.
And an
right,
annual test match pilgrimage with my mother every year.
Right, you are. In goes Overton down the leg side. A little bit loopy, the bounce, as it goes through, as he steps inside the line, lifts the bat out of the way, Chris Wright. And again, there is no run.
That's probably 4th on my list.
4th?
Yeah. Sussex.
Right.
Essex, Glamorgan and Surrey, I think.
I'm sure there's a story behind each of those, probably to do with relatives as well as places. There you go. There you go. I now consider myself to have 2 counties. I'm Yorkshire born and bred. In goes Overton and bowls right. Jumps a little as he plays that one from the crease on the back foot, thick inside edge. Rolls out towards short leg, but now very much obviously hope to see Leicestershire do well. It's been a struggle for a while.
Journey. You took the Ray Illingworth journey.
I'm not the a few Yorkshiremen have taken that journey over the years. Current president of the club, Mr. Birkinshaw, included.
That's true, yeah.
But as you say, a few Matthew Hoggard, as you say.
Hoggard, yeah.
In recent years, in times past, Overton is in and bowling, a bouncer, loopy again, tennis ball style bounce, and right, ducks underneath it, taken low down by folks. I suppose the first word we should really use is congratulations to the cricketer, because it's a real landmark, isn't it? A centenary.
Our bat into the air, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, it's no mean feat. I think it's. I think there's only one other sporting magazine that is longer. That's Boxing News, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. So
is Boxing News a weekly or is it a monthly?
Good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know much about boxing.
Sounds like it should be a monthly.
Yeah, when ours was weekly and then it was fortnightly and now it's monthly.
In goes Overton, bowls to right, who again is looking to turn the ball off his legs. Again, I'm not sure he got anything on it. No, judging by the already raised gloved hand of Graham Lloyd. And then the right knee comes up to meet the hand. The hand went out first, so a leg by Overton. Not very happy. Has he hurt his left foot a little bit there? Did he just turn over on it? That would be bad news.
In the past, hasn't he?
He has.
Shin and back, is it?
He's not got a spotless injury record.
Bowled well yesterday in the second spell, I thought.
You think so?
Not so good in the first, but looked quite good, didn't he, in the second spell?
He needs to. He was ticking a bit this morning, and that's what you kind of want from your fast bowler, isn't it? You just need to work up a little bit of nastiness, and Roach has shown that a little bit in this morning as well.
Suffered a little bit on the benign surface yesterday, but realised what's required of him.
So the centenary edition, but
what
extraordinary circumstances, really, for cricket and the world, in which to produce it.
The last year, so the office is back open again now. It's nearby, actually, in Kennington, which is quite nice. We did have an office before that was near Lord's, but most of us are still working from home, and in fact, I got double congestion charge tickets when I went and got my computer early on in the pandemic. I hadn't driven in London for ages.
Amar Verdi in from the Vauxhall end. Bowles, couple of steps down the wicket, gets to it on the full, Chris Wright, and whips it away over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, so I panically went in to get my computer and got a congestion charge and an emissions charge. It was expensive.
I was going to say, I hope you put it on expenses.
No, I didn't. It was my incompetence.
Well, I think in the circumstances it was probably forgivable. Yeah. Verdi, for once, outthought today by Chris Wright. He might pay the penalty right. In goes Verdi. Little paddle around the corner. Couldn't really call it a sweep, but Wright showing that he's no mug with the bat, albeit on a pretty good oval pitch still.
He's got the most aesthetically pleasing action you could wish to see, hasn't he?
It's lovely to watch, actually. It's a real pleasure.
It's a bit like Pat Pocock, I suppose, but it's the leap up and the absolutely beautiful, and the hands coming together and then loopy delivery.
It was a similar aesthetic pleasure watching Mason Crane bowl last week. In goes Verdi and bowls, and reaching for it a little bit. There's going to be a run out here. Can Wright get back in time? He can't. It's been coming all day. It wasn't looking like it was going to be Wright and Griffiths. He just pushed it out into the offside. Wright came. He stopped. Griffiths tried to send him back, stayed there. Wright kept going, turned round, and by the time he turned round, it was just a case for the fielder of underarming the ball to the stumps. Verdi took off the bails. Leicestershire have lost their last wicket. Wright is run out for 16. They are all out for 375, and they will be hugely disappointed with that after being 298 for 3. I think Surrey, Hugh, will be delighted in this position with this pitch.
Yeah. Oh, do you? Yeah, I mean, I do. I think
it's a little bit slow.
It's
but
par course, slightly above par, isn't it? I don't know.
I think
the board and all that, but
talking to the Leicester boys yesterday, they were talking about 420 to 450 as being par in the first innings on this track.
Well, certainly rein them in, and Surrey have the batting to match it for sure.
Yeah, exactly. They look a very strong batting lineup this year. Sorry, we're going to find out fairly shortly, but this gives us an opportunity to continue talking about the cricketer, and the difficulties of production this year obviously have been considerable, but I'm guessing and I'm hoping that there was a corresponding uplift perhaps online, was there, for you, as in terms of subscribers and digital and things like that?
Well, I mean, I was going to come to that in a bit, but the Cricketers website has won the award for the outstanding online coverage for domestic cricket for the last 3 years, so the website's really going places as well. But and yes, we're increasing subscribers, and we have been, in fact, for the last 3 years actually. So yes, there was an upsurge in subscriptions because people needed things to do in the pandemic. Obviously, unfortunately, people aren't getting to the shops so much, so they, they're taking advantage of subscription offers and so on, which I've got a very good one at the moment, but I mustn't make this an advert, but I've got a very good one. But
has there been also an element of people reaching for want of a better word, sort of normality and things that that have kept going, and cricket has been hugely important to them?
Normality, comfort, and the appearance of a comforting friend, dropping on the letterbox once a month. It gives them a sort of absolute security and comfort and so forth. We had some really lovely issues last year. We did it gave, when there was that lull where there was no play in sort of the spring, April, May, we'd been looking to do something on the best books in cricket ever for some time, and it really allowed us time to have a really long think about that. So we did. That was a lovely issue when we were sort of 18, 19 famous people picking their favourites. Joe Root was one of them. Nasser Hussain. Tanya Aldred did a lovely essay to accompany that, and then we did a celebration of black cricketers later on in the year. So it allowed us an investigation with Dean Wilson of the Mirror writing about how we can get more black cricketers playing cricket again in this country. So there were two real issues that stood out, I think, that in that breathing space where people were didn't have much to do really. And then we had play again, luckily, so it was wonderful. But we certainly didn't run out of things to write about.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I'm using the word normal, people reaching for normality, and yet it's been anything but a normal time for cricket, almost pandemic notwithstanding. So many changes in the game at the moment. From your point of view, that, as you say, that gives you plenty to write about, but it also does it demand an editorial stance from you in a way? You have to sort of have an opinion on it as well as sort of report these things. You almost have to...
Well, I have to bear in mind that we have an annual survey, and I have to bear in mind that the majority of readers are fairly traditional, and you can imagine what's coming up in the summer, the big tournament, the dare not speak at his name, and I think it'd be a dereliction of my duty not to bear in mind that there's quite a bit of hostility towards that. But I mean, we're going to be investigating and analysing the phenomenon that is the 100 and give it proper sort of journalistic integrity in terms of analysing it, and trying to pin down what's going to be deemed a success. How will it be deemed a success? What's the criterion? People are being quite vague about how it's going to be judged. I mean, the tickets are cheap, aren't they? And it's got terrestrial TV coverage. It's got all these advantages. It's been given prime slot in the summer, and the poor championship, 8 matches before the first weekend in June. I mean, my dad's cousin is 78. He's a Glamorgan devotee. Hasn't been able to see them for 2 years, Roger. And I don't know. I mean, could we get some fans in here? I mean, I'm looking out the Oval now. It's vast, isn't it? I mean, social distancing. I mean, is the people at the snooker this weekend at the Crucible being allowed in there? I think.
Is it 20? I think there are a few, and then but it increases throughout the tournament.
Yeah, just for frustration.
Which is extraordinary to me, and I think probably to most people. They're in a confined space, sitting pretty close to each other. When, as you say, we have the vast acres of seats around us, when people really could sit in a socially distanced and sensible manner outside.
For our readers, for our readers who love the championship, what's happening to it at the moment, I really do. It's just frustrating.
May the 19th. Is the key date for cricket in those terms, in terms of spectators being allowed back in. Yep.
But again, a running theme in the magazine, and when George DeBell writes a monthly column for us, and is often touching on this subject, but all the matches in April, May, and September, and is that the right sort of testing ground for Test cricket? And we saw what happened in India. So I mean, we've got different opinions. We've got sort of Simon Hughes as our editor, and he's quite a modernist actually, but and I'm a bit of a younger fogey, I guess. I'm not so young anymore, but we're a broad church, and we appreciate all the different aspects of the game, from schools and women's cricket, and all. We get everything in the magazine, and we've got some younger people on the website team who, very excited about the 100. But, one of the things about the magazine is the letters page. We get some tremendous letters.
Yes.
Really do. I mean, they could be articles in their own right, a lot of them. Sometimes it's a relief when you get a letter on a subject and you think, oh yeah, we should have done something on that. But anyway, that letter will sort of cover that ground, It's fantastic stuff.
It must never does to underestimate your readership, does in those terms. It's a hugely intelligent following for cricket, I think, in this country.
I put them all in a file every month, and it's 10 to 11,000 words, which I have to cut back to 2,400. So it's quite a job. It's an all-day job. I always do it like Thursday before deadline. And it needs a good old...
There've been some books of cricketing letters, haven't there? I think to the Times and things like that in the past. You have to do some to...
Yeah, well, we had in this magazine, the April edition that's still out now, but we've got a section on notable letters.
Yeah.
So
there might be a book in it at some stage.
Yeah, there's several
over
books
the years.
Around, and the My Favourite Cricketer series, there's been a book on that, so that would be one that could be sort of renewed, and there's an ongoing series in the Cricketer called Eyewitness, where they talk about a passage of play or a test match, and different people. So there have been several spin-off books from the magazine over the years.
And you also asked your writers to, I'm assuming it's the writers who've written their best 11s since over the last 100 years. In Leicestershire's case, that's the great Paul Edwards.
But I was looking at his 11, and of course it's up for discussion, but I did notice Jonathan Agnew wasn't there. Which I thought, I would have put him in, I would have thought, but...
I had a Stuart Broad, and perhaps he's sort of given Stuart's main achievements have been sort of for England and to a lesser extent for Nottinghamshire.
And it's unfortunate when you do overlook the greats, isn't it? George Geary, it's a phenomenal achievement, isn't it?
Yes.
So it'd be wrong to exclude people pre-war just because they're not fresh in the memory, but Yeah, I did think Jonathan Agnew.
I was reading an Ian Peebles book the other day. He mentioned meeting Geary when he was a boy, basically. Right. And one phrase jumped out, which was that Geary would have probably played more for England if he'd been playing for a more fashionable county than Leicestershire.
Even those days.
Nothing changes.
No, I know. I mean,
that was sort of back in the 1930s or even 20s or something like that.
I mean, they were. I wrote about it yesterday, but they were a real force in the 80s, Birkinshaw, Whittaker years, weren't they? And do you remember when the BBC used to do a sort of NatWest game after the Test match, and you never knew where the ground was going to be? And it was never a problem when it was Leicestershire, was it? With David Gower and so on. You know, they were just as fashionable. All the 18 teams were, much for muchness, really, weren't they? Anybody,
they were, and and they were winning things. Winning championships in those days. Umpires are coming back out. I'm going to briefly desert you, bring Mark back in, because I just have to pop an update. BBC Radio Leicester.
How warm is it out there, Mark? It looks a bit warmer today. I was in the press box yesterday and I didn't venture out, actually, very much at all. But it looks a bit warmer out there.
I think you and I have known each other long enough, Mr. Turbo. Number one, lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And happy birthday from me to the cricketer. If there is any sun, I will go and find it. And I must admit, I did find a little corner of the ground this morning when the sun was out, and it's actually quite warm. If you're sort of out the wind, I mean, it's actually quite warm.
Yeah, we had a spell at Chelmsford last week, which was quite nice. I had a little bask in the sun, and Graham Gooch was out there all day actually. But Keith Fletcher came in the press box for warmth. He was behind me.
Well, I remember last year for the Bob Willis Trophy game there, so Mr. Gooch was sat at one end of the ground at the Hayes Close end, and Keith Fletcher was with him for a bit and then came in, and then Ronnie Irani, the director of cricket, had hired a flat overlooking the ground and was just stood on the balcony shouting and watching.
Yeah, 3 or 4 wise men.
Absolutely.
Well, I was there when Embury, Gooch's best mate, was there, and David Ackfield and Fletch. So there were 4 wise men were sitting in the sort of deck chairs.
Oh, very nice. They're allowed. They are allowed in, quite rightly. I think if you're those 4, you should be allowed in. Now we're back out there in the middle, and Leicestershire are all out for 375. So Surrey with Burns and Stoneman out there in the middle, and we are ready to get underway, and we are ready to see how Surrey will respond on what's a good pitch to that 375. They sort of wrestled their way back into it rather well, actually, Surrey, through a combination of Kemar Roach and Amar Verdi. And I think Jordan Clark's wicket of Lewis Hill on 70 was absolutely crucial from a Surrey point of view. But I enjoy watching, I've just put on Twitter, a lovely contrast of Kemar Roach slipping into 5th gear and Amar Verdi bowling with a bit of guile from the other end. So Dieter Klein it will be to get us started from the Vauxhall end of the ground. 3 slips in there for Rory Burns. There's a deepish backward point. There's the cover, the mid off, the mid on. There's the mid wicket, and then there is the long leg. Of course, Surrey with the 2 left-handed openers. Stoneman lent on his bat down there at the non-strikers end. It's a very strong-looking top 6 for Surrey on paper. It will be Amler at 3, Pope at 4, Folkes at 5, and Smith at 6. So Rory Burns with Dieter Klein coming left arm over the wicket to him, and the first ball is going to be a boundary. It's a typical Rory Burns shot. He's let it come to him, he's opened the face, and he's guided it off down to 3rd man, and that is a very typical Rory Burns shot.
Yeah, it looked like it got a bit big on him, didn't it? And I thought he could be in trouble. He could be edging to slip. It's quite a sort of calculated shot to play first ball, isn't it?
Bit of swing as well for Dieter Klein there. So there's a bit of encouragement for Klein, and Rory Burns is off the mark with a boundary. Hugh Turbeville alongside. Richard Ray will be back in a moment, and those 2 great men discussing Leicestershire as pushed by Rory Burns down to backward point. Funnily enough, actually, I was saying this morning that I was going through Aftab Habib, Phil Simmons, Jeremy Snape.
Simmons is there, isn't he?
James Whittaker, of course, yes, in the cricketer. But the best 11 since 1921, James Taylor, of course. Stuart Broad.
Yeah, Whittaker's not in it, is he?
Well, one test, James Whittaker
Did
on
he?
the 86 Ashes tour.
Adelaide.
That's right. That's right.
Made about 19, didn't he? Or 16, 19.
I think he made 10.
Did he make 10?
Isn't that sad?
Why would they? I was talking about this the other day. Why have one test match? What does that prove?
I'd have done anything.
I watched Alan Wells come make his test debut here against West Indies. Gave him one test. He got 0 and 3 not out. What does that? What do you find out in one test?
Well, in those days, of course, it was normally the last test of the series, wasn't it?
Well,
you just came in and got your opportunity, but then if it didn't go very well, that was you done and dusted.
Absolutely.
As Klein, his left arm over the wicket to Burns, and Burns covers up, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. John Stevenson.
John Stevenson, one test. Paul Parker, one test at 1981 Ashes at the Oval again.
That's right.
One test wonder was Joey Benjamin, who sadly passed away recently, and he was in that South African match, Devon Malcolm's match, and he bowled well in the match and actually got an Ashes tour out of it, but didn't play in the test.
Yeah, there's those one cat wonders. There's a few of them around.
That's a good one.
Well, Klein is in and forward goes Burns, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, Scott Borthwick, he was at Surrey. Played one, didn't he?
Played one test.
As did Mason Crane. They bring these leg spinners in for one test at Sydney.
Well, it used to be. I remember it used to be sort of the last Test match of the summer.
Yeah.
It used to be an opening batsman normally. I do remember John Stevenson here.
Yeah, that was the new broom. That was Atherton's new broom,
absolutely.
wasn't it? With the kids. And
he
didn't do too. He got 25 and 15.
Yeah, he did. He batted all right.
Mark Benson got 27 and 23
India.
or something.
Absolutely, 85. I think that was. Here is Klein, and that's a good leave from Rory Burns, just on a goodish length, but a bit of shape away from Rory Burns, and Rory Burns is letting that one go. So yes, Mr. Ray is back now, so I'll bring him back in. But no, you're discussing with Mr. Ray the great Leicestershire sides of. In between the others. Do you know what I'm going to ask you?
You're going to ask me about the Surrey.
No, I'm not. Oh. I'm going to ask you about a certain Ray Illingworth.
Yeah.
Because as captains go, what he did at Leicestershire was pretty outstanding, wasn't it, Ray?
Well, he
Illingworth?
was. I nominated him as my best England captain. We did a special issue in the Cricketer 2 or 3 years ago, and we had the best captains, and I chose Illingworth for his 1970-71 Ashes triumph. But it was quite a funny story about him, because I wrote a book about Ashes tours called the Toughest Tour, and let this ball go through.
In goes right and turned down to fine leg. Did it come off the pad? It's going to run away for 4. Either way, it's a 4. So a little inside edge from Stoneman. So like Burns before him, Stoneman hits his first ball for 4. Surrey 8 without loss.
Yeah, so I spoke to Ray Illingworth about the 1970-71 tour, and he gave me about 3 hours about that. So I thought I was onto a good thing.
One question, and then that was it.
I thought I was onto a good thing, and I rang him about the 1971 defeat to India, and he went, "Oh, sorry, I haven't got any time." Phone went down. That's quite funny.
That's a Yorkshireman for you. In goes right, and bowls outside off stump. A tempter for Stoneman, who got in position but then just lifted his bat over the line of the ball, let it go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Yeah, he's a wonderful talker, but quite a touchy character,
just about that one
Raymond, in the end.
I've rung him out many times since. He's been perfectly friendly, but he didn't want to talk about the 71 defeat to India.
Churchy was talking about the sort of the 70s and sort of following games in the magazine as much as anything, because that's all we could see, all the newspapers, of course, as Wright goes in and bowls again. Nice line from the seamer, from the experienced seamer. I mustn't call him veteran. Veteran sort of implies a little bit too old, I think, really. But Enki's 35 now, Chris Wright.
Yeah, that 86-87 tour was when I completely fell in love with cricket, and I watched many of the games on CFAX, but some of the games were... I didn't even have proper CFAX on the TV. It was the free CFAX on BBC Two, and you had to wait for the pages to go around to page 43 or something, or 303 or something it was. So you couldn't even sort of just watch the score solidly. You had to wait 10 minutes with the funny music.
Right. In again to Stoneman, who turns him nicely away through mid-wicket for 4. Just waited for it. Might just have shaped back into him a little bit, but all the time in the world to put that one away. And already these are 2 classy
That was a lovely
Surrey
shot.
openers,
And he's
every
been
inch.
admiring his bat since I came out. Are we allowed to plug bats? But
Yes, by all
the
means, I
Newbury,
think it's okay.
the classic Newbury with the orange and black.
It's a very familiar.
Mike Gatting used to use one, didn't he? And
Very familiar
bat.
bat.
It's beautiful, and he's clipped that way
You don't
supremely
see,
well.
Unless, because they went to a slightly different style, didn't they? In terms of the sticker, the logo. In goes right and bowls outside off stump. That one held its own outside the line, but he did play inside the line deliberately, I should say there.
Yeah, I can't think what they went to.
It was almost transparent.
Yeah.
It almost looked as though the bats were completely clear for a while.
Printed ink kind of thing. Yeah, like old retro kind of thing.
But now it's, as you say, very familiar to those of us of a certain vintage. orange and black.
Cairns used to use one without shoulders.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, yes.
Maybe Chris Cairns then followed suit, I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Charging in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Stoneman, drops his length, drags his length back a little bit. Stoneman up on his toes, plays that again with a considerable degree of comfort. End of the second over. Surrey 12 without loss. Rory Burns hit his first ball for 4, down to third man. Wide third man through the gully. Stoneman hit his first ball for 4 out to mid-wicket. Picked up another that one was down to fine leg. Then he clipped one away to mid-wicket. So he's on 8. Burns has 4. Surrey 12 without loss. One question, given the sort of the history and tradition of the game, are you sort of conscious of the weight of responsibility that you have as a hugely influential voice within the game and with so many changes going on at the moment?
Standing on the shoulders of giants, yeah. I think I said that in my interview, but following Pelham Warner and...
Klein is in down the leg side, clipped nicely away by Burns. Again, a lot of time for the England opener, down to fine leg. Callum Parkinson, the left arm spinner, is down there. He can anticipate a lot of work later on today. Maybe starting sooner rather than later. 13 without loss.
Yeah, so Pelham Warner, director, E.W. Swanson, editorial director, CMJ, Crystal Martin Jenkins, Simon Hughes now currently, Reg Hayter was an editor. And yeah, absolutely. We're influential voice in the game, aren't we?
Hugely so. Klein, 77 on his back, again down the leg side. Burns tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it this time, taken by Swindles. Mustn't waste this new ball. Dieter Klein on this pitch, he's sharpish. South African left arm seamer, German extraction. He's been a little bit inconsistent, wasn't chosen for the first game, had a little bit of an injury, but may not have got in anyway. Brought back for this game, needs to make an impact. Foxes need him to make an impact. In he goes, bowls to Burns, wraps him on the pad. There's a leaping appeal, but that one both high, and I suspect maybe even going down the leg side as well, but no great appeal from behind the stumps.
No. So yeah, but we've been, as I say, we have been a broad church, so different people have had different opinions. And I mean, the D'Oliveira affair, I think there were 7 people expressing their opinions, 5 of which thought it was a disgrace, and 2 sort of tried to give the establishment side.
Klein turns in, past umpire Pollard, bowls to Burns, squares him up a little bit. I wonder if that shaped just a fraction. Back started to go a little bit away from the left-hander. Was foolish, he was solidly enough behind it, pushing it out to mid-off, no run.
Cool, the engineers have piped up there, haven't they?
A little bit, yes. We can turn down the effects mic. We actually can't turn it down much further than it actually been, but yeah, sometimes we get sounds like an angle grinder or something, doesn't it? Yeah. The crane has now disappeared, folks. We've been chuntering about that all game. In goes Klein and bowls off stump this time. Burns behind it, just turns his wrists on the defensive shot, runs out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Lewis Hill, and there is no run.
But I mean, the magazine as well, there's a collector's angle to it as well, isn't there? I think
for sure.
Stephen Fry has written in the magazine about reading it in his dorm at school, and Piers Morgan used to go and visit the Brocklehurst house. They were the owners of the Cricketer, and they had a massive library with magazines and books, which he fell in love with. And Mark Nicholas still keeps all his magazines in the loft.
In goes Klein and bowls down the leg side again, speared down there. Something of a not quite contemptuous, but a dismissive flick at the ball from Burns. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindle's end of the over. 13 without loss, so just the single from the over, but didn't trouble the batsman too much. One might just have started to square Burns up a little bit, but I think they can sniff a lot of runs in this track, these two. Well, they're
Rory
documents of record, aren't they, over the years?
I think they are. And we still run the test reports and test scorecards.
Yeah.
So, it is part of a collection, and a lot of people keep them in binders and so on, don't they? So, absolutely, it is a collector's item. We've got Vic Marks writing for us now, formerly of your parish. You used to be Guardian, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes.
He's brilliant to have.
Yes. The liberal view, by and large, from Victor.
Yeah, he's an observer sort of type, yeah.
Yeah, in goes Chris Wright, and bowls to Burns, who again, characteristic just turn of the wrists as he defends that one out towards mid-wicket.
Actually, he's quite cross at the moment. He's quite cross about the
100. Is he?
And he's quite cross about the alleged lack of impartiality in the commentary box during the India series. About the pitches,
right?
So he's got a lot to say about that. So yeah, he's not mellow, Marks.
Right turns, long hair, flopping, comes in and bowls onto off stump, looking to press forward. Burns ends up guiding it rather than punching it out towards mid off, and there is no run.
He's furious about the ostracisation of his beloved Somerset from the West Country in the 100. And one of those areas that really isn't getting a look in, East Anglia.
It is curious, isn't it, in that respect?
Yeah. Well, would you have had 9, 10 teams? Do you have to follow the 8-team mould?
Right in, bowls full, clipped firmly out towards mid-on this time. Bounces off the hands of mid-on on that occasion, but stops it nonetheless. Gavin Griffiths it is out there, and there's no run. Big job for Chris Wright. Leicestershire's attack, though, struggled rather last week against Hampshire on a pitch that did just offer the bowlers a little bit, as the Hampshire bowlers demonstrated. Only managed to pick up 5 wickets in the game. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump. Fullish delivery, but too wide, allowed to go through by Burns.
I would have had a 9-team tournament with 2 counties per side.
Right, yeah, sure.
I mean, Surrey and Kent are together, but I would have just sort of let them organise it together, a combined T20 team, called themselves the Lions or something.
Same sort of selection criteria, i.e.
You wouldn't have had to pay them 1.3 million a year then, each county, which is really eaten into ECB funds, and just given them more of a sense of ownership, and it wouldn't have caused the alienation among the fans.
It'd be very interesting to see. They seem to say that ticket sales are still going fairly well, but in goes Wright and bowls, and just maybe held that back a touch, just swung back in, and Burns had to rather check his attempted clip through mid-wicket, went to mid-wicket, bounced towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I mean, in the sense of fairness, I have to say novelty is attractive, and my son and his mates are going to the Oval Invincibles v Welsh Fire. They want to see what it's like.
Right, okay.
And the tickets are reasonably priced, aren't they?
Now that's a sensible from the organisers' point of view. You want big crowds, rather have their big crowds, you would have thought, than massive income initially from ticket sales. Outside off stump on that occasion from Wright. Burns does not play a shot. He remains 5, Stoneman 8, Surrey 13 without loss after 4 overs. The commercial imperative, well, I mean, bottom line is also that Wisden is a business. The cricketer, Wisden cricketer is a business. The cricketer is a business, getting it the wrong way round. But
yeah, we're not with Wisdom anymore.
We
have a friendly relationship with the almanac, but no, we're just the cricketer now. And,
yes, it's changed.
Yeah, I know people do get a bit confused sometimes.
But there is a commercial imperative.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough. It's tough for print publications out there.
Yeah.
I used to work for the Telegraph, and
Dieter Klein continues from the Vauxhall end, and it continues to spear the ball down the leg side. Again, Stoneman on this occasion doesn't really have much interest in it, taken by Swindles behind the stumps, and there's no run.
15-year, I was at Telegraph 15 years, and in that time I saw the journey that they've made from print and then easing in digital, and they've gone to subscription now. So yeah, it's not an easy time for print publications, and that's why it's nice that we have got more subscribers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a few other magazines like Private Eye have done well as well.
Klein in, bowls, need to ask, down the leg side, might have just clipped the pad. Swindles did well diving to his right. He was rather sent the wrong, almost started going the other way there. Swindles ended up diving full length to his right, got his gauntlet to it, stopped the ball. Small man, Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Got there, however, 13 without loss remains the score. Bright sunshine at the oval. Klein polishes the ball, just with a little bit of sweat, of course, nothing else. In he goes, past umpire Pollard and bowls, and that one hits Stoneman on the pad, but although the appeal goes up, again, not convincing. Certainly umpire Pollard wasn't convinced. How have sales been of 100th of the centenary edition? I would imagine that quite a few people, yes,
really
would have.
good, yeah. One-off purchases and people subscribing. £19.21 for 6 issues at the moment. So yeah, it's been going really well. And we've had there's another lovely article in there by Richard Osman from Point.
Yes,
that's quite good fun.
Loves his cricket.
He does.
Klein in again, bowls. That's a better line, off stump line, and the delivery has to be treated with respect by Stoneman and is played back to the bowler. One or two people I know around Leicestershire supporters who picked up sort of commented on the number of adverts from well, we call them public schools, private schools, in terms of cricket, promoting the cricket, but what that says about cricket and the development of young players, essentially. In goes Klein and bowls, clipped away nicely through square leg by Stoneman, and he's going to pick up 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're proud to be seen in this special edition. It's not the
yes,
not
absolutely.
every magazine has the same sort of adverts in there, and you know what it's like at the moment with sort of commercial companies seeing how the commercial landscape is going to change after the pandemic. But
yeah, and no one's going to turn an advert down. But what I'm saying is what it actually sort of says. Does it imply that there's still a little bit of too much of a preponderance on the development of young cricketers through the public school network,
we do the
so
school
to speak?
supplement every year.
Yeah.
And there are non-fee paying schools in that, including grammar schools.
Klein is in, bowls, drops a little bit short, and all the time in the world for Stoneman to clip that away through square leg for a second consecutive boundary. 21 without loss, Surrey.
If I was Prime Minister, I'd be getting playing fields back in all schools and getting everybody to play cricket as mandatory. It's part of the syllabus, especially in the summer.
It may happen.
I mean, I wrote a special feature on state school cricket, I think 2 years ago now, and it's a crying shame that playing fields have been sold off, and we're playing too many sort of different sports. I'd just like to see us concentrate on the national sports personally, but I suppose everybody has a choice. But
I remember one Prime Minister who's very prominent here, of course, John Major, saying that was one of his big regrets when he left office, that he hadn't done more in those terms, in terms of the playing fields sell-offs being prevented.
Absolutely.
Right is in, bowls to Burns very solidly behind it, on middle and off.
I was thinking of him the other day, because Lord Douglas Home, was it, Prime Minister, and he after he quit as Prime Minister, his job was running was it Isingari or one of the social cricket teams? So that was his job, and I was thinking with Mr Cameron at the moment, what water he's found himself in potentially. I think he probably could have done what Douglas Home did and just gone off and run the cricket team. It might have been easier.
Probably wishing he had right now. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Rory Burns to Harry Swindles. The ball doesn't really do too much. Burns remains 5. Stoneman
chipping Norton CC
16.
Yes. Chipping Norton CC would have been a quieter life for Mr Cameron. Boris Johnson quite likes cricket, doesn't he? We had Keir Starmer in the magazine as well. So.
All right.
And Jerry Corbyn likes cricket as well.
Everybody likes cricket, just about. It's hard not to.
Absolutely.
When you're looking out there at the moment, this glorious stadium. In goes right and bowls, beautifully steered away by Burns. Classily done so, just outside, just enough width. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just picked his spot. Hill dive to his right. He's at backward point, couldn't quite get there, and it chases across the boundary. Wide third man for 4. Lovely shot. Looking a class act. Or he's a class act. Out there at the moment. Rory Burns.
A lot of youngsters start at state school and then get given scholarships for sixth forms and things, don't they? Like Joss Butler and Truscothick, I think.
Yeah.
Taunton
Yes.
and so on.
There is that aspect of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Just like a finishing school for kids, I guess.
Leicestershire quite proud of having brought a few sort of local boys through at the moment. In goes right and bowls, straightens it up and bounces down off the blade. Doesn't bounce too far away from off stump. Maybe 8-10 inches or so, but just for a second Burns glanced backwards, see where it was, ready to knock it out of the way. Safe enough in the end. But the importance again of the cricketer's voice in well, from Leicestershire's point of view, almost defending the interests of the counties. Now, the cricketer may not see that as its responsibility. It isn't necessarily, but there'll be those in Leicestershire who hope they do. In goes right and bowls. That one swings in towards middle and leg, turned out into the leg side by Burns, and there's no run. I don't know whether the cricketer does.
I see it as my responsibility to give the readers what they want to an extent. Obviously applying sort of rigorous journalistic criteria to anything, but yeah, I mean we have 30 to 50 pages out of 100 every issue on county cricket, and the readers can't get enough county cricket, and Leicestershire are one of those 18 counties, aren't they? I did speak to the chief exec yesterday though.
Right, in goes right and bowls, defence, so straight delivery. Burns playing it down the wicket on the offside, but again from Leicestershire's point of view, a concerning degree of comfort. 6 overs have been bowled, sanitisation time, Surrey without alarm, and with some comfort have progressed to 25 without loss.
So Sean Jarvis, the chief exec of Leicestershire, relatively new, he's had a year in the job.
Yep.
And I've been impressed by him because he's got his message out on social media. He seems to be on Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook a lot, and you know he's putting his head above the parapet, or whatever it's called, and then they've got 25 KPIs, key performance indicators. That's right.
I believe is the
I don't
expression.
do all the spiel, but but yeah, the 25 ways of improving Leicester's fortunes. We wish him the best. I mean, they've got to increase the membership, which is quite low. I mean, I think Surrey's is 14,000. I think Leicestershire's is about the 1,000 mark. They've got to engage more with the South Asian community in the city. He told me they've got 56 different nationalities in Leicester. We discussed whether it's a help or hindrance to have Leicester City football and Leicester Tigers there. But, you know, there's so many different sort of conflicting things that you could spend your money on, but on the other hand, that sort of gives Leicester City a certain sporting kudos.
It's very interesting, talking with Chevy Green as well during lunch as well. Fascinating. Klein is in, down the wicket. He goes towards Mark Stoneman. That one's down the leg side. In fact, Stoneman with his Newbury gets nothing on that whatsoever. I do like it when, you see, I got Mr. Turberville so excited during the pre-season game when Stoneman strolled out there with Newbury.
Yeah.
And I heard you getting very excited.
Oh, just as soon as it caught my eye, it's the black
it's
and
just
orange.
Magnificent. It really is. He's trimmed up his beard now as well, but I was saying if it stuck a pillow up his jumper, it could have been Gatting. As in over the wicket comes Klein, and this one's left alone outside the
I've
off
seen
stump.
him play before many times, but I've never noticed the bat. Must have been.
Well, it's a new. He switched it this year, so this is the first year, but it's very retro. It really is.
Yeah. I have to confess, I've just bought one as well, but I didn't get a deal or anything. I didn't get the black and orange one. I regret it now. I got the next grade down because
these
things aren't cheap.
This is genuinely old school.
So I've discussed going with to the shop at Hove and upgrading it, and they're going to let me do it. I think because I haven't used it yet.
You're quite right too.
I'll tell you who I spoke to there.
In over the wicket comes Klein. Short ball. Oh, now Mark Stumps looked to pull a ball from outside his off stump that really didn't bounce on him, and that's into the gloves of keeper Swindles away to his left-hand side, but Mark Stoneman was looking to pull that through the leg side off the front foot, but it went under his bat.
Kept low, didn't it?
So who did you speak to at home?
I asked for the name of the guy I was dealing with, and his name was Scott, and I said Scott, and Scott Lenham. So he's Les Lenham's grandson, Neil Lenham's son.
Yep.
And
that makes me feel old.
Patch Lenham's son. She's one of the coaches at one of the schools. I get mixed up. Would it be Hursthere Point or one of them?
Yeah.
There's 2 Lenhams in the Sussex squad, and I see that Scott Lenham, I think who I was talking to, did play in one of the pre-season games.
Right, because Les Lenham used to coach me.
Did he?
Years ago.
Did he?
On cold mornings, where the shop is now,
in
that
Hove,
used to be nets there. Yeah.
I used to go and watch Sussex a lot in the 80s, and he was playing.
With the big eggs.
The eggs.
As in over the wicket once more comes Klein, and this is punched off the back foot by Mark Stoneman. Just too much width on that, and Stoneman will put that away all day.
Paul Parker won 1,000 sheets for hitting the egg.
Yeah, there was that, and you also got a free year's supply of eggs, which was rather lovely. Mark Stoneman moves on to 20, and Surrey move on to 29 without loss. Yes, but it used to be cold Sunday mornings down there.
In the sea air,
and the
seagulls swooping.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big eggs round the boundary road, and there was a day where we were allowed in the big boys nets in the Gilligan stand, and Imran Khan walked in. That was quite a day, I remember. He didn't stay for long.
No, he didn't bowl at you.
No, absolutely. He just
running down the hill at you.
He just wandered off, but it was very exciting to see Imran Khan, I have to say. As Chris Wright from the pavilion end coming into Rory Burns, and Burns gets a good length delivery, covers up. What we'll do, Mr. Turbo, is when Mr. Ray comes back, I'll let him back in. If you do 15 more minutes with him, and then I'll take over from you, my friend.
Did you see the lovely picture of him in the cricket a year or two back of his bedroom in Kensington when he was a Sussex player? There was tiger skins on the floor, and a sort of bachelor's paradise basically.
Well, yes. He was a very, very handsome man. He still is. But
he
was
to get
a very
train down to Brighton.
Handsome man.
Yeah.
In his day, as over the wicket once again comes Chris Wright, and now Rory Burns is playing this late as always, but it goes down into the turf and runs away behind him, and then Rory Burns wanders off towards square leg. The other thing I remember about Hove in those days was the groundsman, Peter Eaton, was also the groundsman at the Goldstone.
Oh, really?
And we used to be able to get free tickets.
Oh, lovely.
To go and watch Brighton, yeah. To go and watch
My
Brighton.
granddad took me there as well.
Yeah.
And now it's houses, of course. But Brighton Stoke, 1980, that's my first game, I think.
Steve
Graham
Foster.
Mosley's shorts fell down. It was hilarious. It was the highlight of the game because it was 0-0.
Right is in.
There for the Peter Ward is back game.
Wow.
Steve Gatting and Mike Gatting.
Yeah,
and all that.
absolutely. All these.
But another funny story was Ted Dexter he lived in London and would get the Brighton Bell down to Hove, and he'd have his own special space in first class that they kept for him, the guard, apparently. And he had a cup of tea and he'd do the Times crossword, and so every morning he'd go from Victoria to Hove.
No, it's lovely, isn't it? It really is. I've read a couple of really good cricket books over the winter, and a couple of biographies of Tony Gregg as forward. Goes Burns to right and pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run, and down at Hove and what it was like then.
They had a minor county side to play, and it was a rain affected thing, and it lasted 3 or 4 days, and he was amazing to them apparently. Just entertained them royally for 3 days.
I never realised actually quite what a cricketer he was. When you look at his England stats,
yeah,
wow.
One of the top 4 all-rounders.
Wow. And also just the bloke as well.
5 all-rounders, yeah.
As in over the wicket once again comes right and driving up towards mid-off is Rory Burns. And I actually, reading the relationship between him and Kerry Packer, what a relationship that was. And talk about loyalty.
Loyalty and trust, yeah.
Well, between the two. really, if you think about it. That, you know.
I wish I'd met him.
Yeah, absolutely. I sort of felt that at the end of reading the books.
Bailey, Greg, Botham, Stokes. Who am I leaving out? Flintoff.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all brilliant records, really, haven't they?
Absolutely. But Greg's is right up there.
Yeah,
when we
32 bat, 29 bowl or something.
Amazing.
And he bowled off spin and seam,
yeah,
and he was a very good captain.
Turned by Burns up towards.
They won. He led them in India, didn't he? To victory.
And also took 6 for 7 for, or took 11 in the game, bowling spin in the West Indies.
That's right.
I'll bring back Richard Ray, and then you do another 10 minutes with Richard, Mr. Turville, and then I'll take over from you, sir. But yes, well, there we are, memories of Hove for you as well.
And the Surrey 11 in the magazine: Hobbs, Edrich, May, Barrington, Thorpe, Alex Stewart, Tony Locke, Jim Laker, Alec Bedser, Sylvester Clark, and Waka Yunus. So I did a similar 11 a few years ago about an article about Surrey, and I had Martin Bicknor win there.
Yeah, we were talking about that this morning, actually.
But this one was Mark Baldwin.
I think there were about,
I mean, there's so many you can choose. I mean,
Andy Sandham was.
Sacklane Mushtaq.
Klein in, bowls, slightly short, whipped away down again to, this time too long leg, where Parkinson is the fielder by Stoneman. He moves on to 21, 30 without loss. You're happy with that Surrey 11, though, that that was chosen in the end, presumably? So you'd have gone with that?
Lovely 11, and
you didn't exercise your privileges.
Not over that, no. There was one of the teams I did query with the writer.
Oh, go on. Are you allowed to say?
I might as well, yeah.
Go on then, yes, absolutely.
Well, Ken,
right.
Mark Pennell put Murali in. But I mean, he only played 4 or 5 games, and
I was going to say,
Titch Freeman took 304 wickets in a season.
You don't necessarily associate Morley with Kent.
Titch is on the cover. I don't know if you've seen it. But
in goes Klein again, leg side-ish, but this time Burns misses out, thumps into the pad as he tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it.
There's about 100 players on the cover, and Titch Freeman is in the little bottom right-hand corner.
Literally, oh, very good, I see, yes, Titch,
yeah.
Of course.
304 wickets in a season. And again, 305 or 6 2 seasons later, so... Well, it must have been quite a spell by Murali, I must admit. I know it was a brilliant spell, and he is a brilliant bowler. I associate him more with Lancashire, actually.
It'd be nice to have that front cover as a sort of big poster, wouldn't it? So you could actually pick them out. In goes Klein and bowls again. It's drifting onto middle and leg, although it's taken off the stumps with absolute certainty by Burns through mid-wicket for 4. It was there to be put away, rather, in terms of length, and it was put away. 34 without loss, 13 to Burns, 21 to Stoneman.
If anybody feels really strongly about it, they can vote for their own 11s on the cricketer.com website. So we're doing a best 11 since 1921, so it's an opportunity to redress that.
Can they... Have you sort of limited the choice in terms of the players, or they can choose any player?
Well, in the magazine we limited it to 2 overseas.
OK, in goes Klein, a little bit short, but at least an off-stump line. Doesn't manage to quite cut that one away. Burns doesn't time it, bounces down into the offside, and there's no run.
To the cricketer.com/centenary, if they want to name their 11s.
How could you resist? Get on there,
yeah,
Leicestershire
really
and Surrey listeners. Name your 11s.
Left out of the Surrey team, or I mean,
so many to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, actually Stuart Surridge.
Yeah,
just for his captaincy alone, and Mickey Stewart.
Klein is in, bowls outside off stump, cut away again with ease. Really beautiful piece of timing from Burns, but picked the gap and he put it away very easily indeed.
You say if I agree? Well, I would have had Stuart Surridge in there, because didn't they win 5 titles out of 7 years or something? So I think I'd have had him in as captain.
I don't think you'd have too many arguing with you. Now Leicester are having to take out the 3rd slip, Dearden, and he's going down to 3rd man, having to give Klein a little bit of cover.
It just looks so easily paced, the wicket, doesn't it? They've just got all the time in the world just to sort of rock back and late cut it down there.
Indeed, Klein bowls. That's a better line of length and off stump. Brings Burns forward. He has to play a defensive shot. He feels he has to play a defensive shot. He does, out into the offside end of the over. Well, it's Klein's fifth over. He's gone for 26 runs. 38 without loss, Surrey. 17 to Burns. Stoneman 21. The run rate at the moment is 4.22. This is what Surrey did so well yesterday against Leicestershire when Leicestershire were playing well at the top of the order. They didn't let the scoreboard get away from them. They kept the run rate below 3.
Yeah, this start's put the Leicester innings into perspective slightly, hasn't it? I think you're right. 420, 450.
Yeah, it has. And this is what concerned many Leicestershire listeners. They lost their last 7 wickets earlier today for 77 runs. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump to Stoneman, who lifts his bat over the line of the ball. I have to say, Tony Greig was one of my big heroes growing up. Not only for being an all-rounder, but I bought those famous gloves. Those, do you remember
Stephen Peters, St. Peters?
Yeah, they were only a thing for a while. Yeah. Older listeners like myself will remember what I'm talking about. They didn't have sausage fingers. They just had one piece of whatever it was, padding of some kind. Yeah.
Or something. And
my word,
and they were double knuckle gloves for Duncan Fernley.
Yeah, absolutely. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Stoneman.
Which was sprayed silver to appear with the Cybermen in Silver Nemesis, the Sylvester McCoy Doctor Who story.
Were they? They used cricket gloves.
Duncan Fernley cricket gloves, double knuckle, to show that technology has survived into the 27th century.
Still got the 3 slips in. Leicestershire for Mark Stoneman. Colin Ackerman, the captain, at second, standing very staggered formation. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump to Stoneman. It's too wide to tempt the former Durham man into playing a shot. He walks away towards umpire Pollard at square leg. Ackerman has the ball in his hand, but he's, I suspect, already thinking about making. Well, I think they've been thinking about making a change for a while. Options
There's that Channel 9
limited.
commentary team, wasn't it? It was Tony Greig rubbing off Bill Lorry and Ian Chappell coming in, and you all get the sense they had sort of respected each other, but sort of couldn't stand the side of each other at time. You know, they'd fall out, and it was really
good to have a bit of spark. Yeah, absolutely. In goes Wright and looking to drive, quite middling that one for once. Stoneman. It comes off the bottom of the bat, rather out towards Callum Parkinson, who's in the covers at the moment. And there's no run. 38 without loss remains the score. Yeah.
Richie Bennett keeping it all together. Now then, Bill, you know,
raising his right eyebrow. What was going on?
That tour, the 86-7. Wow. I mean, the Perth Challenge and the World Series Cup.
Right. Is in, giving it everything. That swings back in and takes a bit of a leading edge as it's tried to work that one away, Stoneman, into the leg side, and it ends up looping out towards mid-off. It's picked up by Ben Mike, and there's no run. But Leicestershire second, or change seamers, Gavin Griffiths and Ben Mike. We were talking earlier about the difference between what we might term still first and second division clubs, but you can see it here, no longer that's the case. Do you like the new conference system? Or you're reserving judgment? In goes Wright and bowls. It just swings back in a touch, but played with, again, considerable certainty by Stoneman. Just turned away towards mid-wicket. Sam Evans is in pursuit. Stoneman takes 2.
It's very tricky, isn't it? I mean, I probably prefer 2 divisions. I think we've had drastic improvements in the England team from when they came in about 2000, along with central contracts. I'd probably stick with it, but I don't like having a sort of 10-team division where people don't play each other twice. Maybe that's a bit pathetic of me, but I just like them playing home and away. I just don't know what the answer is really. I'd probably have 2 divisions of 9, I think. 14. They play 14 matches, don't they?
We do. Yeah.
Would it do any harm to have 16? I don't know.
For counties like Leicestershire,
absolutely.
They kind of like the system, not only because we're back playing very good sides and
a bit of variety, isn't there? Yeah,
I mean, so there's the variety thing, but there's also the aspect of it might mean, as Griffiths replaces Klein from the Vauxhall, and it might mean that there's less likelihood of players thinking we have to play first division cricket if we want to progress. And maybe we'll stop losing the likes of, in recent years, you know, James Taylor's and Zach Chappell fairly recently, people like that.
No,
yeah,
absolutely. Coaches have had to sort of, by bringing overseas or Colpack players, to just get results, and then there's green wickets, isn't there, and demanding results and not playing kids. So, yeah, there's pros and cons, isn't there?
Griffiths is in and bowling onto the legs of Burns, who turns it, but without any great power or aggression. Firmly through mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to go back to the underachieving 80s, that amazing tour to Australia aside, where we had such wonderful cricketers, but the results were pretty poor.
Change of England captain 3 times in a series.
Yeah, well, chop and changing of selectors was another thing, wasn't it? But that's a gruelling schedule. But no, I just think 2 divisions has made cricketers and the England team more competitive. But yes, I do appreciate that Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Glamorgan and the like have been marooned down there.
Griffiths is in, bowls, drops short and down the leg side as well. In bowl with too much consistency against Hampshire last week. Just looking at the figures, Gavin Griffiths, obviously only the 1 innings, Hampshire 612 for 5. Griffiths 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 92. And as somebody I think once wrote of Ian Botham's figures in the Caribbean, an accurate reflection of their bowling, which isn't always the case. A few too many loose deliveries. So searching for a little bit of consistency, the man from Ormskirk. That's a straighter delivery, played firmly, almost on the walk by Stoneman, pushing firmly out to mid-on, and there's no run.
You couldn't get the ball out of Beefy's hand, could you?
At one stage, no.
I was looking at the 81 Ashes again the other day, and I can't believe he bowled, I think he bowled 90 overs in the Oval Test. 40 odd overs in each innings. I was just, after all that, the Headingley 100, the Edgbaston bowling spell, the Old Trafford 100, he must have been absolutely shattered.
He probably played for Somerset the following day as well, because they did, didn't they?
Go down from Leeds
for a while.
Western-super-Mare for a
JPL game or something. In goes Griffiths, turned off the body this time by Stoneman. Again, a lot of time towards mid-wicket. Did is the fielder out there. Single taken. Stoneman on to 24. Surrey have raced on to 42 without loss, scoring at 4 and over without taking any risks.
Chris Wright got a ball to nip back, I think, a bit of late swing after it left the bat. Klein had that one ball that I thought might cause trouble when it got a bit big on Burns, but it's been pretty slow, serene progress by Surrey.
Griffiths is in and bowls again. It's leg stump line, and again very easy for Rory Burns to work it away down through the vacant square leg area down towards deep backward square, almost on the boundary. Lewis Hill down there. Martin Brunt takes issue with my description of Chris Wright as a veteran. I ran a cross-country league race in 2019 and realised at the finish I'd been running in the league longer than the lad who won the race had been alive. He says, that makes you a veteran. Griffiths turns, little shuffle at the start of his run. Round the wicket he goes, again down the leg side. Is there a little tickle? Yes, there is. Strangled down the leg side. Unfortunate for Mark Stoneman. Well, playing with so much ease, but it was just a loose delivery down the leg side, and oh, that is tough for the batsman, but a hugely fortunate break as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Griffiths picks up a wicket. Stoneman goes, caught by Swindles behind the stumps, and that makes Surrey 43 for 1. Just need 10 of those, that will do. Hugh is,
thank you very much for having me.
Absolute delight, and congratulations again on a magnificent publication.
That's great, thank you.
Churchy's going to come back along. Hugh having managed to take a Leicestershire wicket. Well played, sir. Take a Surrey wicket for Leicestershire, that is, I should say. Unfortunate for Stoneman, but I think he kind of knew his fate straight away. The appeal was almost a matter of well, just searching for confirmation, really. They knew, thrown into the air, just a little tickle maybe turned his wrists on it a little bit too soon, flicked the bat. And, well, these things go around, don't they? Which Leicestershire player got a strangle? There was one, wasn't there, who was caught down the leg side? Harry Dearden. So a similar dismissal for another left-hander. Which brings to the wicket Hashim Amla. Not a bad replacement for Mark Stoneman, for a former England opener, and I'm sure with ambitions to be again one day. Got the ability, that's for sure. Hashim Amla comes out to join current England opener Rory Burns.
Yeah, poor Mark Stoneman, but we said the same yesterday with Dearden. It's just a horrible way to get out, and Stoneman looks in good nick. He did at Bristol.
He looked in glorious nick, didn't he?
So he'll be so disappointed with that, but Leicestershire will take it because they didn't look in a huge amount of bother, those two. Much like we were saying yesterday morning with the Leicestershire openers, of course. Chris Wright it is from the pavilion end, coming into Rory Burns, who tucks this one in towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. But yeah, that's just a horrible way to go. It really is. And Mark Stoneman, a little bit like Dearden yesterday, actually, he didn't look up. He didn't look at the umpire. He started marking his guard again, as if, am I going to get away with this? But he knew.
Yeah, I think
there was nothing else it could have hit. So he knew when he looked up, the finger was going to go up. Burns settling himself down over his bat once more. 3 slips are in there. As Wright is in, and Burns don't bowl on his hip. Turns this one out towards deep backward square, and it's a no ball as well, I think, from Wright. Yes, indeed, the black gloves of umpire Lloyd sticking out for the no ball, and Hashim Amla comes on to strike for the first time. Burns moves on to 20, and Surrey move on to 46 for 1.
He's getting just a suggestion of shape back into the left-handers, but not too much, and Burns in particular dealing with it comfortably. Amla, the right-hander, might give Wright a little bit of hope early on.
Hashim Amla waits for his first delivery as Wright's into him. Oh, he's taking this off the stumps, but it's a no ball again. So 2 and 2 from Chris Wright, 2 more to the Surrey total, and 48 for 1 Surrey. Sun's come out now. I was watching Hashim Amla, where we commentated from at Bristol, was sort of on the boundary rope at cover point, really, and it was fascinating watching Amla's feet. I know that sounds really boring, but I'm a boring bloke. But it was fascinating watching how close his feet are together, and then the big step back and across, as that one's way down the leg side from Wright. It's a slightly untidy over this at the moment, and they're going to pick up a couple of byes here, I think. Horrible for the keeper. That one, Swindles flung himself to his left, but it was always getting away from him, really. And that's the 50 up for Surrey. So 50 for 1, Surrey.
I think he probably saved 2 byes rather than conceded 4 there, Swindles, because it was horribly wide. This is rather unlike Wright. He's almost trying too hard to get some life out of the pitch and use the new ball wisely.
Over the wicket he comes to Amla, and Amla's off the mark, wristily played by Hashim Amla. He's in position for that. As I say, with that big step back, he's in position to take that, probably off around about middle and leg-ish on his hip. He's across the stumps anyway, so he's off the mark in nice fashion. Couple of runs for Hashim Amla, and he moves on to 2, and Surrey moving on to 52 for 1.
Ernie Poulton points out to me that Boxing News is in fact a weekly magazine. Thank you for that, Ernie. We weren't quite sure. As old as the cricketer, the only other one.
Yes, I heard that, as Wright is in, and this one's outside the off stump and nipping away a touch from Chris Wright, and actually Swindles takes that one on the rise that time, away to his right. Now, thank you to all our guests today. I've seen Daniel Norcross, he is in the building, and he says if he gets a chance he'll nip in for a natter at some point. But he's a busy man this afternoon. is Mr. Norcross. He seems in good form as always. Delighted to be watching Championship cricket as forward goes Amler studiously, pushing this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Nice for Griffiths though, in his first over, to get Mark Stoneman, even though it was not exactly what he was bowling for, I don't think, obviously, but nice to settle him down with the wicket. Stoneman for 24. Sun's out now, very nice it is.
Beautiful.
Blue sky, sun out. Interestingly poised game of cricket. Chris Wright is over the wicket once more to Amler, and Amler lets him go on a goodish length outside his off stump. End of the over, 52 for 1 then Surrey. Burns has 20. Amler's on 2. I think tea today is 5 to 4.
We still have 53 overs left to, left to be bowled today, and it's coming up to 3:30. And at the moment, with sun bathing the oval in a beautiful light, every prospect of all 53 of them, a fair few of which I think will be bowled by the spinners ultimately. I think a somewhat disappointing opening burst from Dieter Klein from Leicestershire's point of view. Too much down the leg side. The two left-handers tucked in. Can Griffith ride on the wave of confidence that will surely be given to him by that slightly fortuitous wicket in his first over? In he comes from the Vauxhall end to Burns, onto his legs, turned away down towards long leg. Going to turn for a second run as well. Hill came running in, but he had a lot of ground to make up from long leg to the ball, which was about a third of the way back from the boundary by the time he got there. And Burns, who's quick between the wickets, picked up a second. He moves on to 22. The crane has now gone. It's the strangest thing, because you would have thought we would have seen it being dismantled, but every time I looked there was a bit missing, but I never saw any bit being taken off. In goes Griffiths and bowls full, and it's straightish on off stump on the walk.
I completely missed the fact it had been taken down.
Pushed to mid-on, so did I, and then suddenly it's not there, and the magic disappearing crane. There is, as you say, still some sort of pulley, extension pulley device which did most of the work. Literally did the heavy lifting, didn't it? Really,
it did indeed.
But I guess that will disappear shortly as well. And the new development is well on its way. In goes Griffiths, bowls down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Burns tried to. Ben Mike's starting to warm up at mid-off, so he will replace Chris Wright. Wright, as I would think, has bowled 6 overs in this spell, and I think that 6 will have been his last. None for 21 for him. Griffiths 1 for 5. Burns. There'll be a few butterflies. He'll be aware of the need for a few runs, I think. In goes Griffiths again down the leg side. Well, maybe bowling for a second strangle. Again, Burns doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think his attitude is, I'll just try and score as many runs as I can in the first 8 games and let everything else take care of itself. He'll have some money in the bank with England, definitely.
Yeah.
But and that other, with Sibley's finger as well. But from sounds of things, it's not as bad as they thought. I'm just looking today what George DeBell's been saying, and he's there at Edgbaston.
Griffiths in onto the legs of Burns, turned away down to long leg to Lewis Hill, who returns on the full to Swindles behind the stumps, or just in front of them in terms of Hill's throw. Single taken. Burns on to 23, 55 for 1. Surrey, remember, Leicestershire bowled out earlier today for 375, having lost their last 7 wickets for just 77 runs.
So yeah, I think he's got money in the bank, but the best currency, obviously, for any batsman is runs. So 74 in the second innings at Bristol.
Amler gives the bowlers a good view of the stumps, doesn't he? He presumably that's a leg stump guard, but he stands well outside the Stumps.
It's that if you watch that, I never realised quite how pronounced it was, this big back step.
Very still at the crease as Griffiths goes in and bowls to him, just outside of Stump. He steps carefully into a defensive push out into the covers. No run. End of the over. 55 for 1. 1 for 6 from 2 for Gavin Griffiths.
So there's a few like that around the place at the moment, and there'll be a lot of chat leading into that first test, and that's the reason why yesterday we had most of the big writers here. You know, they've all come to have a watch of Pope and Burns and Folk.
My colleague John Mallett, who takes a lot of photographs for Leicestershire, had established himself in that room at the back and was quietly sort of getting on with his developing, or whatever it is they do. They don't develop anymore, do they? It's all digital. But he was listening to the chat, and he said the disappointment when Leicestershire won the toss and were batting, and B were batting quite solidly was palpable.
But you see that's sort of understandable, isn't it?
Yes,
at
it
this
is.
time of the year, I think those lads are on England watch now until the first Test match. 55 for 1 then, and Ben Mike is into the attack. As Mr. Ray so rightly said, he was warming himself up, and he's into the attack to bowl to Rory Burns on 23. Mike is right arm over the wicket. Oh, and he's on his hip again. And Leicestershire have to learn at some point soon, and they will have seen enough of Rory Burns playing for England by now. Do not bowl on his legs. Do not bowl anywhere near, and he'll take balls off middle stump through there all day without any problem whatsoever. 56 for 1. Amla comes on to strike on 2. So yeah, we had a very interesting chat actually the other night on Friday night. I had a very interesting chat with a few cricketing journos about who's inked into that England team, and we weren't too sure how many there were actually. As in over the wicket comes Ben Mike. It's short and it's cut for 4 by Hashim Amla, short and wide outside the off stump and crashed away through extra cover. Richard Ray's off next door to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, and Hashim Amla moves on to 6. But yes, too short, too wide, and Hashim Amla's going to crack that to the boundary rope all day if you let him. This is a man who has a Test match 100 here. Enjoys batting here at the Kia Oval. Does Hashim Amla. Waits over his bat once more. 3 slips in there. Waiting for some sort of edge from Amla. And this one's turned leg side. And there's no run. Hassan Azad in there at first slip. The captain Ackerman is at second. And then Dearden is at third slip. Sam Evans, the Centurion, out there at cover point. He'll be happy with his work so far in this game. Well, Sam Evans at 100 as well, looking even better after that collapse from Leicestershire. In comes Mike. That's a good one. That's a good one to Hashim Amla. He did just push the bat towards that one, did Hashim Amla. Goes past his edge, so it's a moral victory for Ben Mike. Rory Burns has just come down to have a little look at the pitch and have a chat with Hashim Amla. Leicestershire coaches sat watching away on the boundary boards, away to our right hand side. And Mike is in once again to Amla, and Amla covers up. Good line, good length from Ben Mike. Runs down to backward point. See Paul Nixon enjoy that, clapping away. He is the Leicestershire head coach, watching away on the boundary boards there with his coaching staff. Leicestershire all out today for 375, but at one stage today 298 for 3. So Surrey getting themselves back into it late on the morning session, and straight away after lunch is a short delivery from Ben Mike is punched straight back up the pitch by Hashim Amla, and Ben Mike gets fingertips to it. That ricochets away back towards the stumps at the pavilion end of the over. 60 for 1, Surrey, in reply to that 375 from Leicestershire here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Leicester. Elsewhere, well, Hampshire dismissing Middlesex for 79, but they're batting again. So Hampshire 319 and 79 were Middlesex, all out. I'm just looking at, oh, Abbas finished with 6 for 11 off 11 overs. Brad Wheel 3 for 9, 4 overs. Souter top scoring with 24 not out, a hat-trick as well for Abbas. A lead already for Hampshire, who've started this season like a train. As round the wicket once again comes Griffiths from the Vauxhall end, and that one's climbing. And Rory Burns looking to help it down towards fine leg, got nothing on it. But again, it's down the leg side from Griffiths. Lancashire 305, Northamptonshire 111 for 8. Yorkshire 379, Kent 156 for 6. Glamorgan 285, Sussex 331 for 6. Griffiths round the wickets once again, and he's on Burns' pads. Burns looking to help that down towards fine leg. It's come off the pads. Oh, he's thinking about 2, and he's sent Hashim Amla back, who just stumbled for a second. And leg by the signal, one of them. But just for a second, a little bit of miscommunication there between Hashim Amla and Rory Burns. But one more to the total. 61 for 1. Derbyshire 390, Worcestershire 104 for 3. Essex 77 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Durham, who made 259 by 86 runs. Nottinghamshire 273, Warwickshire 192 for 6. Somerset 312, Gloucestershire 178 for 6. And there is an IPL game on today. Might not last very long, as Griffiths is in and Amla drives for 4. Lovely shot, over pitch by Griffiths, and Hashim Amla just lent on that, hit the gap as always, and that rushes off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Amla's on to 10, 65 for 1. Yes, the Punjab Kings against the Chennai Super Kings, Sam Curran and all, are 26 for 5 in the 7th over. So that might not go on very long today. But I was saying, Middlesex all out for 79 against Hampshire.
6 for Bassett?
6 for 11 off 11. Not bad, is it?
No.
Good for the average, that. As Griffiths once more, over the wicket he comes to Amla, and Amla's waiting for this one that's full of length, and then just steers it down towards third man. They'll pick up a couple more. That'll be 2 more to Hashim Amla. 2 more to the total, and Amla's on to 12. Surrey moving on to 67 for 1.
Not quite shedding a silent tear, but it was fun watching him in a Leicestershire sweater.
Oh, he's deadly.
Certain days.
He's deadly, isn't he, in the right conditions, that one.
Oh.
Wow.
He had the gale behind him and bowled out Durham twice in 2 sessions, basically.
Wow.
It was something else.
67 for 1. There's in over the wicket. Oh, is Griffiths? That's just hopped on Hashim Amla off a goodish length. That was nicely paid by Hashim Amla. Got his bottom hand off the bat, but good delivery that from Griffiths. That's the line, that's the length.
Yeah.
And getting that one just a hopper touch.
Need 4 or 5 of those and over, though, not just the one.
Must say, I'm very pleased with my ace cap, Richard Ray. Very kind of Chevy.
Hugely impressed.
Well, we were talking about sitting, weren't we, behind Djokovic.
I think that, yeah, absolutely.
But I think they're great, so thank you very much. I will wear this when I do my running. Very nice indeed.
Do you favour the cap, do you?
Yes, some days I do. As onto the back foot goes Hashim Amla and punches this one up towards mid-off. 67 for 1 then, Surrey. You went for a run this morning, did you not?
Yep, down to Battersea Park.
Very nice.
Found my way there in the end. Had to sort of skirt round the massive redevelopment at the power station, which is all going to be absolutely splendid, but this amount of property they sort of squeeze in there into those sites is just extraordinary.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, well, it looks like it.
It has been taking a while, really. I think that started 5-6 years ago now.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
You can sort of get round it, but you have to go onto the Nine Elms Road and just for a few hundred yards, and then you get to the park and by the river. Ben Mike then in from the pavilion end, bowls very wide outside off stump to Burns, who takes half a step forward and leaves his bat raised, glances up at umpire Lloyd just in case he was going to signal wide. He didn't bother doing so, and Ben was a little, okay, a lot inconsistent in terms of his bowling against Hampshire last week. 15 overs, 1 maiden, none for 82. And never quite managed to find any sort of real rhythm, but he is a wicket-taking bowler when he comes on. Normally outside off stump, a little bit of shape back into the left hand, but started too wide. And again, Burns has nothing to do with it.
Nice action.
Yeah. Strong young man.
Yeah, that's big shoulders, nice high arm. Nice action.
And he, as you saw, he can be explosive with the bat as well.
He did very well there to get Leicestershire to that batting point in the last over before the 110. Very cricket aware, Phil Walker called it.
He bounces up to the wicket and bowls again too wide outside off stump. Too wide, that is, in terms of tempting Burns to try and put it away through the offside. He lets it go through, adjusts his brown Surrey helmet, wanders off towards umpire Pollard. Just the short-sleeved shirt. I'm sure he'd probably got something warming on underneath. It's still pretty chilly out there. Amla is in a Surrey sweater. He's looked frozen from the start. Actually, Amla, got to be said, but he's okay now, leaning on his bat. Doesn't do anything too quickly. In goes Mike and bowls again wide outside off stump. Again, Burns allows it to go through. So 4 dot balls. Has he had to play it any yet?
Not as yet.
4 dot balls outside off stump.
I'll be honest with you, Hashim Amla's looked frozen since he arrived a few weeks ago.
He has been, I would
every time
think,
I've seen him, he's looked absolutely frozen.
It has been an awfully cold spring thus far, hasn't it? Actually, spring officially, is it April the 21st? No, March the 21st, isn't it? That's the start of spring, and then of course it is. So we're a couple of weeks in. In goes Mike. Bowls outside off stump. This time Burns is to be tempted because it's a half volley very wide outside off stump, and he reaches across where a puff of dust as ball and bat and ground come together in fairly close proximity, steered down along the ground all the way to the vacant third man, and 4 gratefully accepted, taken and gratefully by Rory Burns.
Again, it's a typical Rory Burns shot, really. It's just he lets it come to him and then just opens the face and runs it off down to the boundary rope for 4.
It's a gift, though, isn't it? There's only the 2 slips. There's no gully or hills at backward point, but a huge gap there for a wide half volley, just to almost let it hit the bat. He waits as Mike goes in and bowls very wide again outside off stump. And this time too wide to have a go at it. Slightly better length, I suppose, if one is generous, but a pat on the back for Ben Mike from Harry Dearden as he walks back past him, but only one really that Burns could be bothered with, to be honest.
That's the thing. And the other thing is, sort of with test match cricketers, that they are very used to being patient, and then if they get a scoring opportunity, that's when they jump all over it. So Burns is quite happy if he doesn't have to play, but then if he gets his opportunity, then he'll take. And we saw that with Amla, didn't we? So far we've seen Amla get one short wide one, which he's made sure he hit at the gap. That drive in the last over from Griffiths, didn't try and hit it too hard, he just made sure he hit the gap. And that's the thing with these sort of international batsmen.
Yeah.
It's Griffiths down below us from the Vauxhall end, coming into Hashim Amla, and Amla drives, and guess what? He's found the gap, and he'll pick up 1, and he will pick up 2. So Hashim Amla moves on to 14, and Surrey move on to 73 for 1. I used to, Mr. Ray, I don't know, I used to do something I christened the bridge run round here.
Okay.
Where I would pick a bridge. So I might run down to Westminster Bridge, come across Westminster Bridge, go up Millbank, and just keep going until I got. And some days I used to almost end up in Fulham, and then cross another bridge and come back the other way. And then, if I got to where you said this morning, I'd make sure I crossed the bridge a bit earlier and got on the right side of the Thames to come back again. As Griffiths is in, that's good line, good length, and solidly played by Hamlet. Just pushes this one down into the leg side.
I might try that tomorrow. I was looking at the possibility of getting on the track at the Millennium Arena in Battersea Park, which looks a lovely facility. Council run, I understand.
Yes.
Would that be Lambeth Council? Okay.
Yes. Now there are some nice runs around here. Nice parks to go to.
Lots of cyclists this morning, which was nice to see.
In over the wicket once more comes Griffiths, punched off the back foot by Hashim Amla into the covers, and there is no run. There's Paul Nixon down there and having a bit of a natter with Liam Plunkett, I can see down in the distance. Mr. Plunkett down there with a cup of tea, having a chat with Paul Nixon down there in the distance. Those two would have played for England together, of course.
Yes.
In one-day cricket.
Yeah.
Plunkett and Nixon. So having a bit of a socially distanced catch-up down there. As Griffiths is over the wicket once again, and Hamler drives. That's a good length from Griffiths up towards Parkinson, who's just turning his arm over. Here's Parkinson. His left arm spin, of course.
Oh. Yeah, Ackerman possibly again won't have been over impressed with the sort of change bowling, and might go to Parkinson fairly soon. Tea's not too far away, is it?
Yeah, 10 minutes I think, so it might be a good time for Parkinson to have a bowl. And waits again for Griffiths, and that swings a touch, but lovely shot from Hashim Amla. It does swing back into it, but he played it so late, and then just a roll of the wrists from Amla. And again, it's not a bad delivery. That
no, he took it off the stumps, but beautifully.
But Hashim Amla here, there's just a bit of swing, and he's taken that off middle stump and just whipped it through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and Hashim Amla's on to 18. And Surrey move on to 77 for 1. Partnerships 34. The one worry for Leicestershire at the moment will be that run rate, 4.57. Boundary and over at the moment. As Amla, driving this time again, a little bit of shape back in, thick inside edge this time from Hashim Amla. And there is no run. End of the over, 77 for 1 then Surrey. Burns has 28 and Amla's on 18.
Was actually a fairly decent over there from Gavin Griffiths. Still got picked off by Hashim Amla, but there was a little bit of shape, as you mentioned, Churchy, that just in to the right hand. There wasn't too much width on that occasion, but these are good players, two high-quality international players on a good pitch. 77 for 1. Bronte, whose feelings towards Nottinghamshire, like many Leicester supporters, might best be described as uncomplicated. He says, if we're shedding a silent tear for Mo Abbas, in terms of which I mentioned because I was thinking of him in Leicestershire kit, taking lots of wickets for Leicestershire instead of Hampshire, he said, imagine how Notts must be feeling. Notts having signed him last year, but not seen him, of course, because of the pandemic.
Well, there's been a few like that though, hasn't there? The players that were meant to be coming never got here and have gone off to pastures new before even getting here, actually.
Ben Mike is in, bowling outside off stump. Not quite as wide as some of the deliveries of the previous over. A better length, but again, too wide, and Burns has nothing to do with it. A little bit of extra bounce there, perhaps, from Mike. Ackerman has brought Dearden in from the mid-wicket area to gully, and that means that Sam Evans, who is out on the sort of backward square boundary, comes into mid-wicket. Slightly better balanced field, perhaps. Now in goes Mike, bowls outside off stump, and Burns steps forward, raises his bat, lets it go through, and there's no run again. I'm sure we will see Parkinson before. Pretty sure he'll get an over before tea. It might not be the only one he bowls today. I'd be very surprised if it was. Hands in pockets, Ackerman, contemplating his possibilities. Not too many, really. His options. Mike is in, bowls. That's a slightly better line just outside off stump. Burns gets in position, defends comfortably enough out into the offside. Evans it is at Max Hill at backward point. Evans at in the covers. Dearden rolling his arm over at gully, but I don't think we'll see Harry's off breaks. We might at some stage, but possibly not quite yet. Mike is in, bowls onto the legs of Burns, just where he likes it, as Churchy has pointed out. Doesn't put it away for 4, because Dieter Klein is down at long leg, and he's able to make the stop, so just a single on that occasion. Burns on to 29, 78 for 1.
Yes, I think the other thing that it'd be a sort of exploratory bit of spin probably before tea for Parkinson, if they go to Parkinson. As I say, that worry for Ackerman will be 4 and over. 1 bad ball and over at the moment.
I'm sure scoring at 5 and 6 when they batted at in Leicester. That was full from Mike, and he's got his hands to his head. He thought that had got through for a second, for half a second perhaps, but I suspect they'll get used to the way Amler plays before too long. Late.
Yes, he does, as you say, play everything very, very late. It's that sort of minimum of movement till he needs to, Hashim Amla.
If they were to go through until 32 overs
wow.
were left in the final session. Mike is in, bowls, Amler whips him away off Midland leg, out towards deep mid wickets. A long chase out there in the field for Rishi Patel out there, so he's come on as acting 12th man. Alex Evans was on early. I'm just trying to see who is off. Tend to look for a bowler in these circumstances, don't you? I can't see Chris Wright out there at the moment. A couple taken by Amler, who is quietly
accumulating.
Moved on to 20. He just glanced at the scoreboard and suddenly realised, hang on, he's on 20 already. Unfussily.
I said yesterday at Bristol I was very boring, but I find him a fascinating player to watch build an innings, Hashim Amla, because we don't tend to forget, but his record in one day in T20 cricket as well is absolutely fantastic. But it's all done with a great grace. T20, he hits 4s and 6s, but without any violence. Hashim Amla. Jason Roy, there's a bit of violence involved, isn't there, with Jason?
Yeah.
But Amla, there's no violence. In fact, actually, basically, he's going to destroy your bowling attack with charm in T20, is Amla. And there's going to be times when the bowlers stand there and go, oh, that was a lovely shot. As Griffiths is round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is up on his toes and turning this one into the leg side, rolls up there towards mid-on, because when Finch and Roy opened in T20 here, it was like 2 heavyweight boxers coming out at you. It really was. But with Amler, it's
been spectacular to watch.
It's a bit like a very sort of a light middleweight who just picks you off over 12 rounds, isn't it? Yeah, well, I remember one particular game against Middlesex here in the T20 with Finch and Roy, where it was frankly ridiculous, actually. Absolutely ridiculous. Waits again does Rory Burns as Griffiths is round the wicket to him, and Burns will get runs just on the angle, coming round the wicket, takes it off his pads, out towards deep backward square. Finch stuck one about where that new corporate box is. Probably on the roof of that, actually, I would have thought, and it was still going. In that, oh, of course, he famously at Old Trafford, didn't he? Hit the, what's it called? The point. Hit the roof of the point in a T20 game for Yorkshire, Aaron Finch. But there's violence when they bat, but with Amler there's never any violence. It's all rather lovely to watch. 20 not out is Amler. Griffiths is into him, and Amler up on his toes. There we are, just working this into the gap again. That's the thing, he always hits the gap as well. Pick up another couple here, will Hashim Amler. He moves on to 22. 83 for one. Doing all of this in a long sleeve sweater as well, because he's still cold. One of the nicest gentlemen you could ever wish to meet as well. Just a very softly spoken, charming man.
Dave, who may be in Norway, judging by his Twitter handle, DaveUK_Norway.
Dave.
Has been in touch.
Good stuff. Griffiths is over the wicket to Amler, and Amler forward he goes, just pushes this one off a good length to cover point, and there's no run.
He says great live feed as usual from the Oval, but he says the Millennium Arena in Battersea Park is actually Wandsworth.
Is it
apparently.
Wandsworth, is it? Ah, there you are.
And he's kindly sent me a link to their website.
Ooh, excellent.
It's very kind of you.
Do you think you have to book a time, or are you allowed just to go straight on? I wouldn't know.
I'll try and find out during the tea interval.
83 for one, Surrey. Griffiths, over the wicket he comes to Amler. With Yorker, shout for LBW. Given! Well bowled. Gavin Griffiths. Yorker to Hashim Amler. And he's hit him on the toe. And umpire Pollard took a while to make the decision. Had a good look at it, And there was a puff of dust. And then up went the figure. That's a big, big wicket. We were sort of waxing lyrically quite rightly about Hashim Amler, but then Griffiths has just got one to hit him on that back foot. Oh, now Hashim Amler,
he sort of raised his bat, and he thinks he hit it, didn't he? As he started to raise his bat towards umpire Pollard, not in any sense,
No.
I don't think, in a gesture of I think there was just a little bit of a disappointment. It sounded very wooden, didn't it? It was a question perhaps of whether it was toe or whatever umpire Pollard thinks it hit first. And I think he decided it was toe first, but there was certainly bat at some stage.
I think that the
second stage, according to umpire Pollard.
I think the thing that gave it away was the big puff of dust. That was the thing. So I think he definitely got bat on it, but umpire Pollard had a long, long look, and then up went the figure. So that's a big wicket for Griffiths, big wicket for Leicestershire, and it brings Ollie Pope out to the middle, and Surrey at 83 for 2, and Ollie Pope joins his captain. Averages 67 for Surrey in first-class cricket. Ollie Pope, 2,090 first-class runs already. Only played 26 first-class matches for Surrey. Yeah,
extraordinary.
So he's a talented boy.
Now a very much established member of the England setup.
Interesting. This Burns, and umpire Lloyd and Pollard are having a long old chat out there in the middle. Not quite sure what that was about, but umpire Pollard walking back to the Vauxhall end, and now Burns having a natter with Ollie Pope. A little punch of the hands and gloves there between Pope and Burns. And Rory Burns wanders back down to the non-striker's end.
He's taken middle, but he had to move his bat back quite a long way. He put it on about middle and off.
First ball then for the right-handed Ollie Pope. Two slips are in there. Griffiths is over the wicket to him, and Pope is forward, punching up towards Chris Wright at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, and 83 for 2. Now, I thought tea was at 5-2, but it definitely isn't, because it's now 4 o'clock. So Mr. Ray is nipped next door. He's off to do an update. 83 for 2 then Surrey after 19 overs. And Rory Burns has 30. And Ollie Pope yet to get off the mark, has faced just the one ball, and Parkinson is coming into the attack with his left arm spin. So our first look at Mr. Parkinson in this game, Callum Parkinson. And he will have the Surrey captain, Rory Burns, to bowl at. Callum Parkinson's big picture goes up on the big screen away to our right hand side. Slip and a short leg, then a man just behind square on the leg side at 45 saving the single. There's the mid wicket, the mid on the mid off. There's a cover, there's a backward point, and there is a man for the sweep out at deep mid wicket. Sun's out, nice afternoon here in South London. Parkinson over the wicket then to Burns, and first ball's quickish from Parkinson and turned by Rory Burns down into the leg side. So sorry, trailing by 292, but we've still got, after this over, 45 to go today. So lots of cricket today, as here's Rory Burns using the feet and working Parkinson out towards deep mid wicket, and then they will pick up a single, and that will move Rory Burns on to 31 and bring the right-handed Ollie Pope. Burns and Pope get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. And then Pope settles himself down over his back. Round the wicket comes Parkinson to Pope. And just left alone by Ollie Pope. Neatly and tidily taken behind the stumps by Swindles. Parkinson is in again and Pope is forward, pushing this one away to short extra cover. Dearden comes round to do the fielding. Of course, Ollie Pope faced a lot of spin during the winter. He's facing spin again now as Parkinson is in. Oh, what a lovely shot to get off the mark from Ollie Pope. Tossed up by Parkinson, and Ollie Pope leaning forward and driving away through cover point for 4. That's a gorgeous cricket shot from Ollie Pope. Really lovely way to get off the mark from Ollie Pope. Those hands from Ollie Pope. Square of the wicket, fairly whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Ollie Pope off the mark with the boundary, and Surrey are 88 for 2 now. Parkinson's in again to Pope, and Pope's forward, covering up, pushing away towards short extra cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 88 for 2. Burns 31. Pope 4. The 2 men to have gone. Hashim Amla, LBW to Griffiths in Griffiths' last over for 22, and then first wicket to go, that of Mark Stoneman, caught down the leg side off Griffiths, and Griffiths with both the wickets. But there on the live stream, just got a sort of panoramic sweeping shot of the Kia Oval, one oval square, and the new development and the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, bathed in sunshine. It's a lovely afternoon now. And Gavin Griffiths, sorry, apologies. I have a very good friend who's a journalist in Wales called Gareth Griffiths, and he hasn't taken 2 wickets here. Gavin Griffiths has, and he's getting ready to come round the wicket once again to Rory Burns, and Rory Burns is trying to work a straightish delivery into the leg side that hits the back pad, just drops off towards cover. Rory Burns wanders off towards square leg. Ollie Pope in a short sleeve sweater. Yeah. Gavin Griffiths will be delighted to pick up that big wicket of Hashim Amla. Comes in once more. Right arm round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is driving. We'll get a single here up towards mid-off. That'll be one more to the total. Ben Mike does the fielding, and that brings Ollie Pope on to strike. Peaceful afternoon here at the Kia Oval. Not quite sure when tea is now. Sort of slightly lost when we're playing today, because we added overs on anyway today, then we added more overs on today. Well, if we are playing till 32 overs are left in the day, tea will be at probably around about 5 o'clock as Griffiths over the wicket he comes to Pope, and Pope just turned round a touch here by Griffiths, thickish edge, that runs off down towards Aqua Point. Ray is back with us.
Settled into a much better rhythm now, hasn't he, Griffiths? There or thereabouts. That was Plum LBW, says no context Leicestershire CC on Twitter, whoever that is. Not biased at all, I'm sure.
Quite right, too. Quite right, too. Well, umpire Pollard took a long time.
Thought about it, didn't he?
Thought
about it.
Thought about it. As over the wicket comes Griffiths once again, and Pope lets this one go. Outside is off stump.
The national press have woken up, watching two England batsmen. They're involved now. They're involved now. Yeah.
Someone kicked the door, did they? And woke them all up.
Just heard somebody say, "Don't like that late cutter, Burns. Don't like it."
It's good to see them here, actually.
Got him out in Chennai or something.
A bit different here.
Yeah.
A bit different. I was just saying for Roddy Pope, you know, he's faced a fair amount of spin during the winter, of course. As over the wicket once again, Griffiths gets it right up there to Ollie Pope, and Pope toe end of the bat, just checks his bat still in one piece there, and it rolls up towards mid-off. No, it's great. Actually, really nice to see Nick Holt and Dean Wilson and the great and the good. I haven't seen them in ages, to be fair, so it's lovely to see them all.
It's usually just as you say, just at the beginning of the season that they get out to see a little bit of county cricket.
It's where they all started. Still have a great love. Lawrence Booth, Northamptonshire, and Mr. Holt as well. As forward goes Ollie Pope. That's a very nice looking defensive shot up towards mid-on. Got any idea where T is? 89 for 2, Mr. Ruff. Complete. I think it might be 10. I'm going to say 10 past 4. That's what I'm going to guess.
I'll go with that. So possibly 2 overs away.
I haven't actually seen any regulations from anywhere of what we're actually playing today,
other than the 108 overs. But in terms of timings, I think they've been set awry by the delays yesterday and the extra overs that had to be bowled out. Could potentially be bowled as a consequence. 44 remain in the day, and Callum Parkinson is going to continue over the wicket. Burns, as a consequence, taking a moment to just to have a good look round at the field again. Short leg and slip as in goes Parkinson. A couple of steps down the wicket, beautifully timed, got to the pitch of the ball, didn't try and hit it too hard, just clipped it away through mid-wicket for 4. Between man at a deeper mid-on and a conventional mid-wicket who's D to Klein. Sweet shot.
I remember him playing one a bit like that against Ravi Ashwin in that first test where he danced down the pitch to him and full face of the bat and punched it through the leg side for 4 Rory Burns.
Moves on to 36. Any changes to the field? Yes, mid-wicket has gone a little bit straighter. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and that's a shout for leg before he's gone. He swept across the line. He didn't get to the pitch of the ball. Might just have turned back into him a little bit, and Burns will feel, I think, that he's given it away a little bit there. That was the first time that he's played a shot that just looked a little bit loose, looked almost careless, really. It was a little bit short. That is tea now, so you were spot on, Churchy, in terms of 10 past. It's only 8 minutes past, but because the wicket has been taken, the players are leaving the field, and Leicestershire will feel that is a huge bonus before the tea interval. Callum Parkinson strikes, and Surrey are 93 for 3.
It was a massive bonus because really all that's happened there is Rory Burns has missed the ball.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no other sort of way to put it. It's the right shot to that delivery. He's just missed it. And it's hit the pad and the finger's gone up. And that's the end of Rory Burns. And that will be tea at 93 for 3 with Ollie Pope on 4. I wouldn't go near Rory Burns for a while. And 36 for Rory Burns. Those 3 wickets to fall. Mark Stoneman caught Swindles, bowled Griffiths for 24. Hashim Amla, LBW to Griffiths for 22. And then Rory Burns, LBW to Parkinson for 36. And 93 for 3. Stoneman caught down the leg side. Amla LBW when he thought he'd hit it. And Burns has missed one, looking to sweep. So that's cricket for you, everybody. And Surrey go to tea, 3 down and trailing by 282.
Just wondering whether Mark can run us another replay of that one, if possible. I'd love to see that from behind the bowler's arm. And we are looking from behind the batsman at the moment. He certainly was nowhere near the pitch of it.
I think he just missed it.
But it looked like, as you say, it was
exactly the right shot.
Just slightly careless. Here we go. Here comes the replay. Let's have a look from behind Parkinson's arm. It was flat and short.
Yeah, well,
and it didn't really get up too high, did it? He just missed it. It probably was that maybe he could have stood up and just worked it away.
He's just missed it. That's it. He's just missed it. That's the only thing that he's done there. It's the right shot, really, from Rory Burns. He's just missed it.
Graham Lloyd left his finger up there for a long time, didn't he? As if to say, how could you miss it? But you did. In goes Parkinson. But yeah, well, it's fair. It's a fair decision, I think. Yeah. And probably Burns will be, livid with himself, really.
He's furious he's missed it. Yeah. I think it's the right shot. He's just missed it. There's Rory Burns. So Leicestershire will be delighted with that. Yeah. 93 for 3. 3, and this is nothing against the Leicestershire bowlers at all because they've stuck in there, but they've been going at 4.3 and over. The 3 wickets where all 3 batsmen all think, hang on, how did that happen? But they're back in the hutch. That's the key thing, and Leicestershire are on top now. And Surrey trail by 282. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. But at tea, Surrey on this second day. We've still got a lot of cricket, everybody. 43.4 overs left today, and it's 10 past 4. So we're looking at another 7 o'clock finish tonight, really, if not later, I think. 93 for 3. Pope yet to get off the mark. Apologies, Pope has 4, and he'll be joined by Ben Folkes after the tea break. And we're all off for a cup of tea. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Now to the second round of County Championship fixtures, and our featured game is in Group 2 as Surrey take on Leicestershire at the Oval, and I'm glad to say that there for us is Jeremy Langdon. How's it going there, Jez?
Well, it's been a slow start to the day, you could say, for Leicestershire. They won the toss this morning and they'll be batting very carefully, but at lunch they are 75 without loss, and Surrey have been struggling for a breakthrough. They've had Kumar Roach in action, they've had 5 bowlers in action, but so far Leicestershire have resisted. They are 75 without loss at lunch. And I'm joined by the Surrey Chief Executive, Richard Gould. Richard, no fans here right now, but how much do you need them back next month on May the 20th?
We are so looking forward to the return of fans. So we've got 25% back in for our first championship match. So that equates to about 4,500, and the uptake has been extremely strong. Thereafter, on the 21st of June, we're hoping that we can open up alongside the rest of the country, and demand for tickets for the T20 is extraordinary.
Do you think the Oval will be full this summer?
Yes, I really do. You know, we've got the roadmap. So far, we've got through as a country all the various hurdles, and we see absolutely no reason why cricket cannot open up with the rest of the country with the effect of the 21st of June.
And you mentioned the demand for tickets. I mean, how big is the frenzy been for them?
I've been at the Kia for 10 years now, and I have never seen this level of demand. So all of our internationals have sold out. The Blast is selling well. I know the 100 is selling well. There is a real keenness for people to come back, and so the appetite is very strong, and I think the expectation is extremely strong too.
And these are cricket fans who've been starved of cricket because of the pandemic. How much has the pandemic hurt Surrey?
Financially, for everyone, it's been a struggle. I think for supporters, it's been very, very difficult. You know, remember. We haven't had crowds back into cricket grounds for nearly 2 years now, so it's a long, long time. But I've been astounded at the loyalty of cricket supporters and our members. They've stood by our clubs, and they're just waiting for us to swing back into action.
And they're going to be coming back to a new stand as well.
Yes.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got the new stand that's going up. Will be finished by early June. And we're very excited. That will take our capacity to about 27,500, which is a good leap forward for us.
Tell us about the T20 Blast tickets. I mean, how are they going?
Very strong. Yeah, we've got 7 home games. It's more of a challenge this year because we have a tighter schedule to work within. But we've again, our sales have never been stronger, and we've got a game on the 21st of June, which hopefully is the opening one. And so, you know, we're hopeful that we've got a full house here, and we're able to host that full house right from the off.
And you're hopeful too, aren't you, about bringing the IPL to the Kia Oval? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think we saw with the World Cup 2 years ago and the Champions Trophy before that there is such a huge amount of support, and there is a great legacy for us to build on. We saw incredible numbers come through for Bangladeshi fans, Indian fans, and we know the international schedules are tight. But we think that there's the ability for domestic international teams to come and play here, much as we see happens with American sports and elsewhere in London. So that is something that we, basically there's an open invitation, and we would like to see if we can bring Indian teams and Bangladeshi teams and Pakistani teams to London and other cities within the country.
The London Mayor's certainly keen, but how keen do you think the IPL are?
I think the IPL, well, they've often played away from India, sometimes by necessity, and in terms of expanding their reach and also helping us to bring Indian supporters into our grounds, it would be a win-win. That's our hope. I think it'll take some time because the IPL clearly have their own challenges. They're extending by a month next year, and so it may be baby steps, but we would very much like to see some of those teams coming and playing here.
And IPL teams at the Kia Oval would certainly offset some of the costs, wouldn't it, of the last year?
Yeah, certainly. You know, we've all got balance sheets that have been hit hard, and we want to be able to put on more activity so we can help recover that. But in truth, the main one is building on the legacy of the World Cup. You know, we haven't got an ICC tournament scheduled now for what, 9-10 years. I don't think we've got one on the calendar. So it's building on that legacy and bringing domestic international teams over.
Would you see it as exhibition games initially and then full IPL games?
I think that's the most logical step. Yes, certainly. That is the most logical step. You know, baby steps before perhaps getting to something more firm thereafter.
Just finally, Richard, Surrey on the pitch this season. What are your hopes for Surrey?
We are very hopeful in the Championship. We've had a slow start, so we clearly need to build on that. The Blast, last year we were runners-up, and so clearly we want to go at least one place. Well, we can only go one place better than that. During the one-day trophy, that's going to be a bit more of a challenge because it's the same time as the 100, and so our resources are slightly thinner on that one. But as ever, you start a season and you want to win everything.
Richard Gould, thanks so much for your time. And just to update you on the score at the Kia Oval, Leicestershire winning the toss today, 75 without loss at lunch.
Jeremy and Richard, thanks very much. Now, UEFA have been criticised following yesterday's decision to ban
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester and the Surrey live stream. Tea break is over with Surrey 99 for 3, and that is in response to the Leicestershire first innings total of 375, and Rory Burns falling just before tea there, LBW to Parkinson, so there are still a couple of deliveries left in the Parkinson over, and it means that Ben Folkes is marching out there with Ollie Pope. Folkes coming off the back of 100 at Bristol, but Leicestershire will be delighted with those 3 wickets before tea. Mark Stoneman caught down the leg side off Griffiths for 24, Hashim Amla, LBW to Griffiths for 22, and then Rory Burns, LBW to Parkinson for 36. And the right-handed Ben Folkes takes his guard. There are still, after this over, 43 overs to go today, so there's a huge amount of cricket still left on this second day. Parkinson left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes' first ball, he's forward and pushing this one straight back up the pitch to Callum Parkinson. 3 balls of this over as Parkinson bounces in once again to Folkes, and Folkes is working this one into the leg side to get off the mark. So Ben Folkes off the mark with a single, and that brings Ollie Pope onto strike for the first time after tea. Got off the mark just before tea with a lovely shot through the covers for 4. Griffiths with 2 wickets, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. Dieter Klein, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 26. Chris Wright, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. As Parkinson is in and Ollie Pope is cutting, and that's a very good half stop. Important half stop in there at backward point by Dearden, because Ollie Pope cut that fiercely to the right of Dearden, who flung himself and got a hand to it. And Pope on to 5, 95 for 3 as Parkinson is in, and Ben Folkes forward he comes. Shining blue skies, high cloud, and we're going to have Dieter Klein to get us started after the tea break from the Vauxhall end. Bit of left arm pace to get us started after the tea break. Griffiths, that spell of 6 overs, no mains, 2 for 22. The wickets of Stoneman and Amler, 2 good ones for Griffiths. A couple of slips in there, as you can hear the winds blowing again as Griffiths out the attack, and Dieter Klein is into the attack, driving his Ollie Pope to this first delivery from Klein. Wide and full outside the off stump and hit firmly by Ollie Pope, but Parkinson doing the fielding, moving to his right. So they'd have been pretty happy with where they found themselves, Leicestershire, at tea. Ollie Pope waits again as Klein is into him, and Pope's letting this one go across him outside his off stump. Little nod there from Ollie Pope, and then he comes down to do some gardening. Still to come for Surrey, Jamie Smith, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Matthew Dunn, Kemar Roach and Amar Verdi. Surrey batting lineup for this one. We got a bit of movement, but we've done very well to have any movement behind the bowlers on with nobody in the ground. But Ollie Pope wasn't happy with something there as Klein left arm over the wicket he comes, and Pope is forward. Squirts this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I'll give you some other scores from around the country in the championship today. And Hampshire 38 for 2 in their second innings, but did bowl Middlesex out for just 79. I was reading somewhere, I think that's Middlesex's lowest score against Hampshire. 79 they were all out for in their first innings, so it means Hampshire lead by 278 as Klein is in and Pope's covering up, pushing a good length ball straight back up the pitch. Lancashire 305, Northamptonshire 145 for 8 in reply. Kent 195 for 6 against Yorkshire, who made 379, that at Canterbury. Glamorgan 285. Sussex 375 for 6. So having a good day are Sussex. Klein is in and pushed by Ollie Pope. Van Zyl with a 100 there for Sussex. Tom Haynes with 87. George Garton is 45 not out in that one. Of course not down at Hove yet because they've had bugs in the outfield down at Hove, which is never what you want. Derbyshire 390, Worcestershire 94 for 3. Essex 99 for 2 in their second innings trail Durham as Pope forward he goes once again. Plays this one off a goodish length back up the pitch by 64 runs. End of the over from Klein. Tidy first over after tea. And Surrey remaining 95 for 3 on the Surrey live stream. There's the scorecard, looking lovely. With the ground bathed in sunshine. And the shadow of the floodlight pylon there going across the ground. Nottinghamshire 273, Warwickshire 201. And Nottinghamshire 4 for 1. Somerset 312, Gloucestershire 196 for 6 in reply. And in the IPL game, Punjab Kings got to 106 for 8, which was a pretty good effort because they were in all sorts of bother. So it's not a bad effort that from the Punjab Kings. Sam Curran, of course, playing for Chennai today. And Chris Wright bowling here for Leicestershire from that pavilion end. He's on the hip of Ben Folkes, who's tucking that one down towards fine leg. And they will pick up a single. And that'll be one more to Ben Folkes. He's on to 2. Surrey 96 for 3. Sam Curran 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. Today, I think there's a few of the England players involved today. Moeen Ali, of course, playing for Chennai in this IPL. As in over the wicket goes Chris Wright, and this is tucked away by Ollie Pope up towards mid-on. Takes a single, and that moves Ollie Pope on to 6. Sorry, 97 for 3. Ackerman will be fairly happy in there at second slip at the moment. Dearden is in the gully. Azad at first slip, Swindles with the gloves on. Chris Wright will come right arm over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward and turns his leg side, wants a single, gets a single. I think it was a no ball as well. Did umpire Lloyd's arm shoot out? Yes, it did. So I thought there was a no ball as well, so that'll be 3 more to the Surrey total, and the 100 comes up with those 3 runs. So Surrey 100 for 3. Ben Folkes and Graham Lloyd having a bit of a natter out there in the middle at the moment. Folkes leant on his bat, having a chat with Graham Lloyd. Ollie Pope waits for Chris Wright, and a little bit of shape back in, I think, there for Chris Wright, and Ollie Pope is turning this one down into the leg side. That runs up there towards mid-on. So yeah, Surrey here just trying to get themselves going again after tea. Richard Ray is back alongside as Pope settles once more over his bat, and Chris Wright comes in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope will turn round a little bit with this one. Need to drive straight back up the ground, but it actually squirts up towards mid-off. Welcome back, Mr. Ray.
Thanking you. Right, interesting decision to bring him back ahead of Parkinson having taken his wicket, but happier bowling against right-handers. A little bit of shape to the deliveries.
Yeah, and you can sort of see the thinking as well, can't you? With new batsmen in, and the ball's in its 23rd, 24th over. As Wright is in. Oh, and Ollie Pope, it's a naughty shot. He gone out like that at Bristol. He's getting cross with himself. Let it go, he says.
Yeah.
It's a naughty little shot that outside the off stump from Ollie Pope. And I said that Leicestershire will now be at tea time.
Oh, yeah,
3 down.
Boy, you're kidding. You're not kidding.
Absolutely. They're the ones with the runs on the board. And they've got the opposition 3 down. Very happy.
And a bowling bonus point. Goodness.
Absolutely, already. Wright is in once more. And this one's left alone outside the off stump. And, you know, there's me going on about, whoops, sorry, going over 4 and over. Well, it doesn't really matter if you're all out for 200 if you're going at 4 and over. So they need to build a partnership somehow here, Messrs. Folkes and Pope.
Well, time isn't an issue, is it? They've got all the time in the world just to get their heads down.
Well, if Surrey went
and
at
bat,
4,
just bat.
If these two went at 4 and over, for what we've got left today, Surrey would be 260 for 3 at the end of today, because we've still got 41. Well, actually a bit more than that, 264 for 3, because we've still got 41 overs to go today. So that's how much more cricket we have today. 41 overs left, and the weather's fine.
It's beautiful. Dieter Klein bowled a better first over at the start of his second spell than he had in his first 5, that's for sure. In he comes and bowls again. That's a decent straight delivery. Folkes covers up, looks jumpy up on his toes. Folkes is a bundle of energy at the crease, drops it out into the off side. Callum Parkinson, long sleeved sweater at extra cover. Around, all the Leicestershire players understandably wearing their racing green caps in the bright sunlight. Klein, bustling run, goes in and bowls again. Little twitch from Folkes, but that's just kind of the way he plays, really. Drops it out towards point this time, where Lewis Hill comes charging in. Leicestershire energised both by their cup of tea, but I suspect more by the 3 wickets they managed to pick up beforehand. 100 for 3. Game sort of nicely balanced at the moment, but remember what a good pitch this is. Klein is in, bowls again, straight middle and off. Folkes has to defend, does successfully. This is much better stuff from Klein. Whether it's a surge of adrenaline or what, just at the start of the innings, but sprayed it around a little bit.
Yeah, it was probably trying too hard, I would have thought. I said that with Jamie Overton this morning. Nothing wrong with that.
Klein is in again, making Folkes play. High left elbow in defence, pushes it out to Parkinson.
Yeah, Folkes at that 133 at Bristol. Got a bit of form under his belt already this season. That remarkable stat of averaging before that, his average dropped actually after that 133 from 304 he was averaging at Bristol before that game.
Not too bad. We talked about Pope's average as well. In goes Klein, pushed out towards mid-wicket, beautifully timed as well by Folkes, punched out towards mid-wicket. I thought for a minute Mike was going to cut it off, couldn't get there, and it races away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just the length was a little bit too short, and up on his toes. Folkes is a tall man for a wicket-keeper, punched it away. Really nice piece of timing. 104 for 3. Folkes on to 7.
It's a very well manufactured shot, that from Ben Folkes, isn't it? Sort of had a sighter of 4 balls of Klein, and then it's just got a little bit more across his stumps.
Klein bowls again, slightly better length, and as a consequence Folkes covers up and pushes it out towards Chris Wright, who comes jogging in to meet it at mid-off. So just one ball in which Klein just missed his length, got put away. That's the lesson, that's what good batsmen do. 104 for 3, sorry. Remember, Leicestershire 375 in their first innings. Surrey's day then, you would say, on that basis so far, but if Leicestershire can pick up a couple more before the close, game nicely balanced, really.
I think, sorry, you know, you look at those 3 dismissals before the tee and you can say, well, did Bamler hit it? It was burnt outside the line. Doesn't matter, they're out. Fingers gone up. They're not coming back out again in this inning. Chris Wright is into Pope, and this is all clipped in the air. It was a cry of catch it, but it was flicked, and it was in the air for a little bit of time. And Lewis Hill, he sort of hung in the air, did Lewis Hill. And just for a second, I wondered, is he going to come up with the ball? But actually, it's whistled off to the boundary rope, and Pope's on to 10 and 108 for 3.
That might have been quite close to him, because both Griffiths had his hands on his head at mid-off, and Klein went down on his haunches at extra cover. They probably had a pretty good view of how close it was to Hill.
That whistled away.
Yeah, it was travelling. It would have been a sensational catch.
I think it was one of those that it may have been past him as the dive went in, because it was struck so firmly by Ollie Pope. But there was the cry of catch it, and when you see a fielder like that, you just wonder, are they going to come up with the ball? As Chris Wright is in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope's in behind this one, and that's pushed out towards Klein at extra cover. I was looking during the tea break at the front cover of Wisden Cricket Monthly. Phil Walker was in. I was thinking, what a lovely photo. I wonder where that is. I'd have loved to have been there. It's two batsmen walking out to bat, and then I realised that's Arundel, and that was the game against Surrey last summer, and I was actually.
You were there.
But isn't that a lovely photo on the front cover? And the cricketer we were talking to as well today, Hugh Turberville, and the 100 cricketers on the front as well, after 100 years. As in over the wicket comes Chris Wright, and in behind a short one goes the right-handed Pope.
There are a few lovelier grounds, that's for sure.
Yes, it was. Did last year? No, you wouldn't have done it, obviously. Sorry, because we were all in sort of our areas, weren't we, last year?
We were, but was it the year before or the year before that we played at Arundel? Fairly recently, anyway. We had a lovely 4 days. Perfect weather.
We didn't last year. It was rather cold, I have to say. But it felt like we had the whole ground to ourselves, of course. As this is turned away by Ollie Pope, down towards fine leg, and they'll pick up a single and 2 more to the total. And Ollie Pope moves on to 12, 110 for 3. My Arundel is a ground I love, but I always go a little bit cold when I get to Arundel, because that was where Rory Burns and Moses Enriques had their horrendous clash of heads in a 2020 game, and both ended up in hospital. And you sort of, I don't know why, you tend to remember it when you go down to Arundel. Waiting is Ollie Pope, and drives, and Klein sort of wanders across in front of mid-off, but the fielding's done, and there is no run. But it's a lovely photo, that. Weatherly making his way out to the middle. Felix Organ. And
he was 12th man last week.
And then inside there's Ravi Patel bowling at Arundel. No, very nice. Two great additions this month of Wisden Cricket Monthly and Cricketer. And thank you to both Phil and Hugh for joining us today. It's been lovely. Chevy, of course. Mr. Green from the Ace programme. I might see. I'll have a natter, but
is Chevy short for something?
No, I don't think
is it a name in itself?
I think it is, yeah.
I wasn't quite sure.
He's a very, very cool customer, isn't he?
Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Chris Wright, and this is whipped leg side by Ollie Pope. He's tying that very, very nicely. That the chase is on. Hill's done well. Gets round, slides. He's in a different postcode over there at the moment, and get his sat nav.
That might be Wandsworth or Lambeth, or
look at miles away, didn't he? 2 more to Ollie Pope. He's on to 14, and it's 112 for 3. Well, I had a bit of a shocker last night. I've got my car that I bought about 4 or 5 years ago. Comes with an inbuilt sat nav. You see,
right?
So on my way back last night, I really only know the one way back down to Kent to see my mum. And there was all sorts of traffic problems. So I went to turn the sat-nav on, and nothing happened. Completely blank screen. And then it said, it's not working. And it told me that on the computer, and I thought, well, thanks. So I sort of worked that one out for myself. Anyway, let back into life this morning as I arrived here. So that was handy, seeing I knew the way back this morning. I was going round in circles for about 20 minutes last night.
Klein is going to go round the wicket now to Folkes from the Vauxhall end, just outside off stump. Folkes offers a lovely vertical bat as he forces out, or attempts to force out into the offside.
Modern cars are lovely, aren't they, Mr. Ray? And you know a lot, obviously, with your Formula One. But I broke down once with my car, and the AA man turned up. Other emergency services are available, of course. And he said, what you have to remember, my friend, is basically this is a computer on wheels now. And I've got to go into its hard drive to find out what's going on.
Your
Wow.
car is considerably more modern than mine. In goes Klein on off stump. Covers up, folks. Again, plays it out into extra cover, and there is no run. I don't know too much about them. I was sort of in Formula One as the representative of the people, i.e. somebody who doesn't really understand all the technicals, and boy are they complicated. People used to say it's not rocket science. Actually it is rocket science with Formula One. They are rockets, those things. In goes Klein and bowls. Good delivery on off stump and pushing forward. A little bit of shape to that one from Klein going around the wicket. He has to, I don't know whether his action has to change slightly, but it doesn't. His pace reduces sometimes a little bit when he's going around the wicket, but it does sometimes get a bit more shape to the deliveries.
I did have to get another one because the one I had before that, the engine kept cutting out, which wasn't ideal.
Not if you're sitting in the middle of traffic on Vauxhall Bridge or something. That was a horrible feeling.
Yes.
Klein in again, a little bit short that time, drifting towards middle and leg, so folks, plenty of time to hop up onto his toes, play back and turn his wrists on it out towards Harry Dearden, who's out there on the mid-wicket boundary, takes one, moves on to 8, 113 for 3.
There were a couple of occasions where I was very glad I was downhill, so I could just drift into a garage or somewhere to pull over. So that's when I upgraded to a computer on wheels, apparently. I didn't realise I was buying a computer on wheels.
Here's a question. In goes Klein. Bowls again, far too short. He's going to pick up 4 there, Pope. He was trying to hit it a little bit squarer than that. He got a bit of a sort of bottom edge, and it went very fine indeed. It would have bounced short of Harry Swindles. He dived across to his left, but just very fine indeed of the wicketkeeper. Raced away for 4. So Pope, that is, moves on to 18, 117 for 3. A couple of slightly loose deliveries from Klein, both going for runs. Was it Vauxhall Bridge that Genevieve broke down on? Do you remember the film? The old black and white film with the old car run. That was sort of, I think they went down to Brighton and back, so possibly the road back from Brighton, would that have gone over Vauxhall Bridge? In goes Klein and bowls outside off stump, steps forward, Pope, and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. That would have been back in the sort of 50s, I suppose, 50s, 60s. I don't know what the main road down to Brighton would have been, the A23 in those days.
It would have still been the A23.
Victoria Bridge, I don't know.
Well, I remember there was a game.
There you go. It got stuck in the tram lines that were there at the time, anyway.
There was a game here a few years ago now, where there was a hold up on Vauxhall Bridge, and the umpires had to abandon their cars on the bridge to walk here to get here and the play was delayed. And
are you allowed to abandon your cars?
What happened was a couple of Surrey support staff, including the analyst, was sent to get in the cars and sit there until they could move them and get them here. So the umpires could be here for this. Well, it was delayed by a good half an hour, 40 minutes. Chris Wright from the pavilion end is into Ben Folkes, who turns this one neatly and tidily in there towards mid-wicket, and Dearden does the fielding in there at short mid-wicket. Azad and Ackerman, the 2 slips in there. The captain will be fairly pleased with all of this at the moment. 3 down Surrey, 117 for 3. Leicestershire 375.
Kenneth Moore was the star of the film. Kay Kendall was in it.
Over the wicket once again comes Chris Wright. Forward goes Ben Folkes again, pushing this one into the leg side. But I was watching the James Bond film the other night with Daniel Craig, where the old MI6 building and Judi Dench pulled up on Vauxhall Bridge.
Does he not suffer some damage in that film?
Yes, I think that was Skyfall, wasn't it? Yeah.
Right.
Where I actually genuinely do remember when they did some of that filming, and it was all shut down and down by the Thames as well. Over the wicket comes Chris Wright once again, and Forward goes Folks. Turns this one into the leg side. And there is no run. Peaceful on the building site now. Both cranes have disappeared.
I was thinking that earlier.
That's quite a big
The
day
angle grinder's
today.
gone home as well, hasn't he? It's Friday.
Well, I suppose that's quite a big day today, because if you're taking that crane down, it means it's done its job.
I assume, yes.
Well, you'd hope so, because you'd be a bit disappointed if it hadn't. You had to come back and put it all back up again.
Are they going to put a cover on that stand? A roof?
I'm not too sure. That's a good question, actually. As in, over the wicket comes right, and forward again goes Ben Folks, and pushes this one up towards middle. As a sun lover, personally, I would hope there wasn't a roof, because up there would be absolutely marvellous. But, no, I don't know. If you get a chance, though, do have a look from the other side, because it does look spectacular. And it sort of joins everything up, really. From the sort of the oval tube end of the ground when you come out the tube. Waits again, does Folks. Chris Wright just hitting a good line of length here to Ben Folks, and Folks is punching this one off the back foot straight back up the pitch, and Wright sticks his hands up. Of course, Chris Wright, Middlesex, Warwickshire, now at Leicestershire.
Essex.
Essex as well. He's a very experienced campaigner. Here's Chris Wright. Just hitting, as I say, a very good line and a very good length here to Ben Folks. Not trying to do too much. And my mum's listening in. Good afternoon, Mum. Glad you're in good nick. As in over the wicket comes Chris Wright, and forward goes Ben Folks and plays this one back up the pitch. This is for you, Mr. Ray. Genevieve was the name of the car.
Yes.
Yeah. So and she's saying enjoying the cricket. Thank you very much indeed, Mum. So yes, Mum knows what film you're talking about. Genevieve was the only one I can remember is Herbie.
Dinah Sheridan is in it as well.
That and one of your dinosaurs is missing. Remember that one in London as well. But no, Chris Wright, very experienced bowler, very good bowler as well, Chris Wright. And he's just going to run in, hit line length to Ben Folks. And Surrey here after tea. Still 37 overs left today. And Surrey 117 for 3. Folks has 8 and Pope has 18.
Chris Wright, apparently, as well as the obvious nickname of Righty, which is, I have to say, the only one I've heard from the Leicestershire boys, is also known as the Baron.
Really?
I haven't heard them come on the Baron or anything like that, but there you go.
There's some dreadful nicknames in cricket. Most of them, you just put a Y on the end, don't you?
Yes, by and large. Dieter Klein, Dietz, as he's generally known as. That doesn't really work with the Y. Round the wicket, bowls a little bit short and pulled away by Pope. Can't get it past long leg. Hill is out there. Is it Hill out there? Is it Evans? No, it's Evans out there.
Calvin.
They are similar in build.
Surely he's been called Calvin, hasn't he, on the circuit? Or you'd have thought Klein?
Calvin. That's very good. I don't know. I'll have to ask him that.
I would have thought he has been somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think cricketers. I don't know. They like the Calvin. They like Calvin. Yeah, no, they do. In goes Calvin Klein and bowls outside off stump. 2 Folks who defends just about on off stump, pushes it out to the Baron, Chris Wright at mid off. Nonsense we do speak, to be sure. 118 for 3.
We were talking about Dom Sibley earlier, but Warwickshire have confirmed that Dom Sibley fractured the second finger of his right hand during their county championship game against Nottinghamshire. It's not known at the moment. It's not known how long he'll be out for at the moment.
Klein is in, bowls on off stump, pushed out towards Wright, has to hurry to get to the ball, gets his throw away, but it missed. But even had it hit, I suspect Folks had made his ground comfortably. Certainly he wasn't diving or anything like that. He was just running quickly, making sure he ran his bat in. He picked his man. Wright had a little bit of ground to make up. He's got a long way to reach down as well. 6'3", Chris Wright.
He's had one of those days yesterday, Dom Sibley, in the fact that named one of the Wisdom Cricketers of the Year in the morning and then ends up fracturing his finger in the afternoon.
Klein is in, bowls on off stump. Pope drops it out into the offside. Again, it's towards right, and again they know their man, these two Surrey batters, because a little bit of ground to get to the ball, and he isn't the quickest, and they take the single. Pope on 220, Folkes has 9. Surrey 120 for 3, but Klein certainly has dropped his pace a little bit, concentrating on accuracy. He's not running in half as quickly. A lot of his pace comes from his very sort of whippy arm. In he goes and bowls off stump and played firmly back to him. He picks it up left-handed and makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Doesn't do so. At the other end, Pope hurls himself, dives back into the crease. Klein wasn't even looking at him, he was looking at Folkes, but he didn't let go of the ball, which is probably as well, as you'll recall, that he was
yes, I was just thinking
level 42'd this time last season, more or less. Dieter Klein for doing much the same. In he goes and bowls on off stump to Folkes, who defends head right over the ball. Back to the South African it goes, and there is no run. End of the over. You know, Danny Lamb of Lancashire played the ball back to him in similar circumstances. He was just about out of his crease. Klein hurled the ball at the stumps. Unfortunately, Lamb had hopped back in and hopped back in front of the stumps, and it hit him on the foot. It was bang in front. He was aiming at the stump. There was no question that he was sort of aiming at the batsman, but immediately Klein and Leicestershire received a lecture. They were deducted 5 runs.
You see, they're going by the letter of the law, the umpires these days. I get all that, but there are times where I sit there and I think, hang on, just a sec. If you sit down with them after it, let it all die down and have a chat with them, you'll work out what's going on. You don't have to at times make such a big fuss. As in, the wicket comes right, and this one's pushed away by Ollie Pope out towards cover, and they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. And I think you also look at sometimes the match situation is key as well. 121 for 3. You know, sometimes you hear about batsmen who've got a bit angry when they've got out and whatever. Well, they may not have scored a run in weeks, and there's sometimes, you know, they do sort of say a rude word as they walk back or throw their bat at something in the dressing room. At times it's understandable. As in over the wicket comes right, and this is whipped leg side by Ben Folkes out towards deep backward square. 122 for 3. Folkes on 10. Pope 21. The partnership worth 29 runs now for Surrey. Since the tea break came together after Rory Burns was LBW to Parkinson, and that was tea. So 93 for 3 at tea, Surrey. They've moved that on to 122 for 3 now. As Pope is driving, doesn't really time this. He's taken off his short sleeve sweater, has Ollie Pope, and he's drilling that one up towards mid-on. Ah, Jeff, thank you. Just getting back to the film that Richard Ray was talking about, saying that Genevieve, the car, broke down on the approach to Westminster Bridge. But then her brakes fell and she rolls onto the bridge on her own, thus winning the bet. Ah, there you are. That was an absolute belter, that one. In over the wicket once again. Comes right and... oh, a lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Slightly over pitched by Chris Wright, and Ollie Pope just leant on that. And that has whistled away through the covers for 4. And 126 for 3. Ollie Pope on to 25. But that was a gorgeous shot from Ollie Pope. I think that's why he's got cross with himself early when he played that naughty shot outside the off stump and had a bit of a flash at one. That one, he was in complete control of everything there. He waits again. Wright is into him, and Pope is looking to work leg side. Inside edge onto his foot, and it rolls away into the leg side. Richard Ray's nipped next door to do his update for BBC Radio Leicester. Chris Wright is marching back towards the pavilion. Bathed in sunshine, the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. It's a lovely sight today, it really is. Wind's up a bit as Wright is in. It's a short one and it's ducking underneath it. Ollie Pope, I think he was thinking of pulling that for a sec and then decided just to duck underneath it. End of the over from Chris Wright. One lovely shot from Ollie Pope in that over. Yeah, he's just saying to Ben Folkes there, sort of indicating I might give that a hook next time. But then I decided to duck underneath it. 126 for 3, 35 left in the day, and I think we'll get through them. Weather looks good. I think we can get spinning to the attack now. Callum Parkinson, who got rid of the Surrey captain Rory Burns, LBW, just before tea. From the pavilion end is now coming in to have a bowl from the Vauxhall end, so we'll get to watch Parkinson from behind the arm, which is always fun with the spinner. We saw Amar Verdi bowl very nicely this morning from this Vauxhall end. So Callum Parkinson, 2 overs in his first spell, 1 for 11. And now, as I say, into the attack here from the Vauxhall end of the ground. And he'll have Ben Folkes on strike, 26 deliveries for Folkes for this 10 not out. So left arm round the wicket is Callum Parkinson, and Ben Folkes is forward and pushing away out towards extra cover. Got a slip and a short leg in there, Parkinson, as waiting once again is Ben Folkes, as Parkinson is in, and Folkes late cut, very nicely played by Ben Folkes. Just waited for this and then just cut it away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Lovely shot from Ben Folkes, played it very, very late, hence it being called the late cut. And that has whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Folkes is on to 14, and Surrey have moved on to 130 for 3. Folkes doing a bit of gardening outside his off stump. Parkinson is in, tosses this one up, and Folkes is forward and checks the drive there towards extra cover. And there is no run. Partnership now worth 37. Parkinson is in once more, and forward goes Ben Folkes, playing this one down into the leg side. A little bit of movement up there on the Surrey balcony. Liam Plunkett, who's doing 12th man duties, is sat on a bench in front of the dugout, so if he needs anything he has to run up the steps. As forward again goes Folkes and pushes this one from right, from Parkinson up to right. Welcome back to Richard Ray, who's just given the good people of Leicestershire the update at just after 5 o'clock on their way home, as this is turned leg side by Ben Folkes. He'll get a single. Klein's done pretty well there, actually, just sort of chased back and slid and picked up. And 1 more to the total. End of the over, 131 for 3. Folkes has 15 and Pope's on 25. Do you follow traffic and travel, or are you before traffic and travel, Mr. Ray?
I haven't heard any traffic and travel, so I'm basically at the end of the news at the top of the hour, and then usually on my own. But sort of from 4:30, there's usually a sort of big sports bulletin, and obviously they're getting a little bit excited about Wembley at the moment up in Leicester, because they're playing Southampton in an FA Cup semi-final this coming weekend. So, and there's a few fortunate Leicester fans who are going to be there, because I think 4,000 are allowed into the vast areas of Wembley.
Just reminded me, do you know, last time we came to Grace Road, who was staying in the hotel we were in?
Chris Wright is in and bowling short, pulled away by Folkes. Parkinson's going to get to the ball. No, he's not. He dummies it almost, and then lets it go through to Hill, who picks up and throws in 2. Folkes moves on to 17, 1-3-3 for 3. Who
With
was
his
staying?
backroom staff?
Jose Mourinho.
No, Claudio Ranieri.
Oh, not
had
far
just
off.
started.
He just started.
At Leicester City. That's right. And he was
Wow.
staying in the hotel we were in because I think he sort of was just getting his staff and hadn't found somewhere to live and all that good stuff.
St Claudio of Leicester. In goes right, and Bowles tucked away off his legs again by Folks, this time out towards mid-wicket, thinking about a second, but Hill, who's working hard out there, gets his throw away quickly. And it is just a single on this occasion. Well, that was the start of a glorious couple of years. 3 years around. Oh, jeepers, I should know that.
That for me is still one of the great sports stories. And I don't know anything about football anymore, but the fact that they always, with the Premier League, talk about the big four and top four, and then Leicester go and win the title is fantastic.
Right is in. Bowling solidly forward is Pope on off stump, playing it out to Klein, who's at extra cover. Sun behind. A little bit of cloud at the moment. Floodlights aren't on anything like it. There's little loads of blue around, and I think we're still going to have plenty more passages of sunshine before the close, which is still the best part of 2 hours away. 33.3 overs. Parkinson will bowl a proportion of those overs, but we are still looking at probably past 7 o'clock. Right is in. Bowles drops a little bit shorter this time, and Pope is up on his toes. Pope has shed his sweater. He's worked up a little bit of a sweat out there.
Yes, it was about 15 minutes ago. Took off his sweater. Whenever anyone says that, the one person I always think of is Jack Nicklaus. On the 18th at the Open at St Andrews, where he took off his sweater and then drove the ball almost onto the green.
Right in. Bowles pulled by Pope through mid-wicket. He's very quick on his toes. Didn't quite get all of it. Could have to hurry a little bit there. Good throw from Hill beside the stumps, but Pope is very, very fast, and he was well past the stumps when the ball landed in the gloves of Harry Swindles, right next to the stumps. Swindles went through the motions, took the bails off, but as I say, Pope had comfortably made his ground.
Lewis Hill is lightning, isn't he? I thought there was an easy two there. He got round very, very quickly and got that throw away, because Ollie Pope was absolutely scampering back.
Just thinking, I turned down the effects mic when I was talking to Hugh, because the angle grinder was fairly going away, hammering out there, so I can hear now the Leicestershire players shouting encouragement. In goes right. Bowles, good line, good length, right behind it. Back foot defensive shot, but very straight bat from Ollie Pope out towards mid-on, end of the over. Pope looking very good now, has moved on to 27. Folks on 18 and beginning to build a useful partnership. 43 it's worth now for the 4th wicket.
Yes, indeed. And 136 for 3, but it'll be very nice to come back to Leicester. Been a while, 2015 as we were saying, so it'd be very nice to come back. As Ben Folks' little survey of the field. 43 the partnership, with Parkinson continuing from the Vauxhall end.
Is that in May?
I think it is, yeah.
Towards the end of May.
Oh, I've got my fixtures.
Should have a few spectators.
Muddled up already. As late cut from Ben Folks down towards backward point, and there is no run, because I thought Surrey were playing Hampshire next week, but they're actually at Lords next week playing Middlesex, so I was getting myself very muddled with the fixtures. It's not exactly difficult, is it? We know for the first 8 weeks of the season, every Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday there'll be Championship cricket, but still managed to get muddled up where I was meant to be. Parkinson, left arm round the wicket, that's nicely bowled. A bit more flight on that one.
We have a clear week in mid-May, so I think everybody has 1 week down there somewhere.
Who's there? Something to look forward to, I suppose. What is it? As forward goes Folks, and pushes this one out towards extra cover. And there is no run once again. Parkinson comes bouncing in once more. Left arm round the wicket to Folks, who's forward.
Tim's with us, Tim Singleton. Very good afternoon to you, sir. He says some good games going on at the moment, and he's popped into the Oval for a while to see what's going on.
Yeah. As punched straight back up the pitch by Ben Folkes. Parkinson just landing the ball on a nice line and like the length. It was interesting reading Amar Verdi about Axel Patel and saying the thing with it was he kept putting the ball on the same spot 6 times out of 6. As this one is pushed by Ben Folkes out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Tidy over that from Callum Parkinson. 136 for 3. Folkes has 18, Pope has 27, and Surrey trailing by 239. Now, this would be the point on a normal day where we'd have just taken tea, because there are 32 overs left. We've got a whole session basically left at, what are we, nearly quarter past 5.
It does suggest a sort of 7:15 to 7:20 finish. Gavin Griffiths is coming back on.
Mum, if you're still listening, I might be a bit late again today. Come and pop in and say hello.
Yeah, I'm glad all is well. Good news. 136 for 3. Griffiths. A wicket taker in this innings, a double wicket taker. Mark Stoneman. A little bit of a strangle down, no, a lot of a strangle down the leg side, but Hashim Amla, leg before wicket to the Yorker for 22. Can he pick up another? In bright sunshine now as he comes in and bowls to Pope, who is all care and attention. A nice high left elbow as he defends one off the almost middle stump, really, pushing out towards mid-on, where Chris Wright picks up, and there's no run. Inevitably, Gavlar is Griffiths' occasional nomenclature. I think he tweets under that, occasional tweet under that name as well. And he goes and bowls onto the hip of Pope, turned away, down to Parkinson. His fair hair glinting in the sun down there. He's shed his Leicestershire cap, what it'll be possibly at the other end, on the other side of the boundary. Can't give it to the umpires these days.
Well, of course, tomorrow we'll have a bit of a delay in proceedings. The funeral of His Royal Highness, Duke of Edinburgh, tomorrow afternoon.
Griffiths, very chest-on run, then goes sideways as he delivers, as you would hope. Foolish delivery, pushed firmly out off the back foot, really, although he was kind of moving forward, walking into it a little bit. Folkes, straight out to mid-on it goes, and there's no run. Good afternoon to David Root as well, just tuning in for the first time today. A couple of wickets before the close would do nicely. They would. They'd take that, Leicestershire, I think. 5 down. I feel they were still in the game at that stage. Griffiths in, up on his toes, full again, clipped away towards mid-wicket, straight towards mid-wicket. Dearden picks up, and Pope, who's always anxious for a quick single, turns quickly, spins, and makes sure he's back in his ground at the non-striker's end.
Beautiful afternoon or early evening here. Not quite sure how warm it is. It must be warm enough for Ollie Pope to be taking off his short sleeve sweater, but it looks lovely, doesn't it, the ground?
It does, yes, from behind glass. So I was thinking you have a sort of terrace in front of you where there are microphones. On a really hot day, I suppose you could take a trestle over there.
Yeah, you could, but the problem would be is I'd end up just sort of going to sleep, I think.
Griffiths is in, bowls very straight, slightly across the line there from Folkes. Might just have found the inside part of the bat as he pushes out towards Ackerman, who's taken himself from slip to shortish mid-wicket, almost alongside Dearden. Dearden, incidentally, is now known as Dasher. Dasher Dearden.
Dasher Dearden.
Dasher.
I quite like that. Quite like that. Sort of reminds me of a sort of Biggles-esque pilot.
He's watching a conventional mid-wicket now as in goes Griffiths, and bowls again, finds thick inside part. Might just be moving it back in a little bit off the seam to Ben Folkes. That scoreboard is lightning. I glanced up at the scoreboard there, and immediately the red dot, which shows which batsman is about to face, it was on Pope already, and the ball was not in the hands of mid-wicket, where it had just travelled slowly. 137 for 3 at the end of the over. Bronte stayed in a hotel in Hinckley in 2000, where Leeds United was staying before playing Leicester. Players including Messrs Bowyer, Woodgate, Kewell were messing about, and the manager David O'Leary had no control over them. But Eddie Gray came out and growled at them, and they all ran onto the bus, apparently. So Eddie had authority.
What you want, isn't it? Just a look. That's what you need.
Talking about cup finals, Eddie Gray took part in one I remember very, very clearly against Chelsea in 1972. Epic and brutal battles when you see them today. There'd be about 5 players left on the pitch on, but it was an astonishing couple of games. But yeah, I remember him turning David Webb inside out on several occasions in that game. To no avail, they lost, Leeds.
Callum Parkinson's looking to turn Ollie Pope inside out here, but Ollie Pope's driving inside out up towards mid-off, and we'll get a single. So one more to Ollie Pope. He moves on to 29, 138 for 3. I still get shocked now how quick the time goes. Who was it? Someone said something to me about England winning the Rugby World Cup, and then so you do realise that's 18 years ago this year. And I just can't get my head around it. As Parkinson is in, and this is turned by Ben Folkes back up the pitch. And Ollie Pope does the fielding by mistake. That sort of hit his pads as he was trying to get out the way of it. But no, this is a gorgeous, glorious afternoon now. Lovely stuff. As Parkinson's in and Pope is forward. This is tidy from Parkinson and tidy from Griffiths. The thing here is sort of cut those boundaries down. And they're just keeping these two quiet at the moment, which is good from Leicestershire. Really good as Parkinson is in, and this is turned by Ben Folkes into the leg side. They'll pick up a couple. That'll be 2 more. Ben Mike, that is, going back to do the fielding. 2 more to him. A man with 2 Christian names.
Yes. For Surrey supporters, he's the son of Greg Mike, who played for Nottinghamshire.
In round the wicket once again. Parkinson, and this is turned again into the leg side, and Ben Mike again gets round to do the fielding. And they'll pick up another single. Parkinson just rehearsing, getting that wrist going and getting those fingers going. The left arm spinner, of course, looking to, if anything, get it going away from the right-hander. Of course, he's in, and forward goes Ollie Pope and plays this one back up the pitch to Parkinson. End of the over, 141 for 3, Surrey.
Ben Mike's other forenames are Wentworth Munro. Benjamin Wentworth Munro Mike. Splendid names. I'd be tempted to use Wentworth, I must admit.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Favourite golf course? Could be something along those lines, maybe.
Benjamin Wentworth Munro Mike. Known as Ben. Griffiths is going to continue from the pavilion end. Just the one slip still, because Ackerman is staying at that short straight mid-wicket. Azad gone slightly wider. In goes Griffiths, bowls, and beautifully steered away through point by Ben Folkes. He waited for that one. He was in position very early. Didn't try and hit the cover off it. Made sure he got it in front of point, and it fairly raced away across the turf. So having, as Churchy said, just got a little bit of control, losing it again with deliveries like that. The run rate is still well over 4.12 for the innings. And as James Vince pointed out, with Hampshire scoring up sort of 5 plus 6 and over as Griffiths is in again. Two folks driven straight back towards him and puts down a right hand, tries to guide it onto the stumps, and Pope, who's flinging himself around like a goalkeeper at the non-striker's end, dive back into his crease. He's laughing about it now, but he wisely didn't want to be run out by the bowler, as they often do these days, just trying to steer the ball onto the stumps.
It's twice now, isn't it? He's dived headlong.
He sort of ended up lying on his back somehow there as well. I don't know quite how, but anyway, he got back in. Ball missed the stumps anyway. Griffiths in, two folks again, who turns him off the stumps, off middle and leg, but nicely timed, but only as far as Dasher did at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, that boundary brought up the 50 partnership between these two since tea, so that's 52, sorry, I've added since tea.
Getting their side into a much stronger position. These two England players. Folks very upright at the crease as he awaits the arrival of Griffiths. Now he flexes his knees and gets a good straight ball, which he plays firmly in defence, back towards the bowler, who sort of hops over it, lets it go through his legs because he knows it's running only as far as mid-off.
Ben Stokes, that news today is that Ben Stokes will be out for up to 12 weeks.
3 months, that's so long ago.
Yeah, he's going to miss the New Zealand tests. Determined he would need surgery on a fractured finger that he picked up in the IPL, so...
must be a bad fracture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Surgery and not just resetting it then.
Yeah, doing it properly.
Griffiths in, bowled, whipped away out towards deep square, where Lewis Hill is lurking. Not really lurk, you can't really lurk in bright sunlight, can you? But he's very much on his own.
Not a good day yesterday for the England players with fingers, really, who were named in Wisden as well. Of course, because Ben Folkes was once again the leading cricketer for the second year running.
So Wisden's out. So who were the cricketers of the year? Do we know?
I'll get those for you. Darren Stevens, Dom Sibley.
Griffiths is in, bowls on towards middle and leg. Pope watchful, has to be watchful because it's quite straight. Plays it out towards mid-on, end of the over. 1-4, 6 for 3. Ben Folkes has 26. Ollie Pope has 29. Darren Stevens, you say?
Yeah, Darren Stevens, and
hard to believe he wasn't previously.
Well, chatting to Lawrence Booth, he's the eldest at 44, since 1933. So your 5, Zach Crawley, Jason Holder, Mohammed Rizwan, Dominic Sibley and Darren Stevens, the 5 cricketers of the year. And then Ben Stokes was named Wisden's leading cricketer in the world for the second year running, as forward goes Ben Folkes here to Parkinson, and he's driving out towards cover, and there's no run. Yeah, but those 5, Zach Crawley, Jason Holder, Mohammed Rizwan, Dominic Sibley and Darren Stevens. But of course now Sibley and Stokes have both got busted fingers as Folkes pushes this one down into the leg side. I always remember when Zafar Ansari called up to England for the first time for a tour in the morning and then bust his thumb in the afternoon, and that was his tour over before he even left, as this is turned by Ben Folkes into the leg side, and that rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. Folkes moves on to 27, 147 for 3. Pope comes on to strike on 29 as Parkinson, that's much quicker from Parkinson. Pope covered up and pushed it straight back down the pitch.
Saw him coming, didn't he?
Absolutely. Fizzed it in there. Ollie Pope trying to get down towards Parkinson. Parkinson is in again, and Pope is forward and playing this one defensively straight back up the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Waits again, knees bent, the right-handed Pope. Parkinson's in, and Pope, there he goes, using the feet. Now he's taking
then.
on the single. If Griffiths picks that up cleanly, he's got a chance, but he didn't pick it up cleanly at mid-on. We've had a few chances of run-outs, and we've only actually had the one, and that was the final wicket of the Leicestershire innings. But I think if Griffiths had picked that up cleanly, Ollie Pope could have been in a spot to bother. 148 for 3.
Yeah, he went to his right hand as well. But he, a little bit like Wright, isn't the sort of quickest to get down to the ball. Couldn't take it cleanly. Under a little bit of pressure. Good work by the busy Pope. His 30 has come off 47 balls, so his strike rate is in the 60s. Folks, 27 or 56, about 50, then 48. Griffiths to continue without a slip, though. Ackerman has gone to gully as he comes in and bowls to Pope, who's pushing out into the offside. Dieter Klein runs across to his left and picks up. It's to his good hand, his left hand, but had a lot of ground to make up. Pope, having completed the single, waves hopefully at the pavilion and indicates he'd like a little bit of tape for his bat. Doesn't want to change of bat, just wants a little bit of tape. He's spotted a little crack or something. Partnership continues to build nicely onto 56 now. Griffiths is in, bowling to Folkes, nice and straight, and played back to him. Doesn't stop the ball cleanly in his follow through as he reaches to his right, Gavin Griffiths. But he's certainly bowling an awful lot better than he did in that first game against Hampshire. 2 for 28, his figures, which are pretty decent really in the context of the game and on the pitch as a whole. One of the floodlights casting a shadow right across the figure of Ben Folkes as he stands at the Vauxhall end waiting for the arrival of Griffiths. Comes now and bowls to him again, pushing slightly across the line as he plays a good length delivery out towards mid-wicket. It evades the first of the straighter mid-wickets, but not
Apologies, Rich. He's bowling to his plan that his captain wants him to do here. The field's set up for him to go stump to stump, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. So he's going stump to stump. So that's exactly what Ackerman wants him doing here.
Azad is at that sort of short straight mid-wicket now as Griffiths is in, bowling very straight again, played back to him. Griffiths deliberately sort of lets it brush his fingers and hopefully deflects onto the stumps. It misses the stumps. Pope wise to that one. Was well back in his crease anyway. 149 for 3.
That run rate for the first time in the innings has dropped below 4 now. 3.96 that run rate.
The ball's getting older by the over, so to speak, and it will get a lot easier for these Surrey batsmen. Griffiths is in, bowls to Folkes, nice and straight again. Folkes plays firmly in defence, but only as far as mid-on. It's almost 38 overs old now, and they'll be thinking, Surrey, well, we can cash in due course. We don't need to take risks. Azad and Pope having a chat, friendly chat, I hasten to add. As Griffiths comes to the end of his over, if he hurries, I can just get it in before after on next door. Come on, Kevlar. Get on with it. In down the slope, or not the slope, I'm thinking of Grace Road. In he comes and bowls very straight. Good over from Griffiths, comes to an end with Folkes on 27, Pope on 31, and Surrey 149 for 3.
Yeah, very good over. Exactly what his captain wants there. He's sort of bowling to the plan that they've set up for Ben Folkes. And just a single off the over. Richard Ray has nipped next door to do his update for BBC Radio Leicester. Our umpires are in deep conversation out there in the middle at the moment. Umpire Lloyd's still got his gloves on, so it can't be particularly warm out there, I wouldn't have thought. Some running repairs for the bat of Ollie Pope, and Callum Parkinson to continue down below us from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Sun's just gone in a touch behind a cloud. Of course, we lost a lot of play yesterday, so we're making up play anyway due to the funeral of His Royal Highness tomorrow, and we lost play yesterday due to the weather. Is looking to drive is Ollie Pope, and that squirts out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 149 for 3 then, trailing by 226 for Surrey on this second day. That short from Parkinson, and Ollie Pope has jumped all over that and pulled it through mid-wicket for 4. And Ollie Pope moves on to 35. The 150 comes up for Surrey. 153 for 3, but just slightly dropped in. This one by Parkinson. Ollie Pope has leapt on that. He really has. And that whistles off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 runs. Pope moves on to 35. 153 for 3, Surrey. Parkinson in once again to Pope, and Pope's using his feet, drives up towards Griffiths, who this time does the fielding cleanly and tidily, and neatly and tidily. Stood up there at mid-on. You can hear the Leicestershire fielders encouraging Parkinson. As forward once again goes the right-handed Ollie Pope. Now Rees here with no Curran, Wokes or Stokes available. Who plays as the 5th bowler and bats at 7 for England? Against New Zealand, it's obvious, Rees. He was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year. As this one, Ollie Pope is looking to cut down towards 3rd man. Could it be one of the great Test match debuts for Darren Stevens? In there for the New Zealand Test series. 153 for 3. Ollie Pope looking for that late cut, and it going past the outside edges. Forward goes Pope and pushes this one away out towards extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 153 for 3. Folks 27, Pope 35. That's a good question, that. Who will it? Well, there's opportunities, isn't there? There's opportunities out there for players. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes having a bit of a natter together. Hope you're well, Rees. Well, I'm sure Mr. Zaltzman will be starting that campaign pretty soon. As Ben Folkes waits over his bat. Ackerman in the gully as over the wicket comes Griffiths to him, and this is dug out by Ben Folkes up towards mid-on. Just lost the sun, as I say, behind a cloud, because it was blue sky and bright sun. Now it's cloudy. No threat of anything. We'll get through these overs today. So still an awful lot of cricket to go on this second day. 60 runs the partnership is between Folkes and Pope, and Folkes is forward, and again Griffiths starts the over bowling to the plan that his captain wants him to bowl. He's got the gully, that's it, just a gully. Then there's a sweeper on the cover rope, there's the extra cover, and then there's mid-off, mid-on very straight, then the short mid-wicket catching, and then an orthodox mid-wicket. So Griffiths here just bowling, line, length, stumps, no great pace with the pitch. Trying to make Ben Folkes do some work. Trying to make Ben Folkes get around that front pad as well, I'd have thought. As he's in, and Folkes is forward, studiously playing this one out towards extra cover. But his captain would be stood there thinking, you are doing a very good job here, my friend.
This is really good stuff from Griffiths. Top of off. And that was another lesson from the game against Hampshire. Just they bowled no loose deliveries.
Well, that absolutely. I think when you see sides winning the championship, they go through periods in games where they just do not give runs away. As Griffiths is in and Folkes is forward once again. That was the thing with Mornay Morkel. If you look at Mornay Morkel's wickets for Surrey, There weren't too many 5-wicket hauls in there, actually. There were lots of 3 and 4s, but he never went for too many runs. He just banged away, and banged away, and banged away. Terrific, terrific bowler. Jade Durham back in Surrey's championship winning season in 2018. Just did the job. He just ran in and kept hitting a line, hitting a length, hitting a line, hitting a length, and giving Rory Burns lots of controllers. Griffiths is in, and this one is just gone onto the toes of Ben Folkes, who's good enough to thread this one through that leg side field. That's good batting from Ben Folkes, and Griffiths just strayed a touch on his line, and Ben Folkes, that's a lovely bit of batting from Ben Folkes, and that whistles over the rope. He's on to 31, 157 for 3.
Yeah, the margin for error against very good players, against England internationals, is very, very small. Gavin Griffiths found there.
So, Ben Folkes has moved on to 31 as Griffiths is into him, and Folkes is forward and pushing this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover. 157 for 3, Folkes 31, Pope 35, the partnership 64, and Surrey trail Leicestershire by 218 runs.
Time for a gel break, as in sanitisation gel. It is still very cold out there. Sun in at the moment, or sun behind cloud at the moment, but great expanse of blue away to the south at the moment, and away to the east where we are looking, but just a bit of cloud overhead at the moment.
Just been texting Andrew Zaltzman. Just had a question from Reese, with no Wokes, no Curran, no Stokes now perhaps for that first test against New Zealand. Who comes in as the all-rounder? There's only one man. There's only one man. Zaltzman started the campaign last Friday for one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year to make a test match debut at 40.
Steve-O,
yeah, absolutely.
I tell you what, he wouldn't let you down.
In these conditions.
He wouldn't let you down.
He wouldn't, would he? That's the thing here.
Oh, well, that would be something, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Callum Parkinson round the wicket he bowls, fullish to Pope, who drives pleasantly, doesn't put his full weight into the shot though, and Lewis Hill out on the deep extra cover boundary comes in to meet the ball, so it's just a single to Ollie Pope on that occasion.
Just imagine that, just for a second, just imagine that, and it's swinging at Lords.
You could see him picking up a 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Murdered it, didn't he?
They wouldn't have seen anything like it, would they?
No, they wouldn't know what to do with him.
Parkinson was ready to go. Folkes wasn't quite. He is now. In goes Parkinson. Bowls to Folkes. Nicely bowled on off and middle. Forward went Folkes. He's got Azad in there, trying to get into the eye line at a very silly mid-off. Ackerman at slip as Parkinson goes in full again, and a little tiny puff of dust as Folkes waits for it and then drives it firmly back to the young Lancastrian, who blows on his hand. Ben Mike starting to warm up as Parkinson bowls. That one just drifts onto leg stump, turned into the leg side by Folkes, but only as far as Mike, and there's no run. He's skipping and hopping around athletically. Ben Mike hops towards Gavin Griffiths, has a word with Griffiths. Parkinson in as that has switched to short leg as he bowls, and middle stump, middle and leg, and getting to the pitch of it. Folkes just pushes it out to Griffiths at mid-on. 65 the partnership is worth now. Parkinson bowls outside off stump, steps forward. Folkes doesn't interrupt the ball as it goes through to Harry Swindle's behind the stumps. No real turn or bounce for Parkinson. Little bit flat perhaps. Might just need to try and give it a bit more air, but I think Leicestershire have settled very much into a sort of containing mode, which you have to do really on this pitch, and almost look to frustrate a batsman out. The run rate has dropped below 4 now. It's 3.85 for the innings as a whole, which again is fine, I think, as far as Surrey is concerned. 24 overs to be bowled today, despite the fact it's coming up to 5:45. 24 over. If they pick up 80, 90 runs off those, well, they'll be somewhere around about 250 and only 120 behind Leicestershire, with a couple of days to go and a lot of power to add. Ben Mike's going to come on and see if he can do something about that.
Just with Darren said, I remember when Virat Kohli signed for Surrey, and it never actually came off in 2018, but his opening game was going to be at Beckenham in a one-day game, and we were all saying, we know what's going to happen here, you can predict it. As in over the wicket comes Mike, short ball first up, and that's taken by keeper, moving away to his right-hand side, but you could predict what was going to... He'd have walked out there, and Stevens would have gone away, and then just one that comes back, LBW, thank you for coming. So, what a story that would be. It's a long way to go, though, isn't it, until that first day.
Alas, it's not going to happen, folks.
Even if we
lovely though it would be.
Campaign. Even someone as powerful as Zaltzman, even if he starts the campaign, it won't happen. Mike is in, and this is short, and this is pulled. Cries of catch it, but actually it was in the air, but it's bounced a long way away from Lewis Hill, out there at deep backward square off the hip of Ollie Pope. He heard the cry of catch, but
yeah, it was in the air for a long old time, but
I think he was pretty much getting that where he wanted
yeah,
it to go.
the direction was perfectly safe, wasn't it?
It's 4 more to Ollie Pope. He's on to 40. 162 for 3. Waits again, does Ollie Pope. Azad at slip, Ackerman in the gully. As Pope is forward and turning this one from Ben Mike into the leg side. And there's no run. So 69 added since tea. Partnership is worth 69. If you're just coming in from work or just turning on for the first time tonight, good evening to you here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London and on the Surrey live stream. And well, 375 for Leicestershire, as this is turned by Ollie Pope off his toes out towards deep backward square. He's going to pick up a single. One more to Ollie Pope. He moves on to 41. 163 for 3, and Folks moves back onto strike on 31. So all out for 375 today. A couple of wickets for Kemar Roach, 3 for Amar Verdi, 3 for Jordan Clark as well, and Sam Evans going on to make 138. Lewis Hill with 70, and then Griffiths picking up Stoneman and Amler as Ben Mike is into Ben Folkes, the 2 Bens, and this is punched up the ground by Folkes. He'll get a single. He moves on to 32, and then Callum Parkinson getting rid of Rory Burns, LBW at tea time for 36, and then since then Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes just formulating a partnership at the moment of 71. I think James Bracey's made 100 for Gloucestershire against Somerset. There's a name to keep an eye on.
What a start they've made to the season.
Absolutely. Well, he opened the innings against Surrey. As this is short again, and this is pulled away behind square for 4, and there isn't the pace in this pitch to be going on the hip short, and Ollie Pope's going to jump all over that, and a couple of boundaries in for Ackerman there. He should just sort of stood at a gully. He's lost a bit of control there now.
Well, exactly, all that good work by Griffiths and Parkinson just to rein Surrey back, and a few loose balls, and away they go again.
Yeah, Bracey, great innings, because he's dropped down 1 in the order, because of course Craig Brathwaite's there now, and 102 out of 240 for 7. He's 102 not out, batting at 3, James Bracey.
Come in if Gloucestershire can do as Derbyshire did last year and really surprise a lot of people.
Absolutely. They were really good at Bristol. Really good.
Callum Parkinson is in and bowling outside off stump 2 Folks. Might just have been slightly deceived in the flight there. He went forward and ended up steering it towards backward point, sort of with a little bit of a flourish of the wrists, but wasn't quite where he expected it to be. Parkinson is in again. That one was where he expected it to be, slightly short, and he went back and played it firmly away with a horizontal bat through the offside out towards Lewis Hill, who's out there on the net area.
Another name that's worth mentioning is Chris Dent. 78 and 91 not out against Surrey and 50 against Somerset.
Parkinson is bowling outside off stump.
And there's
allowed
a
to go through.
Who knows exactly what he's up to. Knows his game inside out, there's Chris Dent.
Yes. 169 for 3. Critical period of the game as Parkinson is in. A nice straight delivery, meets a very straight bat from Ollie Pope, stretches forward on middle stump, plays the ball back down the wicket to the Boltonian. I wonder if that's the word for people from Bolton.
It's a good word.
Boltonian, do you think? In he goes and bowls and pushes and runs. Ollie Pope, as he is wont to do when the fielder is Chris Wright, and he does so successfully. Wright scrambled to his left, got to the ball, got his throw away, but again it missed, and again Pope had made his ground comfortably anyway. Mike clears up behind the stumps, ensures there are no overthrows. Parkinson is in 2 Folks, who goes back, and Parkinson's hands started to go into the air in the hope that it would hurry through, hit the pad, didn't hit the bat, but the bat only hit it as far as Mike at mid-wicket. So end of the over, 170 for 3, Folks is 33, Pope now 46, partnership 77.
Yeah, as you said, Mr. Ray, this is a critical time in the game, I think. With 22 overs still to go today. This partnership developing. But we had partnerships developing between Burns and Amler, and then Amler went. And Stoneman and Burns got a start with 43.
Email arrives headed 50 days to go, and it's 50 days till Wickham Park run again.
Oh, excellent. As Ben Mike is in, and this is driven by Ollie Pope in bright sunshine up towards Chris Wright, stood up there at mid-on. Oh, that's excellent news, yes.
In theory. Is that something you've had a go at?
Well, I've run round parks, but I haven't done an official park run. I used to, my daughter, Isabel, and I used to, every Sunday morning, we tried to get Isabel into it.
There is a junior park run,
yeah, but it's normally ended up with Isabel halfway around the nearest cafe, having an ice cream and watching Daddy go
that's
round
going
and
now.
round.
They've restarted that one. Junior.
Good. As Ben Mike is in, and forward goes the right-handed Pope, who pushes this one up towards mid-off. All very enthusiastic at the start, my ears, and then we get about halfway around, and
that's enough of
she
that.
just veer off towards the cafe. Bless her heart.
I don't know how far it is. The junior park one. It's about a mile.
Yes,
something
it's
like
about
that.
a mile. So yeah, no, used to enjoy that on a Sunday morning. Pope has a little survey of the field and then settles himself down over his bat once more. Pigeon flies straight in front of Ben Mike. That happens a lot here. That happens a lot in London, actually. As Ben Mike runs towards us, comes right arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope, short again, and Pope is pulling and rolling the wrists on this. Out towards deep backward square it goes, and Ollie Pope's on to 47. So we move on to 171 for 3.
Are you at Hove? No, of course you're not.
No, unfortunately not.
No, that's a fun park run. If you're there on a Saturday on Brighton Sea, on Hove Seafront.
I love that. I love running along there. It's perfect for me. That.
Yeah.
There's no hills.
No, absolutely flat.
Lots to look at. Run past the aquarium as well, which I spent many a happy hour at. As in over the wicket once again. Here's Mike and forward solidly. Goes Ben Folks, plays this one up towards mid-on. Well, that's sort of the end of the Brighton Marathon along there as well, isn't it? I think on the seafront. Very, very nice way to end a marathon. That
isn't a flat one, is it?
No, you go up,
yeah.
right up to the top. Yes, up a big hill. I'm not a huge fan of that. That was when I did my silly runs between here and Lords. That was the key thing. Flat. One little hill. As in over the wicket once again comes Ben Mike, and this is turned leg side by Ben Folkes in towards mid wicket, and there's no run. I'm better on flat, I have to say, these days. Well, as I mentioned yesterday, I just run round in circles. Such a poor sense of direction that as long as I can find a park where I can just go round and round and round and round, I'm quite happy. As Mike shines the ball up once again, turns in the distance. Surrey Pavilion behind him. And over the wicket he comes to Ben Folkes, outside edge. Oh, is that
he's dropped him?
It is. Swindles has dropped it.
Oh, he's dropped him.
Oh, and that is a big old chance.
That's huge.
Regulation nick. And Swindles, it was almost as if it dipped on him a touch, but it goes down, and that's a big life for Ben Folkes. Head shot round, and it was almost as if it just dipped on him at the last minute. But Ben Folkes, big outside edge, nice bit of bowling from Ben Mike, thick edge from Ben Folkes, and he has a life. And they've nicked a single, so he's on to 34, and it's 172 for 3.
Be good to see that from behind the bowler's arm if we could, because obviously it was low down in front of Swindles, who has his back to us, but I'm pretty sure that carried, you know.
Yeah, I just wonder whether, as I say, it just dipped on him at the last minute. But it was a big edge, wasn't it?
Yep.
I'd be surprised if that hasn't carried.
Parkinson is in and bowling full 2, folks. Driven past the man diving across, add extra cover. It's a long chase for Hill, who gets there, but he can't stop the ball crossing the ropes. He got a good hand to it and he knocked it along the ropes, and it trickled. It was about an inch before them, and it went quite a long way before it just touched the ropes. And Hill, who had dived across and was watching its progress, put his head on the ground in agony. 4 runs to Folkes, adding insult to injury, if you like. Moves on to 38.
One of those where you wish you just hadn't run after it, really.
Such an effort, a long run to get there, a dive, a good hand to it, and it just still went into the ropes. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That's a decent delivery. Goes back and plays it off the pitch. It doesn't really spin though, so Folkes able to push it back out on the leg side. Klein is beginning to just warm up again. Parkinson tosses that one up a little bit more, reaches forward, Folkes, and thick outside part of the bat out into the offside, picked up by Klein again. No run. Leicestershire support staff perhaps trying to walk a wicket. Perhaps they're just trying to get some exercise as they wander around the boundary. In goes Parkinson, turns his wrists on that one, Folkes, but the ball only travels as far as Ben Mike. I don't know whether Mark can manage to summon up a replay of that chance, putative chance, in the previous over. In goes Parkinson, solidly forward goes Folkes, out into the offside, but his head jerked, but he looked straight back, didn't he? He knew it.
And it was a big edge, that was the thing, so I would be surprised if it hadn't carried.
Indeed. Parkinson goes in, and again Folkes is turning his wrists on a defensive push out into the leg side, and Parkinson's hands started to go into the air.
Here you are, Mr. Ray.
Right then, let's have a look, see as the wind gets up. In goes Mike, edged. Oh yeah, it carried all right, folks, and I'm afraid, yes, it did dip fractionally, but on a wicket like this, cannot afford to let chances like that go, and Mike went down on his knees in pained disbelief.
Yeah, just one of those really for Swindles, and you might want to watch that again. Yeah, I thought it was a bit, but it was sort of at knee high, wasn't it, to his right? I think it's probably just one of those where...
Here we go again.
He takes these every morning. every single morning in practice, and it's just gone down.
I'm afraid that was a shocker.
Horrible for him. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. 176 for 3. Ollie Pope's 47. Ben Mike is into him, and he's not having a look at this. He's just swaying inside it. Here's Ollie Pope. It does happen. But it's, as I say, it's just in the morning. He wouldn't have even been thinking about it. It's just regulation for him. Swindles, it's just he does it every day of the week. And down it goes. And they've worked very hard for that opportunity here to the Leicestershire bowlers. 176 for 3. Partnership's worth 83. Waits again, does Ollie Pope. That's actually its second slip, really. As Pope is driving up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Pope just wanders off towards square leg. Ben Folkes having a little wander down there at the non-strikers end, getting those feet moving again is Ben Folkes.
Having a chat to Graham Lloyd.
Yep, jumping from foot to foot. He's probably making the most of still being there to have a chat with Graham Lloyd at the moment. As in over the wicket goes Ben Mike, and turning this off his hip is Ollie Pope down towards Parkinson, who comes scrambling up. His brother, I've just seen it, has bowled one of the better deliveries you'll see from a leggy today for Lancashire against Northamptonshire. Adam Rosington is pitched probably a foot outside his leg stump and gone straight across and hit the top of the off stump.
Woof.
So they're calling it the ball of the century. So, but it's an absolute cracker. It really is. I'm sure you'll get to see that on the old social media. That will do the rounds tonight. It's worth a watch.
I would imagine Matt will be sending it to Callum as well.
This one's worked leg side by Ben Folkes. He'll take a single up there towards mid-on. Moves on to 39. Sorry, move on to 178 for 3. Thank you, Mark, for finding that replay.
Yes,
good
indeed.
Work.
Good work indeed.
At the back of the box. Lovely evening. Approaching 6 o'clock. And the weather's playing very kindly to us today, allowing us to make up some time here, which is good news. As Ben Mike is in and driven straight down the ground, and this will bring up his 50. Ollie Pope with a boundary, gorgeous shot, and Ollie Pope on to 52. It's been a good innings this from Ollie Pope. It's been full of Ollie Pope shots, and Ollie Pope, lovely way to move to his first championship 50 of the summer. Had a good time for Surrey, but there's still no nicer shot in cricket than that from Ollie Pope, and it's a lovely way to go to 50 from 71 deliveries with 8 boundaries. Ollie Pope 182 for 3 as Mike is into him, and he's letting this one go. Ollie Pope outside is off stump. I think we're getting a bit of a drinks and hand sanitisation break. Mr. Ray has got to nip next door, so Richard Ray off to give the news to the good people of Leicestershire. 182 for 3. I think on the Surrey live stream some Ollie Pope highlights here. Got off the mark with a lovely drive through cover point off Parkinson, and then here he is tugging a ball off his hip down to fine leg, and then another extra cover drive off Chris Wright. So it's been a nice innings this from Ollie Pope. He'll be thinking it's just the start though, and the partnership with Ben Folkes is worth 89, and they're having a drink, and the Leicestershire fielders have had a bit of a squirt of hand sanitizer and a drink as well. So still 19 overs to go today. 182 for 3. Surrey trail by 193, and waiting for the ball to come back from umpire Graham Lloyd. Just trying to work out who's going to have a bowl here. Dieter Klein's coming back into the attack. So Klein comes back into the attack down below us. 9 overs he's bowled thus far today. Dieter Klein. Get his figures for you. And he comes back in. 1 for 33 for Callum Parkinson, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 38. For Dieter Klein, who's going to come left arm round the wicket. To Ben Folkes, slips a split. As the first one's very wide outside the off stump. And Swindles has to tumble across to his right to get something behind that. So Azad is really at the second slip. It's almost at the third slip. And gully-ish position for Ackerman. They've both got a long way to cover. Should that ball be nicked by Ben Folkes. Deep backward square, long leg as well. Sweeper on that cover point boundary as Dieter Klein is into Folkes, who's letting this one go again. Outside his off stump. Taken low down by Swindles to his right hand side. Elsewhere around the country. And Hampshire 128 for 2 now. So they're leading already by 368 against Middlesex. Middlesex all out for 79 today. Lancashire 13 without loss in their second innings against Northamptonshire, lead by 141. Klein is in and Folkes lets a good length ball go. Yorkshire 379, Kent 247 for 8. Glamorgan 285, Sussex 476 for 7. Garton out for 97, I just saw. Derbyshire 390, Worcestershire 223 for 6. Essex 185 for 6 against Durham, lead by just 22. Essex. As round the wicket once again goes Klein and punched off the back foot by Ben Folkes up towards mid-off. Nottinghamshire 81 for 2, lead by 153. Saying about James Bracey's 100. Gloucestershire 254 for 7 against Somerset, meaning that they trail by 58 runs. And in the IPL, Chennai Super Kings 100 for 4. And their target is 107, and they've still got plenty of time to get those runs, so that looks like a win for Messrs Moeen Ali and Sam Curran. As this one playing from the crease a bit was Ben Folkes, pushing that one straight back up the pitch. Moeen Ali with 46. 31 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. Sam Curran is out there at the moment, I think. So there we are, that's looking like a win for Chennai in Mumbai. Klein round the wicket he goes, and forward goes Folkes, pushes him out towards extra cover. There is no run as Dearden does the fielding. End of the over from Klein. A nice tidy first over, and maiden back into the attack. 182 for 3. Surrey. 18 overs remaining in the day. Ollie Pope with 52 to his name. Ben Folkes with 39 to his. Ben Mike will continue. What a lovely evening. I should think if you could find, no wind in the sun, I'd have thought it's fairly pleasant out there. Welcome back, Richard Ray.
Thank you.
But yes, I think if you could find I have to admit again, I'm a little bit of an expert at finding where the wind doesn't get to you. I have been known to sort of almost hang off buildings with my head out the window.
Ben Mike is in, bowling very full on, driven firmly by Pope, but a good diving stop by the athletic Mike in his follow-through that earns him a fist bump from Calvin. I will have to find out if I'm sure. I've not heard that mentioned in relation to Dieter Klein, but I should have done, so I'll find out from the Leicester camp. Sanazad said second slip really, wide of Swindles, and Ackerman is in the gully. Mike in, bowls, a bouncer, and Pope ducks underneath it or bobs at the knees. He keeps his head upright and watches the ball. He just bends at the knees and bobs underneath it. Got to be a bit careful because he tends to leave his bat upright as he does so. Periscope style.
Essex are in trouble. 6 down with a lead of 22 against Durham. Borthwick's in the wickets now as well.
Huge win on the cards for the visitors there. In less than 3 days, potentially. In goes Mike. Bowles played firmly out towards mid-wicket. Not quite as firmly as he would have liked, though, Pope, because he can't get it past Harry Dearden. So, nothing to add to his score on that occasion. I suppose, theoretically, if those wickets could tumble, it could finish tonight.
Could do.
Could take the extra half hour.
Absolutely. Yeah, a couple of wickets for the captain, Borthwick, today, to add to that 100.
You don't have to look far for a man of the match.
What a win that would be as well.
Mike in bright sunshine. Charges in and bowls outside off stump. A good leave from Pope. 1 or 2 hands on heads, including those of Ben Mike. It just came back outside off stump.
Nicely bowled that from Ben Mike again.
Yeah.
Aiming for the top of that off stump. Well, as Phil Walker was saying this morning, that, you know, the champions are staring at the draw against Worcestershire, where, you know, huge partnership. And as he was saying, Libby batted for 11.5 hours. And now they're staring down the barrel at defeat against Durham. At Fortress Chelmsford, as I think it's been christened.
Mike in. Bowls, driven firmly down into the ground. It bounces up there, too hard down into the ground, and it loops up towards Klein. There, can make a comfortable stop in the end.
Yeah, and Klein with a maiden. Back into the attack, and now Mike keeping it tight again from that pavilion end. Exactly what Ackerman's looking for. It's an overused word in cricket, but control is a key thing, yeah, especially in sort of the longer form of the game.
Very straight run, Mike. Bowls, short, pulled around the corner. On top of the ball is Pope. Quite to get it away as cleanly as he would have liked. Hill jogs in, picks up, single taken. He keeps the strike. Pope playing with increasing authority out there, looking good. Folks, not exactly gone into his shell, but after he edged that one, as batsmen sometimes do, some batsmen sort of brush it off, some just they look as though they're feeling a little bit guilty for a few overs. Oh, got away with one there. Just have to settle back down. That's what he needs to do.
Reset for Ben Folks. Being a born worrier, whenever I play cricket, if I ever laid a bat on it, it was a miracle. But if I did lay a bat on it and it got dropped, I then felt guilty for the rest of my innings, to be honest with you. So Ben Folks will have put that firmly to the back of his mind. And Klein is coming in from the Vauxhall end round the wicket, and it's a short ball, it's a no ball, and it's cut away for 4. So all that control sort of disappears with that delivery, first one of the over, because that's 6 off that one delivery from Klein. And the floodlights are coming on as well, because this will be the shadow of the roof of the JM Fin stand, which is creeping like a monster towards the playing surface at the moment. 189 for 3, and Ollie Pope has moved on to 57 now. But you can see the shadow of the roof, as I say, just creeping towards the playing surface. As Klein is in round the wicket, and Ollie Pope's in behind a short ball. Plays this one solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Lovely tweet from @Captain Mike Yates.
Ah, the captain. Good evening, the captain. Wonderful man, Captain Mike Yates.
Blessed with the Surrey Live stream. It is outstanding.
Best wishes to you, Skipper. Hope you're well. Klein is in once again, and driven by Ollie Pope into the turf and up again. Just for a second. Crowd catch in there to extra cover. But as it was, Dearden knew that was into the turf and up again.
Brunty's got a race for you. If you're looking for a local running race, Churchy, he can recommend the annual London Pantomime Horse Race.
Which end would I be?
Well,
I can imagine.
You've rather
Here it goes.
You rather spiked Brunty's guns there.
Bring it in. Bring it in. That's the end I'd have myself as well, to be honest with you. As in round the wicket once again goes Klein, and opening the face is Ollie Pope to a slower ball, I think that was, and he spotted it, and he's just opened the face and guided it out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, wrote one more to the total, and Ollie Pope moves on to 58.
Yeah, anyway, Bronte's doing it. Goes between pubs in Greenwich, apparently, so somewhere sort of around the London Marathon route, but I suspect not quite as far.
Must be some frightening.
If you have to, if it continues between pubs, i.e., from pub to pub to pub to pub, I can imagine some staggering horses.
Well, I can imagine one end being with another head by the end of it, if that makes sense. As forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I'm not quite sure you'd end up with the back or front end that you started off with on that race.
You could get 2 rear ends, 2 front ends. It could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'd like to see that one. Anyway, Brunton, he's going to do it with his mate Andy.
Brilliant.
Andy Golden. Golden at London. Your friend is called that.
As in round the wicket once again comes Klein, and forward goes the right-handed Folkes, pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Andy Golden, yeah.
Good luck to Andy, and good luck to Brunty. Who's the front end and who's the back end? Or do you swap round?
We said they haven't decided yet. That is still a subject of discussion, I understand.
Well, good luck with that. 190 for 3.
Might be a coin toss involved.
As round the wicket once again goes Klein, and punched off the back foot by Ben Folkes into Dearden in there at extra cover. There is no run, end of another over. So 16 to go, which is about an hour of play, isn't it? So we're looking at 7:15, I think, tonight, like you said, Mr. A. So a latish old finish. But the good thing is we're going to get all our overs in today, which from memory was 108 when we started today.
That's amazing.
So 108 overs in April we're going to get in today. Well, it's good because it's keeping this game going in the right general direction, which is forward.
Mike, to continue, settled into a good rhythm, comes in and bowls. Oh, almost sneaks through that one. Pope played forward, got a thick inside edge onto the pad, and then looked quickly back. Wasn't sure where the ball had gone. In fact, it sort of dropped at his feet, rather, but just for half a second, Pope thought he might be in a little bit of bother.
Yes, it was almost as if he was trying to, again, just guide that one off down towards third man, but got a thickish inside edge onto his front pad there, did Ollie Pope.
Mike in again, bowls and looking to drive, comes back into him a fraction, thick inside part of the bat, squirts the ball out to mid-on, where Chris Wright picks up. Pope rehearses an off drive.
Yeah, Ollie Pope here. 58 not out. Been a very nice innings so far from him. But there's still an awful lot of cricket to be played today, and Surrey 3.85 and over at the moment.
Mike in again to Pope, who has got his drive away. A lovely on drive. Didn't try and overhit it. Was just a little bit too full. Waited for it. Punched it away. Very straight. Super shot from Ollie Pope. He moves into the 60s now, on to 62.
Good player, this lad.
100 partnership is up as well.
Yeah, nicely played by Ollie Pope. When he walked out there to bat, he saw his stats for Surrey. First class cricket. This is only his 25th game in first class cricket for Surrey.
He's up there at about his average now, isn't he? 62.
Yeah, he's got a remarkable record for Surrey, he really has.
Well, enjoy him while you can, Surrey supporters, because I suppose in a few weeks' time he'll be off with England. In goes Mike and bowls. He's forward, getting to the pitch of that one, seeing it go out towards Dieter Klein. He raises his bat to Ben Folkes. Folkes haven't really gone anywhere.
Well, I know he's loving being back with Surrey because, of course, that shoulder injury last year and hadn't played for a while actually, Championship cricket for Surrey until Bristol last week. So, you know, I think he's absolutely loving being back with Surrey.
In comes Mike. Bowls short, pulled around the corner by Pope, only as far as Lewis Hill, who launches the ball back to Harry Swindles next to the stumps. He sort of he puts all parts of his body into his throws, Lewis Hill. He almost throws himself off his feet as he lets that one go. It's a good throw from down there. What is it? Probably 70 metres, something like that.
Yes, I remember. It reminds me of at my school. We used to have the cricket ball throwing competition.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sports day. That was a regular.
Massive run up, and then launch it. Not very far.
No. In goes Mike and bowls and played firmly down into the ground. Puts his left hand up. Ben Mike stops the ball in his follow through. End of the over. Decent one, but still went for 5 in it. Lovely on drive from Pope and a pull down to wide long leg. 195 for 3. Surrey looking a lot more comfortable than they were at 93 for 3, and Leicestershire regretting a drop by Harry Swindles off Ben Mike when Folkes was 33 and the score was 171.
Yes, and they've added 102 since tea, because this partnership is worth 102, and of course they started together after tea. So Dieter Klein below us from the Vauxhall end, getting ready to come left arm round the wicket, bowling into shadow now as this is short and this is pulled away by Ollie Pope. Make sure he's rolling the wrists on that. He's making sure he's getting right on top of that. Is Ollie Pope. But yeah, Dieter Klein is running into the shadow of the roof. So it's sort of, as the batsman, you're seeing him coming from shadow, and then you're batting in sunlight. See the Leicestershire coaching staff sat on those very nice sofas in front of the committee room there.
Yes, very civilised.
Yes, I think that was Paul Nixon.
Green leather.
Very nice. As in round the wicket goes Klein to Folkes, who's pushing back up the pitch. Klein does the fielding off his own bowling. This on the Surrey live stream, so chat going. Is that Paul Johnson there with Paul Nixon? I can't really see from here.
I don't think Jono would have come down, no.
But they're in deep conversation.
It's Tom Smith.
Tom Smith. They're in deep conversation. Sat on those green sofas.
Not much hair between them, is there?
No, that's what coaching does to you.
Yeah.
The stresses and strains. 196 for 3.
What a position it is, actually, right behind the absolutely straight on. Perfect.
Klein is into Folkes, and Folkes, lovely ball. Beats Ben Folkes with coming round the wicket to him, and then it just does enough to go past that outside edge. It's a nice piece of bowling from Klein.
Keeps running, almost as a lap of honour for beating the bat there.
No, that was a nice piece of bowling from him. Good length that from Dieter Klein. He's a formidable looking figure from here. Here's Dieter Klein. 196 for 3.
Nicest man you could meet off the pitch.
Absolutely. But he
meek and mild.
He does look quite formidable from here. As in round the wicket he goes, and driving his Folkes out towards cover. And there's no runners. Dearden does the fielding once more. But yes, you can see that roof, how quickly the shadow of the roof creeps across the playing surface.
It does change the conditions a little bit in the sort of later part of the day, doesn't it, this stand?
Yeah, I've always thought it must be quite difficult as a batsman now, when you've got sort of half the pitch in the shadow of the roof. Klein is round the wicket, and that's on leg stump, and just missing out there. Ben Folkes trying to help it down to fine leg, but yeah, I've always thought that must be quite difficult to just adjust too quickly. Dieter Klein is coming out of shadow, bowling the ball in shadow, and it's coming into bright sunshine.
He's just getting it to wobble a bit as well, isn't he? Oddly. How old is it? 50 overs, 51 overs.
I suppose floodlights on, but it's not exactly warm. It's nice. It's not really hot. today. Ice on the windscreen again this morning. As round the wicket goes Dieter Klein, and this one's left alone off a goodish length. Outside is off stump, and that's taken low down by Swindle's end of the over. 14 are left. 196 for 3 then Surrey. Folkes 39, Pope 64. Partnership worth 103.
Colin Ackerman, the captain, is going to have a little bowl, a little dart with his off spinners. The world record holding Colin Ackerman.
The world record holder, Colin Ackerman? I should know why he's a world record holder, should I?
T20, 7 wickets.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course.
The only player in the history of T20 cricket to take 7 wickets in a spell.
Of course. Well, if he does that tonight...
Quite a few of them were caught on the boundary,
but
but
doesn't matter.
Hey,
they're in the book, aren't they?
Absolutely.
They're in the book. So what would 7 for?
I remember 20 something.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yes.
Settle for that.
Might be a while before. It's quite hard to get 7 in 4 overs.
7 for 18.
18, yeah. There you go.
Birmingham Bears.
Yes, indeed. At a disbelieving and euphoric Grace Road 3 years or so ago.
7 for 18 in a T20 game. Goodness gracious.
That was a fun night. So, Ackerman, 7 for 18 would do Leicestershire nicely right now.
What I meant, Surrey be all out by tonight.
In he comes from the pavilion end and bowls to Pope, who is reaching outside off stump and just steering the ball down through backward point. Sam Evans is down there. Hasn't been really in the game too much. He's been fielding on the boundary on that side of the ground, the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground. I'm sure that's not the official name of that stand over there. If that stand does have an official name.
J.M. Finn stand it is now.
Ackerman is in and Folkes is prodding and missing. He's looked, as I say, just a little bit guilty almost and just not quite right since that chance. He played beautifully up to it, but he's just struggling to just recompose himself and re-find his rhythm. In comes Ackerman, bowls to him. He covers up and defends. That one.
Just looking, 4 overs, no maidens. 7 for 18 for Colin Ackerman, and I'm surprised he was man of the match as well. So, well done. Well done to him.
TV cameras were there as well. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Folkes, defends the ball back to him.
7 for 18 in a T20 game. That's all right, isn't it?
Bowls slightly flatter. Folkes defends. No run.
Did he bowl a 40 over spell in the next championship game after that?
He didn't, but he has got 60 odd first class wickets. 64 I think it is. He comes in and bowls to Folkes, who goes back and tries to whip it away through the leg side. A real flourish there from Ben Folkes, but all he can do is play it quite slowly to Dieter Klein, who's at mid wicket. End of the over from Ackerman. A respectable one. Did beat the bat once. That of Folkes, or Folkes played down the wrong line really.
Yes. Well, it was a tidy over from Colin Ackerman. That's remarkable, though. 7 for 18.
Best bowling in first class cricket is he's got a 5 for 69, but his average sort of gives it away a little bit that he's in an occasional off spinner really. His average is per wicket is 43.
Wow. Surprised he wasn't signed for the IPL after that.
He's going to play in the 100. He and Callum Parkinson are the only 2 Leicestershire players who've...
It's good that we were talking about that this morning, weren't we? With Phil Walker. I don't know if you're listening in, but Phil was talking about that, the 100. And Surrey, of course, losing 12, I think it is. 12 players for the 100.
Jeepers. So you're not among the favourites for the Royal London Cup, which we played at that sort of time, possibly. But having said which...
Yeah, but it'll be opportunities, won't it, elsewhere?
Absolutely.
Klein is in to Ollie Pope. And And Pope is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. So absolutely, yeah, there'll be opportunities for people with 12 of your players off at the 100 when the Royal London One Day Cup is taking place at the same time. Huge opportunities. As round the wicket once again goes Klein, and driven handsomely by Ollie Pope. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope, because they have got the sweeper out there on the cover point boundary, but Ollie Pope has gone in front of square, and that has whistled off to the boundary rope. He's on to 69. That brings up the 200 for Surrey. So a first batting point for Surrey, but that has travelled across the outfield, and Pope's on to 69.
The sound off the bat was, you hardly heard it, did you? It was so cleanly hit. I thought for a minute he hadn't actually timed it, then you suddenly realised it had whistled across the ropes while you were looking. Still at the bat.
Oh, here we go. Kent all out for 265, top scorer.
DS.
Darren Stevens, 52 from 99 deliveries with 6 4s and 1 6.
Didn't he get 100 last week as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Probably got a 5 in there somewhere as well.
Can't not pick
already.
him now. Can't not pick him. As in round the wicket goes Klein. Forward goes Ollie Pope. They will pick up a single. That's nicely run by Pope and Folkes. And Pope's on to 70, 202 for 3.
There was, and rightly, some serious talk about him playing one-day cricket for England, wasn't there, about 2 years or so ago? But, well, if you're talking about horses for courses,
hey,
Steve-O...
all I hear is matchups. That's all I'm hearing these days. Matchup, matchup, matchup. 202 for 3. In round the wicket goes Klein. Slower one. Nicely bowled. And just waiting for it is Ben Folkes, and pushes it straight back up the pitch. So, well, there you go. Oh, it's in my head now. That's the problem.
What, Steve over England?
Yeah, it's in there now. Seed has been sown by Zaltzman last week, and now, with a few injuries knocking around the place. Yeah. Essex leading Durham by just 45 runs. They're 208 for 6 now. Hampshire in a mighty fine position as Klein is in and driving is Ben Folkes, and threw that a little early. Bottom hand came into it. It's gone straight back up the pitch because Hampshire 157 for 2 lead by 397 on day 2 after knocking Middlesex over. Mohammed Abbas 6 for 11 for 79 today. So Hampshire again in the box seat down at the Aegeus Bowl. 202 for 3. As Klein, left arm round the wicket he comes. Short ball, and Folkes is pulling this out towards deep backward square. They'll take the single. That will move Folkes on to 39. Move Surrey on to 203 for 3. Folkes will keep the strike on 40. Partnership's worth 110. Chat between Pope and Folkes. 12 to go tonight. So 12 overs remaining this evening. So fielders getting themselves into position. Dearden is in there at slip. There's a short leg in there as well. I've just seen one of the offices. Some staff here at Surrey watching with a dog. As driving is Ben Folkes, and that rolls out towards extra cover off Ackerman. Just toss that one up a little bit more, and driven by Folkes to extra cover. Ackerman's in again, and this is whipped leg side by Ben Folkes. Might think about 2. Ollie Pope's coming back to the bowler's end, so they do get back for 2. Dieter Klein flung himself to his right hand side. Good effort to get to that from Dieter Klein. A big fast bowler diving around on the leg side. Sorry, trailing now by 170. Ben Folkes waits once more as Ackerman is in. Folkes full toss this time, whips it straight to Klein. There is no run. Sound of a siren somewhere near the Kia Oval, off in the distance somewhere. Sound of a motorbike as well, off in the distance somewhere. Colin Ackerman gets ready to come bouncing in once again. Forward goes Folks, and nice soft hands, just pushes this one out towards extra cover. Callum Parkinson gets round to do the fielding. Folks waits once more as Ackerman is into him, and Folks again just covers up, plays this one neatly and tidily down into the leg side, and Dieter Klein again comes round to his left to do the fielding. Tidy over again this from Colin Ackerman. He's in once more, and Folks forward he comes to the off spinner. Plays this one out towards short extra cover. End of the over. Ackerman also gets through his overs pretty quickly, which is getting us through towards Stumps a little quicker. 11 left today. Partnership is worth 112. Folks and Pope. Little chat together out there in the middle. Probably just a keep going chat as much as anything. They played nicely. Of course, that one big moment where Folks was dropped by Swindles off Mike for 33. And on the Surrey live stream, there were little tweet I saw come up. It's just disappeared there for a second. And Gavin Griffiths is coming back into the attack down below us. So Gavin Griffiths back into the attack, and Ollie Pope will be the man on strike on 70. So it looks as if they're going to have a gully short mid-wicket catching. Well, they're going to have exactly the same field that they had for Griffiths from the pavilion end, where he just went gun barrel straight to the batsman. So 2 men on the leg side, and then catching, and then the long leg deep backward square, mid on mid off, extra cover, sweeper on the cover point boundary, a gully, and Mr. Swindles with the gloves on. Griffiths over the wicket he comes, and a Yorker first up to Ollie Pope. Gets bat on this, and that squirts away up towards mid off, and there is Chris Wright to do the fielding. Chris Wright passes the ball back to Griffiths once again. Ollie Pope twiddles the bat in his hands, little adjust of his pads, and then he's ready once more for Griffiths, who's right arm over the wicket to him. It's a short ball, and Ollie Pope flashes at this and hits Dearden in the gully. Or is that a Zad in the gully? I think it's a Zad in the gully. And the one fielder there, and Ollie Pope flashed that down to Azad. Got his hands in his pockets in between deliveries, because the sun now has disappeared behind the stand, so we've got the floodlight sort of taking over from the natural light. I think we'll be okay for the rest of today. Griffiths is over the wicket once again to Pope. Short ball, and Pope pulls this one straight out towards deep backward square, and there is Parkinson to do the fielding, and they will pick up another single. Pope on to 71, 206 for 3. Folks back onto strike on 42. There's a retaking of guard there for Ben Folks. Umpire Lloyd, I think, he's going to jog across towards cover point from square leg to do his officiating. Umpire Lloyd. So Folks a survey of the field, and will then settle himself down over his bat once more as Griffiths is over the wicket to Folks. Short ball and whipped by Folks into the leg side. Won't get a run as Ben Mike does the fielding. Moving round to his left. Folks wanders off towards square leg. Got sunshine down there at the Vauxhall end, but the playing surface is now in shadow. So the playing surface is now in complete and utter shadow here at the Kia Oval. Richard Ray is making his way back into the commentary box, having done his update, as Griffiths is in, and that's short, and that's cut by Ben Folkes straight out towards the sweeper on that cover rope. One more to Ben Folkes, one more to the total, and Folkes on to 43. Pope comes back onto strike on 71. You can tell straight away that when the sun goes down, you can see those sort of the player's shadows, four-prong shadow really at the player's feet. So you can see how quickly the floodlights take over once the sun does disappear at this time of the year.
Temperature plummets as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As Griffiths is into Pope, and Pope is nudging out towards that sweeper on the cover rope. He's thinking about two. He's quick. That's great running from Ollie Pope. It really is. Immediately was always going to come back for the second. They'd given Ben Folkes the shout, and Lewis Hill did his best to get there, but he's very, very sharp between the wickets is Ollie Pope, of course, and he picks up a couple more. He's on to 73. Partnership's 116, and Surrey are 209 for 3.
I think batsmen are taking on the quick single to keep warm as much as anything. Oh, let's get a sprint in. That said, Pope still in his short-sleeved shirt, enjoying himself. Folkes, he's got a sleeveless sweater on. He's going to be on strike to Ackerman, who's bowled a tiny little spell. Hasn't really turned the ball, but asked a question or two. Just conceded 3 runs from his first 2 overs. In he goes and bowls to Folkes, who's forward suspiciously. Pushes the ball off stump, back down the wicket to Colin Ackerman. He's in sunshine, and then he steps into the shade to bowl, and Folkes looks to drive. Does so, but only as far as mid-off, where Wright is fielding at the moment. Got down to it, but it looks like he's stiffening up already, Chris Wright. It was a long way. He went down in stages rather to form the long barrier, but it took him a while. In goes Ackerman, bowls and goes back and turned past short leg by Folkes. Azad can't get a hand to it, but Klein covers behind him and makes the stop.
It's that lovely expression, went down in instalments.
He did rather.
I really like that one.
He did rather. Breeze gets up. Not a cloud in the sky that we can see at the moment. Absolutely clear. Ackerman goes in again. Folkes goes back and looks to turn it into the leg side, and again Klein is the fielder, whipping through the overs. Ackerman doesn't mess around. He does speed up the over rate. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Folkes, and he inquires of Pope whether he's interested in a single. Pope is always interested in a single as the ball runs out towards backward point and calls his partner through. The over rate is -2, so got to think about that a little bit, Leicestershire.
Yeah, Surrey at one point were -3, but they got themselves to +1.
Ackerman, just a couple of steps, in he goes, bowls flattish, turned by Pope off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket again. Klein, who's a decent fielder, gets to the ball quickly, picks up cleanly, makes as though he's going to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. End of the over, 210 for 3, 9 overs to go. From Surrey's point of view, that well, if they get through to the close, these two, without being parted, well, they can have very serious ambitions of by this time tomorrow being that sort of 150, 200 plus ahead, and really putting Leicestershire under pressure on the final day. Amarverdi, I thought, bowled beautifully this morning, actually, and he could be a key figure if the wicket, which has been under sun much of the day, I know it's cold, but it's been under sun, it should have dried out a bit, might be a bit for him on the last day.
It's interesting you talking about our friends from the written press. Some of the great men are here today, and I think some of the great ladies are here as well, writing, and Amarverdi's done himself no harm doing that on this pitch on day 2, as Griffiths is in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is pushing this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It was great control from Amar Verdi today. And I thought that lovely contrast between Kemar Roach and Amar Verdi. Kemar Roach, as we were saying, suddenly sort of went up a couple of notches, and there was Verdi. And the ball he got Klein with was a lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it? Really clever piece of bowling.
Yeah, he thought it was short and he was going to pull it away to the mid-wicket maybe, or backward square boundary. Suddenly his stumps were disturbed.
Sort of went through his legs in the end, I think.
Yes.
Griffiths, over the wicket he comes to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward and checking this one up towards mid-on. Azad does the fielding, stood up there at mid-on.
Containment field now, no slips, no gully.
Yes, I was saying it's exactly what Griffiths did from the pavilion end for his captain, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's bowled well, Gavin Griffiths. Much, much better than last week against Hampshire. No third man, no slips, no gully. There's a backward point, but that's the only man who's sort of behind square on the offside.
Griffiths into Folkes, short ball, and Folkes whips this leg side. The captain does the fielding. In there at square leg, he's not wearing his cap now.
Behind the boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, he's bowling, and also he is stood in shadow. Now, complete and utter shadow. Wind still buffeting the flag at half mast there on top of the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. You can hear it in the effects mic. It's Friday night. You can hear some sirens. Over the wicket once more is Griffiths to Folkes, and Folkes is forward and pushes a good length ball out towards backward point. And there is no run as Klein very politely underarms that ball to Dearden. Extra cover. Another enjoyable day though. Lot of cricket today. Certainly had our fair share of cricket with the number of overs that we've had today. Griffiths down below us. We're up on the third floor of the JM Finn stand in the Brian Johnson Media Centre. Very lucky to be up here, as this is on the legs of Ben Folkes, and it's clipped very nicely, but straight to a tumbling Ackerman in there at square leg. So yeah, we've got a lovely view down the ground from up here.
Folkes has faced 126 balls for his 44 now. His strike rate of 35. He's just got a little bit tied up recently. Pope, 73 off 97, strike rate of 75.
Yeah, that's normally what he sort of... That's what Pope normally travels at, I think you could say, if you're selling him as a car. As in, over the wicket once more comes Griffiths. Forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one into the leg side, end of the over. Tidy over again from Griffiths, and 210 for 3, Surrey.
Was a good over. In fact, was it his first maiden? Thinks.
Let's have a quick squeeze at this. Yes, it was. First maiden, yeah. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37. Very good.
Graham Lloyd has both his arms extended, but I think not to signal a premature wide. I think just to remind himself he's got some life, get his circulation going on.
Gloves on, hasn't he?
You know, he's got. I think that there's plenty on under that coat. Or he's been on a good pasture. In goes Ackerman, bowls, back goes Pope, forcing through the offside, and he's got it out to deep extra cover. Beautiful shot again. Evans, who's out there, Sam Evans, has about 20 yards to run up the boundary. Does so, cuts it off, but Pope picks up a couple, moves on to 75. Ackerman has to wait for his extra cover to get back in position. Does so. Pope just pops forward and pushes it out into the vacant point area. Dearden runs out from slip, picks up in front of umpire Pollard. Easy single for the busy Pope. He moves on to 76. Looks in complete control at the moment, Ollie Pope. Ackerman comes in, bowls to Folkes, who is going to pick up a run there. He goes back and squeezes it past Azad at short leg, out towards square leg. Two fielders, Ben Mike and Dieter Klein, converge on the ball. Mike is the one who gets there first. Single completed. Folkes moves on to 45. Partnership 121 now for the 4th wicket. Ackerman is in. Pope pushes out to mid-on. Calls for the immediate single. Griffiths picks up and hurls the ball at the wicketkeeper's gloves, hoping that Folkes was going to be late setting off. He wasn't really. Made his ground comfortably, but a decent throw. Good thinking from Griffiths, really.
Just to say, Leicestershire last night at Stumps, of course, were 215 for 3.
In goes Ackerman, bowls and calmly turned to short leg, this time by Folkes. There's often a sort of parallel nature to the innings. Sometimes.
Yeah, 76.2 overs for Leicestershire to get 215 for 3.
Just 57.5 for Surrey, and they're past that score now as Folkes pushes out into the offside. Sees there might be a second in it, but Evans gets to the ball quickly, coming in from that cover boundary, from the sweeper position out there. So it is just 1, so Folkes keeps the strike, and then he's waving frantically at the Surrey dressing room, which would probably be quite warm on that sort of viewing terrace, with the windows closed and they're in the sun over there.
Lovely up there.
Toasty.
You know,
Toasty.
If you want the tan, then you're opening the door, but sitting back. So you're still getting the sun coming in through the door, but you haven't got the wind, you see.
Do you need to open the door? Can you not just keep it closed and the sunlight through the windows?
Does it really work,
Does it
Mr.
take
Ray?
out the
I can tell you this from
the tanning rays?
Experience of sort of hanging out of windows with your head out, or lying in awkward positions, so it will come through the window.
That old commentary box of yours, it was good for sun in the afternoon and evening, wasn't it?
It was, but there were days where
got warm.
Very hot up there. It was a bit like the Aegeus Bowl as well up there on that terrace.
Well, I've not been there for a while, so I'm not sure. Kevin James was telling me you're now back at the hotel.
Yes,
sort of.
Because of COVID, back in a big room last year. Now this year it might be back at the hotel, which is up on the TV gantry. So you're right on the top of the hotel, basically.
Makes mental note to book hotel.
Well, absolutely. My commute was about 5 yards. As Griffiths is in, and this is a single for Ben Folkes, who plays this up towards mid-off. I was there 4 hours early, of course, but even though I literally was on the same, my room was on the same floor as the door up to the gantry. So it was literally, at lunchtime, it was about a 2-minute walk back to your room. Very nice.
Must be some good runs around the golf course,
absolutely,
perhaps.
Absolutely, yes, very much
around
so.
there. Previously, I've stayed at, as I say, it's been a while since we've been there, but I stayed at a hotel in the New Forest. Let's just supporters forgive me for. Sorry, haven't heard me tell this story, but come back to that in a second.
Griffiths is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who drives handsomely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary and move on to 78 with a single, 218 for 3.
I went out for a run in the evening. Obviously, it was still light at that stage, and basically got lost in the New Forest, which was quite easy to do. And I'm beginning to think, well, what am I going to do here? There was, nobody around. I hadn't a clue where I really was. I'd been trying to follow paths. But in those days, I didn't have a sort of sat-nav on the phone and things like that.
Griffiths is over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward and pushing this one up towards mid-on.
And visions sort of mole-like that I was going to have to cover myself in leaves in a hollow somewhere. And then I heard cars, and I sort of made towards I found a road. But it turned out to be, having done about 10 miles, it turned out to be another sort of 8 miles back on the road. So it was.
Goodness. Well,
I was very glad to get back to the hotel in pitch dark, following road signs.
Dear me.
They weren't worried.
Wow.
I was.
Like the fugitive. The short ball is pulled by Ben Folkes for 4 to bring up his 50. And Ben Folkes had that big moment on 33 where he was dropped by Swindles. But now he moves on to 50. A short ball, and he's jumped all over that. I think that's 134 deliveries and 6 fours for Ben Folkes. Partnership moves on to 129, but off the back of the 133, At Bristol, he's now on to 51. So 134 balls. My apologies. 134 balls.
Yeah, I think we can say he's over that now. Any guilt he might have been feeling consequent to that drop, because as you say, he absolutely clobbered that away.
2-2-2 for 3. Griffiths is in 2, folks. Folks covers up, pushes up towards Chris Wright at mid-off, and there's no... You see, that's why I run round the park, because that's my idea of a nightmare.
It's only happened once.
Yeah, but even as I say, trying to get to Archbishop Tennyson School from here, for me, I get lost. I've got a worse sense of direction, so I make sure I know where I am and not too far away. So I did in Bristol last week. I found a little sort of circuit round the cathedral and the hotel, and just went round that. As in comes Griffiths, turned into the leg side by Ben Folkes. He'll take another single. That'll be one more to him, one more to the total. 223 for 3. Folkes keeps the strike. He's on 52 and Pope's on 78.
I head on up to Clifton. There's a sort of big... I don't think it's not a moor, but it's just a huge big common with loads of sort of tracks and running tracks. But by the zoo, and you can at one point you sort of run alongside the gorge, so you're looking down on the suspension bridge and things like that. Yeah, that's nice. I recommend it.
Thank you. People were giving me strange looks as I just kept coming round and round on exactly the same route past the... Because the green by the cathedral was busy. I think that's where all the protests and stuff have been.
Okay.
And there were a few people sort of looking as if they might have placards at one point.
Ackerman is in, and Bowling Folkes goes back and plays firmly out into the offside, but only as far as Callum Parkinson, who's swinging his arms, hopefully, so he might just get a couple of overs before the close. 5 overs after this one still to be bowled. Ackerman goes in. Folkes works it with a really brisk swing of the bat out towards mid-on, but again doesn't quite time it. Griffiths is the man who picks up. Parkinson continues to exercise, so we can say expectantly rather than hopefully. He must have had the word from his captain. Ackerman is in. Bowls pulled by Folkes, and it bounces off the hands of, or the foot in the end, of Dieter Klein at mid-wicket as he stopped it, or half stopped it. It runs out towards Griffiths at mid-on. Folkes takes 1, moves on to 53, 2-2-4 for 3. Dips Patel, Leicestershire's batting coach, out there on the square leg boundary. Company for Lewis Hill, who's been in isolation for much of the time. Pope waits for that one on the off stump, then comes down on it late, dabs it out towards point where Ben Mike is the fielder. No run. Entire ground other than the pavilion now pretty much in shade. Ackerman goes in, Pope goes back, waits, and then plays a delicate little late cut. For a second he looked as though he was going to do some grievous damage to the ball. Ben Mike nearly did some grievous damage to himself as he tried to drag that one back and rolled over the ropes. The ball over the ropes at third man. A beautifully delicate little late cut, having threatened to thrash the ball away. Opted for a lovely little late cut and picks up 4. The result much the same. 2-2-8 for 3. Pope on to 82.
Yeah, very delicate, wasn't it, from Ollie Pope again?
Just accelerating these two now as the close comes. Leicestershire perhaps tiring a bit. Ackerman is in. Pope is forward. Big stretch. And he holds the pose for a while. Young hamstrings, you see, they can do that.
Well, I always, when players, I was saying last week, do that, and it's great commitment from Ben Mike, but I always have my heart in my mouth when they dive full length and head towards the boundary boards. Are we having a light meter?
Clatter into them. How many overs have we got? 5 overs to go.
Umpire Parlo's whipped out his Megatron here just to give us a meter reading. But I think we're all right because Callum Parkinson's coming into the attack.
Absolutely. Got Parkinson and Ackerman. We've had 104 overs then today.
Done well, haven't we?
We have.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33 for Callum Parkinson. That wicket of Rory Burns. But yeah, whenever they do that, we had Gus Atkinson last week at Bristol cluttering into... No, it was here, actually, against Middlesex in the pre-season game, cluttering into boundary boards. And well, I've always got my heart in my mouth when that happened. Of course, we were saying Zafran Sari, opening day against Essex down there by the groundsman's workshop. First morning, dived headlong and hit his head, and that was him out of the game. Knocked himself out. 228 for 3. Parkinson, left arm, round the wicket to Ben Folkes. Oh, shout for LBW.
Going down.
Yeah, I think
Going
so,
down.
but it's just skipped on to Ben Folkes. Nice bit of bowling from Parkinson, just skidded on a touch more towards Ben Folkes there. But going down on the angle, but a nice bit of bowling that from Parkinson. As he's in again, and that's short of length, and this is punched by Ben Folkes into the turf and up again. Straight in there to cover, and there's no run.
He gets through his overs so quickly. We're about to get a replay, and we got halfway through it, and unfortunately, we'll have to wait maybe to the end of the over.
Parkinson's in again, tosses this one up. That's tucked away for 4 by Ben Folkes. Just waited for it, and then just as it dips down on him on the half volley, he just rolls those wrists beautifully on that. Does Ben Folkes, and that whistles over the rope, and Folkes is on to 57, and the partnership moves on to 139 now. Surrey move on to 232 for 3. Very nicely played by Ben Folkes. Just let it come down, and then on the half volley, as I say, just a roll of the wrists and sped towards the boundary rope for 4 as Parkinson's in, and Folkes is on the back foot this time, just cutting this out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, Lewis Hill, who's, as Mr. Ray was saying, been out there on his own really for a lot of the afternoon, so at least he's got a bit of company now out there. He's a long way away, isn't he?
He is.
He does seem to be in another borough at the moment, Lewis Hill. Might take him a while to get back to his teammates at the end of the day. 233 for 3. Taxi for Hill, please. This is too short from Parkinson, and it's cut by Ollie Pope. Here goes Hill again, scampering around on that boundary rope. And Ollie Pope picks up a couple. He's a bit annoyed with himself there, Ollie Pope. Just rehearses getting that bottom hand through it and sort of undercutting it down through that backward point region. Looks like Ben Mike's getting warmed up, possibly, to have a go from the pavilion end as Parkinson's in, and Pope's using his feet, tucking this one straight into Mike. We'll find out now if he keeps hold of the ball. Ben Mike. And yeah, Ackerman, I think, is asking for his cap to be brought out, or another jumper. So yeah, Ben Mike's coming into the attack. 235 for 3. Folkes has 58. And Pope's on 84.
Partnership 142, and at the end of this session, this game is going to have a rather different aspect to that it did at the end of the afternoon session.
I have to say, cynical old me thought to myself, I wonder if they're bringing Ben Mike on to get off here. And straight away, again, we're having another lightning.
We've had enough saying Leicestershire maybe thinking.
Well, these two have, just as you said, just upped the rate a touch. So I just wonder if there was a little bit of thought there from Ackerman, perhaps. If I bring a quick on, we might be off.
Yeah.
For 4 overs early, but umpire Pollard looks fairly happy. Plus, he's taking a light meter reading from this end, from the Vauxhall end, and umpire Lloyd doesn't look too bothered at all. So maybe it's me being cynical as always.
I suspect Ackerman might say to him, just bang it in halfway down.
There is that option as well.
7 o'clock. I think we ought to get a number of updates. Well, I'll have to tell you about updates one of these days.
You should be getting overtime, Mr. Ray, with these updates. Now we're getting to 7 again. So another 7. Although we're going to finish a bit earlier than I thought we would tonight because we've had some spin. So 4 overs remaining today. 235 for 3. Surrey trailing by 140. 2 slips are in there, and I think there's going to be a gully as well. And we're going to have a sweeper on the cover point boundary rope, the deepish mid wicket. We're going to have a mid on and mid off, and then Parkinson is out there at extra cover. So Ben Mike from the pavilion end comes right arm over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes Takes him on the up, driving through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot again from Ben Folkes. Just a bit of width on that. A loosener from Ben Mike, and Ben Folkes good enough, of course, just to spot that and then drive it away through the covers. Super shot from Ben Folkes. I say driving, it's more of a sort of a back foot punch, that, seeing it again from Ben Folkes, but it's a lovely shot. It's on to 62 now. 146 the partnership, 239 for 3. And Mike places the ball in his right hand once again, and then runs away from the pavilion towards us, and focuses on driving crisply up towards mid-on. Wanders off towards square leg. It's been a nice partnership, this. They've been together since tea. Came out after tea. After that wicket of Rory Burns, so they've added the 146 in this session so far. Now the field changes. Gully, short mid-wicket. Hill's gone all the way back to deep backward square. And Hazard stood at second slip. So again, there's a big old gap between keeper, second slip and Gully. Ben Mike is in, and then forward goes Ben Folkes. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Hampshire have had a pretty good day. 204 for 2 at Stumps against Middlesex. A lead of 444. North East 99 not out. Ian Holland 90 not out. Yeah, very good day that for Hampshire. Middlesex, of course, all out for 79. In once again goes Mike, and driving his Folkes. Won't get a run as the fielding's done by Callum Parkinson. Down to his left-hand side. And here the Leicestershire fielders keeping themselves going out there at the moment. Not long left in the day. Ben Mike charges in once more to Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes again just punching up towards mid-on. Leicestershire would dearly love to nip one of these two tonight. Come back tomorrow morning with only one of Folkes or Pope at the crease.
It'd be a big lift, wouldn't it, if they'd go into the sheds with a bit of hope. But otherwise, it'll be a tired dressing room, anticipating a lot more work in the morning.
Over the wicket comes Mike once again to Folkes. Another short one, and Folkes is swaying inside this. And that's taken by Swindles away to his left-hand side. So 3 to go tonight. And Callum Parkinson it will be from the Vauxhall end. So we get 2 more you'd have thought from Parkinson, 1 more from Ben Mike, and then we'll see where we are at Stumps.
Casting quite strong shadows, aren't they, from the floodlights now, the players. Not a cloud. Having done that last update, I brought my effects mic in from the outside, and the metal was freezing on that. Yeah. Absolutely. I thought for a minute my hand, you know, like when you sometimes with the car, you've got to be a bit careful.
As I say, I had to whip the old de-icer out this morning again.
Again?
Yeah, it was very cold this morning.
Again?
And last night as well, it pretty cold.
Ground staff beginning to wander towards the covers as Parkinson goes in from the Vauxhall end. Pope advances down the wicket, gets to the ball on the full, tries to punch it away through the offside, manages to pick out Dieter Klein, who makes a stop, falling away to his right. That extra cover, no run. Parkinson tries again. Pope waits this time, clips it away for 4 through mid-on. Griffiths is giving it everything in pursuit. Got to be a little bit careful because he'll be very cold as he gallops away in pursuit of the ball. Can't get there. That was going to be 4. Well, I called it almost as soon as he hit it, although Griffiths was never more than about 3 yards behind it. Couldn't get there. 150 partnership between Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes from 248 balls, putting Surrey in a strong position. Sorry, Churchy. In goes Callum Parkinson, and just for a minute, Pope, who was going to advance, didn't, went back, and Parkinson thought he might have sneaked one through.
Apologies, I was just going to say placement from Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
Cool.
Parkinson tries again, Pope tries to whip him away through the leg side and doesn't quite time it as well, and it rather trickles out towards Sam Evans down there at deep mid-wicket. Dibs Patel has wandered around the boundaries. He's chatting to him now, so he's giving some company to...
keeping his troops company at the moment.
Parkinson in again. That's a better length, and just waiting for it. Ben Folkes defends off middle stump out towards short mid-wicket. No run.
You can actually see the floodlights glinting off the back of the batsman's bats at the moment with the stickers.
Parkinson bowls, tosses it up a little bit, inviting the drive. Folkes plays a drive, but a checked drive, a controlled driver, a firm push really, out as far as D decline at extra cover. That is the end of Parkinson's over. 24443 run rate. Still up there around about 3.87 for the innings as a whole. Partnership of 151 at a good rate has really changed the feel of the game, and I did say Leicestershire might struggle to bowl Surrey out, and such is proving to be the case.
Yeah, and umpire Pollard again, another light meter reading from umpire Pollard there. But we're okay. We've only got 2 overs to go, and Ben Mike is coming in from the pavilion end over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope is pushing this one straight back up the ground. That rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Ground staff are getting themselves ready to get the covers on. They're wrapped up very, very warm over there.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Bobble hats on and hats. And, well, Ian Blackwell last week, and we were saying he's like the Invisible Man, or the man with no name from the sort of Western films, because he had you could only see his eyes. He had a big mask on and gloves. As this is cut by Ollie Pope, straight out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll get a single. That'll be one more to the total. But he had, I think you call them a snood. So he pulled his snood up. He had his big white hat on and black gloves on. And the only thing, and we were saying it must be quite disconcerting as a batsman really, when all you can see is the umpire's eyes and then his gloved finger sort of raised towards you as Folkes is waiting with bat raised as Mike is into him. Oh, shot. Lovely placement again from Ben Folkes. Decline, apologies, Parkinson is in there at extra cover, and there's a deepish mid-off right, and he's just threaded it between the two of them. And 4 more to the total. Folkes on to 66, 249 for 3, and they just in the last half an hour, just up the numbers a touch here, these two. Very nicely played by Ben Folkes. Partnership's worth 156 now.
Yeah, and he's doubled his score from when he was dropped, Ben Folkes.
256 now. And what have I said to? I've just made that number up. I apologise, everybody. Forward goes Ben Folkes and plays this one up towards mid. I don't even know where I've got that number from. Surrey trail by 126, and it's 249 for 3. But I have absolutely no idea where the number 256 came from. But there you go. And 249 for 3. Surrey 1 run away from what would be a second batting point now as well. And they're well within the time. As Ben Mike is over the wicket to Ben Folkes. It's short, and Folkes is helping this one out towards deep backward square. He'll stroll another single, will Ben Folkes. And that is the 250 up for Surrey. So another batting point for Surrey, second one. Ben Folkes 67. Ollie Pope comes on to strike on 90.
Every prospect of the maximum return with the bat, anyway.
Ollie Pope, 90 runs to his name. Settles over his bat. They've got a leg slip in for Ollie Pope now. Ackerman's in there as Mike is in, and Ollie Pope will just take the single as he pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He'll keep the strike. We've got 1 over left on this, the second day, here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. And Surrey are 251 for 3.
Out comes Leicestershire's 12th man, who I think is Alex Evans. He's pretty much masked up as well. He's handing a sweater to Ben Mike. Ben Mike decides he doesn't need it. He's a hard man. Jeepers. He has just been bowling. Equally, it is still bitterly cold out there now. Single figures for sure. Callum Parkinson, 6 balls to go in the day. Bowls outside off stump. Pleasantly driven by Pope, and there's a momentary hesitation as it's half misfielded by D to Klein. Harry Dearden clears up, having seen the misfield, and you never run on a misfield, Ollie Pope, remember? Taught you at school.
He spent a lot of time diving in this innings, Ollie Pope.
Flings himself around. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him. Again he drives this time slightly more cleanly. It runs away past Klein out towards Lewis Hill, who underarms the ball back to Klein. Sends it on its way to Callum Parkinson. Blows on his hands. And he comes and bowls outside off stump. Folks steps forward and leaves his bat raised and watches as it passes through into the gloves of Swindles. 2-5-2 for 3. Parkinson bowls onto leg stump this time. Pops forward. Folks and steers it just around the corner, backward of square. Sam Evans runs in and fields, probably grateful for the run. Single taken by Folks. He moves on to 68 now. Parkinson in, forward goes Pope, playing it out into the offside. He's moved on to 92, so every prospect of a century tomorrow. Very early, tune in early, don't miss it, Surrey supporters. In goes Parkinson, bowls, big stride, forward defensive, back down the pitch, and Pope turns and heads off to the sheds. Then he stops after about 4 or 5 yards just to wait for his partner Ben Folks, who joins him, because it's been a splendid partnership for Surrey, and they have gone through the entire session without being parted, and they've scored 160 during it from 264 balls.
Yeah, very good partnership between Ollie Pope and Ben Folks since tea. And 160 runs they've added then since tea, because they came together at 93 for 3. But yeah, I think Surrey will be quite pleased with the way today's gone now. I think they sort of got themselves back into this. And that Surrey top 6, yeah, they do. Top 5 are all international cricketers, and I think you saw that partnership, the sort of international player there. Any scoring opportunities, they were right on it, Pope and Folks. But Leicestershire, you know, they've had a good day again, and Evans 138. But I think they'll just think to themselves, there was that big moment with Ben Folks. What they've got to do tomorrow, from a Leicestershire point of view, is they have got to take a couple early. Otherwise, it could be a very long day tomorrow for Leicestershire, I think.
They had a good first hour. Sam Evans and Lewis Hill scored quickly and busily, but thereafter the day pretty much belonged to Surrey.
I think at tea at 93 for 3, they'd have thought to themselves, hang on, we picked up 3 here. If we could pick up one of these 2 quick. But I think, as I say, tomorrow for Leicestershire, they have got to take a couple early. Otherwise, they could be in for a pretty long day, I think. But it's been a very enjoyable day. Thank you to Richard Ray. Thank you, of course, to all our guests today, to Phil Walker, Hugh Turberville and Chevy Green. We will all be back with you tomorrow. Of course, our playing hours are a bit different. We'll explain all that to you tomorrow. Of course, we are having a break for the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh tomorrow afternoon, but we'll explain all of that to you in the morning. But here at Stumps tonight, sorry, 253 for 3 with Ollie Pope on 92, Ben Folks on 68. From us all from the Kia Oval tonight, it's a very good night to one and all.